landscapes, because human activity has taken place in the Denver Mountain Parks for thousands of years.
They are protected by the city charter and cannot be sold in part or in total without a vote of the people.
The Denver Mountain Parks are loved and beloved, and you can't really imagine Denver without them. But on the other hand, it requires vigilance and creativity in order to preserve these gems for future generations. We're the stewards of that vision, of making sure that we have the right balance between our urban lives and the open spaces and the access to nature that makes living in Colorado so unique.
The Denver Planning Board reviews and makes recommendations to the Mayor and Denver City Council on rezoning requests, district design standards, and other land use rules. This meeting of the Denver Planning Board begins now.
Welcome to the Denver Planning Board meeting for February. And we are going to call to order. I'll do a roll call. Angel. Fred. Here. Gosha. Here. Heidi. Here. Jordan. Here. Mary Beth. Here. Mary. Here. And myself, Joel. I'm here. We have 9 members present. No, 8 members present. We have a quorum. If I can just talk to the audience here. Folks, we're getting started. Thank you. All right, we leave time at the beginning of every meeting for public comment on any topic that is not otherwise on the agenda. We didn't have anyone pre-sign up for this, but if you are joined by Zoom, or if you're in the room and have come to speak to some topic that is not otherwise on the agenda, could you please raise your hand? Anyone here to speak to something that is not otherwise on the agenda? Oh, thank you very much. Moving on, we have no meeting records for approval. We do have one item proposed for the consent agenda. Staff proposes items for the consent agenda that appear to clearly meet criteria. There's no known significant controversy, and for which nobody has signed up to speak. And we will leave it on the consent agenda if all those things are true and no member asks to remove the item. Today we have official map amendment application number 2022I-00203, a rezoning at 526 South Vine Street from USUC to USUB1. Is there anyone online or in the room who's come to speak to the rezoning on South Vine Street? Seeing none. Is there any planning board member that would like to remove this item from the consent agenda? I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to recommend that City Council approve application 2022I-00203, rezoning 526 South Vine Street from USUC to USUB1, finding that the applicable review criteria have been met.
Second.
Point of order.
Sorry.
Would it be approving the consent agenda?
It can be either in this
Okay.
case. That could be an efficiency if we have several
Got
items.
it.
This is also, I feel, appropriate. So
Okay.
it was moved by Mary, seconded by Mary Beth. And as this is a consent item vote, I'll ask you to all vote in favor, as we each had the ability to remove this if we wished. Heidi, welcome back. We're going around the table for voting. So we'll start with you.
Aye.
And Jordan. Aye. And Jill. Mary.
Aye.
Mary Beth.
Aye.
Fred.
Aye.
Gosha.
Aye.
Rachel. Aye. I vote aye as well. The consent agenda has been approved. We are now on to the regular agenda. I'll just announce ahead of time that item 6 of the regular agenda, which is a rezoning on 1700 North Marion Street, the applicant has asked that this be postponed until March 1st, 2023. Because this has been posted for this meeting, we do need a motion. I will make that motion. I move to postpone application 2022I-00187 to March 1st, 2023.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by myself and seconded by Fred. Any discussion on this motion? We won't be, if we move it, we're not going to open the public hearing for this. And I believe they'll have to repost it because the meeting won't have been opened. Okay. So there's a motion on the floor to postpone this to March 1st, 2023. I'll do a roll call vote. Heidi?
Aye.
Jordan? Aye. And Joe?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Gosha?
Aye.
Rachel? Aye. Okay.
Bill's an aye.
All right. And,
With a cough.
all right. And I vote aye as well. That item has been postponed. All right. We are opening the public hearing for official map amendment application 2022I-00145, rezoning it 1085 North Knox Court from ESUD1X to URH5. This is a hearing of the Denver Planning Board, and the public hearing is open. And we will have the staff report. If you're here in person to speak to any of these items and you didn't register ahead of time, if you could just let staff on the side of the room know, put your name on the list to call in. Absolutely. That's as soon as the staff report is done, we'll call on people that want to speak to this. For the next one, yes. And while they're getting ready, if you're here for any item, just let staff on the side of the room know, unless you signed up online, they'll probably have your name. But I'll call. You won't be missed. All right.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Board. My name is Fran Peñafiel, Senior City Planner with Planning Services. Today I'm going to present an overview of the map amendment for 1085 Knox Court. I have a new approach to the presentation this time. I've heard I speak very fast, so bear with me. I'm going to try to speak slowly. I've divided the presentation in 4 different sections. So first we're going to look at the applicant's request. Then we're going to look at the location and context of the subject site. And after that, we will take a quick look at the rezoning process to finally finish with the review criteria from the Denver City. So let's look at the request. The applicant request is to change the zoning classification for 1085 Knox Street from ESUD1X, which is a single unit residential district, to URH 2.5, which is a multi-unit residential district. URH 2.5 allows for the urban house, the detached accessory dwelling unit building form, duplexes, tandem houses, and the row house building form. Now that we understand what is it that the applicant is requesting, let's look at what is the subject site location and what does the surrounding context mean. The subject property is located in Calzone Street 3 in the Villa Park neighborhood. The subject property is located near the southwest corner of West 12th Avenue and Knox Court. The Lakewood Dry Gulch Park is north of the property, running east-west, and Paco Sanchez Park is 200 feet northeast from the subject site. The subject site is within a quarter-mile buffer of the Knox currently in the Urban Edge single unit D1X zone district, which in this location would allow for the suburban house, urban house, and detached accessory dwelling unit building one in a minimum zone lot size of 6,000 square feet. As you can see on this map, the property is surrounded by properties also zoned ESU D1X to the north and south, and ERH 2.5 to the east and west. The current land use of the site is single unit residential, and it is mostly surrounded by other single unit uses, and multi-unit residential uses directly west. There are also some commercial and retail uses along 10th Avenue. This slide shows the subject property is located in a residential area. In the top left image, you can see that the subject property is in the bottom. You can see the subject property, and in the bottom left image, which is looking north and Knox Curve, you can see how close it is to the RTD station. You can see it right there. It's a little small, but it's like right in front of the white building. Now that we understand the context, we're going to take a quick look at the process. Informational notice of the application was sent out on October 12, 2022. Planning board notice was sent out on January 17, 2023. And currently, City Council public hearings tentatively set for March 28, 2023. Today, staff has received one letter of position and one letter of support from two of the RNOs. Villa Park Neighborhood Association expressed concerns with the potential involuntary displacement that the proposed rezoning could cause. Strong Denver sent a letter of support expressing their concerns with the current housing crisis in Denver and the need for more new units. The applicant also provided 6 letters of support from community members that were attached to the application. I think that 4 were attached, 2 were received later on, so we still have them in front of us. Now moving on to our last section, we'll go over the review criteria in the Denver zoning code. For a rezoning to be recommended for approval by the planning board, it must be found that the requested map amendment is consistent with 5 review criteria. Our role as staff planners is to evaluate the requested district, in this case the URH 2.5, against these 5 criteria. The first criterion is consistency with adopted plans. There are 5 plans applicable to this rezoning. Comprehensive Plan 2040, Blueprint Denver, the Villa Park Neighborhood Plan, and the West Colfax Plan are plans that are already approved by City Council. The West Area Plan is an in-progress plan projected to be approved in spring of 2022, but because it also applies to the subject site, we thought it would be important to mention it and to include it. Let's start with Comprehensive Plan 2040. As stated in the staff report, the rezoning is consistent with several goals in the Comprehensive Plan 2040. This map amendment will promote equity by creating a greater mix of housing options in every neighborhood, and it will lead to an environmentally resilient Denver by promoting coastal development where infrastructure and services are already in place. Let's look at the breakdown. Subject property is mapped as part of the urban neighborhood context in Blueprint Denver. That's why the applicant requested to rezone to urban context instead of the urban edge context. Future Places map designates the subject site as part of the high-medium place type. These place types have a mix of mid-scale multi-unit residential buildings, usually mixed with a variety of lower-scale residential buildings. The proposed URH 2.5 zone district, allowing multiple building forms up to 2.5 stories in height, is compatible with this future place type. Knox Court is a residential collector, which are mostly characterized by residential uses, but might also include schools, civic uses, parks, small retail nodes, and other smaller uses. Growth area in Blueprint Denver is all other areas of the city. These areas are anticipated to see 10% employment growth, 20% housing growth by 2020. Blueprint also includes specific policy recommendations. Housing goal number 2 focuses on diversifying housing options by exploring opportunities to integrate missing middle housing into low and low-medium residential areas, especially those that score low in housing diversity. This rezoning to row house zone district will have minimal impacts on the character of the surrounding neighborhood, and it's consistent with Blueprint Denver recommendations. Given that the subject site is within one of Denver's neighborhood equity and stabilization Nest Fox neighborhoods, An equity analysis was included in with the staff report and was shared with the applicant for consideration. Blueprint Denver contains 3 equity concepts to help guide change to benefit everyone. Each equity concept has associated measurements that help inform implementation actions. The subject property is in Villa Park, which is identified as an area with less access to opportunity compared to the rest of the city. The subject area is less equitable than Denver as a whole when it comes to access to fresh foods and healthcare. These scores are related to a higher than average percentage of children with obesity and poverty level. While the proposed allowance of a multi-unit residential development does not directly increase access to opportunity, an increase in residents might increase the likelihood that more goods, services, and amenities will locate in the commercial and mixed-use zone areas of the neighborhood. Additionally, the proposed zone district would allow additional housing units at a location that is well served by transit, providing residents with additional access to daily needs. The subject property is an area that has high vulnerability to voluntary displacement. The subject area is scored as vulnerable to displacement in 2 of the 3 categories: vocational attainment and median household income. The proposed rezoning to allow for a multi-unit residential development intended to offer for sale units will provide opportunities for home ownership and help keep existing residents in the neighborhood. This proposed rezoning would allow for additional residents or additional residential units in the area, which can help provide housing for existing residents and contribute to meeting the citywide demand for housing. The subject property is an area that has low housing diversity. The subject area is not diverse in terms of percentages of owner to renters, number of income restricted units, and housing costs. Adding missing middle housing is a strategy to add needed housing diversity. The neighborhood lacks smaller scale multi-unit developments compared to the rest of the city and does not offer a diversity of housing costs that compare to the Denver average. The proposed rezoning will help diversify the housing stock and encourage a mix of residential development types available. Now let's take a look at the Villa Park neighborhood plan. This is a plan from 1991. A quick note about actually the next 2 plans, the Villa Park and the West Colfax plan. The draft West area plan is intended to supersede the Villa Park neighborhood plan and the West Colfax plan. However, given the timing of this application, the relevant plan guidance is addressed in this staff report. That means we will be reviewing these 2 plans as well. The proposed zone district allows development that is similar in scale to the existing pattern, while allowing additional density and investment along the light rail line, which was developed after the adoption of the Villa Park plan. The proposed URH 2.5 zone district complies with the land use as zone vision of the Villa Park neighborhood plan in terms of protecting the residential character of the neighborhood. The plan recommendation discouraging higher density development predated the public investment in the development of the adjacent light rail line. The development of more current land use recommendations included Denver and the West Colfax plan. The URH 2.5 zone district is a district that both respects the character of the existing neighborhood in terms of building height, residential land use type, and allows for a reasonable increase in density given the location of the property in close proximity to the North Street light rail station. Now let's take a look at the West Colfax plan. This plan was adopted by City Council in 2006. The future land use concept map, the properties are identified as urban neighborhood station, which is described as single-family and multi-family residential with a typical scale of 1 to 5 stories. The urban neighborhood station land use development pattern occurs within a quarter to a half-mile radius of the light rail station. Since the stations evolved in established residential areas, initial changes might add density and intensity in compact building forms that blend in with the prevailing residential context. Development might progress initially from residential additions and rehabilitation to the addition of carriage houses and conversions of single-family structures to duplexes, triplexes, and quads. The proposed zoning for the subject site URH 2.5 will increase the range of residential housing types and will control the scale of future development to the same scale as the surrounding residential development and is consistent with the West Colfax plan. And finally, let's take a look at the draft West area plan. As mentioned before, this area plan is currently planned for adoption in spring of 2023 as part of the Community Planning and Development Neighborhood Planning Initiative, and will supersede the Villa Park Neighborhood Plan and the West Colfax Plan. It will also update the guidance in Comprehensive Plan 2040 and improve it. Within the West Area Plan, the subject property is within the urban neighborhood context, and in the future placement is classified as local center. I'll quickly note here that I made a mistake in the staff report, and instead of local center, we classified it as high medium. So I'll correct that before I take it to the analysis. Local center is defined as primary provider for commercial and retail activities like dining, entertainment, and shopping. It might also include residential uses and employment opportunities. The proposed URH 2.5 zone district allows for multiple residential buildings forms up to 2.5 stories in height. Therefore, the proposed URH 2.5 zone district is consistent with the direction given in the West Area. Moving on to criteria number 2 and 3, staff also finds that the requested rezoning meets the next two criteria. The rezoning will result in uniformity of district regulations. It will further the public health, safety, and welfare, primarily through its implementation of adopted land use plans. The proposed rezoning will also facilitate increased housing density near services and amenities that promote walkable urban neighborhoods within walking distance to public transit. The application identified the changing conditions north of the property along West Corridor light rail line to justify circumstances. There has been increased redevelopment in Villa Park and West Colfax neighborhoods. A significant investment in infrastructure has occurred around the NOX RTD light rail station. This increase in the intensity of land use in the area has created additional need for higher intensity residential uses, like those allowed in the RH 2.5 zone. Also, as discussed before, Urban Denver mapped this site as high-medium future placement, consistent with the proposed URH 2.5. Therefore, the proposed map amendment is justified in order to recognize the change character of the land. Lastly, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the urban neighborhood complex, row house 2.5 zone district representative. Staff does recommend the planning board recommend approval of the proposed rezoning based on finding all review criteria.
Thank you, Fran. Is there an applicant presentation?
Yes.
Welcome. I'll give applicants 6 minutes in total, and if there are multiple speakers, you can divide that time however you like. You can just start with your name and address for the record, please.
I don't know why I changed the formatting, but it's your same.
Oh, it is. Okay. Hi, my name is Steve Ferris. My address is 820 South Fillmore. Good to see some of you again.
I know you're quite soft-spoken, but there's a microphone here for those who are on Zoom that needs to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it means I should talk louder?
Yes,
I can't move
please.
that here, right? Okay. Right. My name is Steve Ferris, and reside at 820 South Fillmore Street. And I wanted to say thank you for your time today. Good to see a lot of you again. We really appreciate Fran's work on this. We agree, of course, on her recommendation of approval. We've been working with neighborhoods here. West Colfax, of course, was not interested. We spoke extensively with the Villa Park Neighborhood Association, and will continue to do so if they're of interest. I think the key thing that we wanted to let you know here, and be brief, are the two co-owners are here. They could speak to you as well if you have any questions. But we've been working with the West Area Plan consistently on this project for since last really March, and in touch with the planners, and we've always wanted to achieve consistency with it. Timing is not working out, but we believe when and if West Area Plan is adopted, we will also be consistent with that. That's really summarized. I can answer any questions you have. I don't think there's too much to add really about this. We're looking my client lives in the neighborhood. They know folks who have written the letters of support, and they're a simple single-family duplex, triplex in this case. And that's what they're interested in, is in this site. Any questions?
We'll come back with questions, so stay close if there are any. Thank you very much. All right, we'll now move to any public comment. We had nobody sign up in advance for public comment on this item. Is there anyone here in the audience? And if you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature who wants to give comment on this rezoning on North Knox Court. I'm seeing no hands in the room and no hands online. So we'll move to questions from the board to staff or the applicant team. And Jill?
Yes, we have someone there. I don't know if that's public comment or.
Oh, is there someone? Forgive me. Okay. All right.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you for the presentation. And I am wondering, I heard the community is more rental than housing, than homeownership. And just wondering about these homes. Will they be rental properties or, you know, for sale? Great. And what does the new plan? I know it hasn't been released yet, but how does this align with the new plan, the West Area Plan? What are some of the congruency points?
So the plan, like the maps are still changing, but it calls for more density than what they're asking for. Like it actually calls for, like, the last iteration that we saw, it was local center, that it's up to 3 stories. But in conversations with the West team, they were saying that that might go up to 5 stories because of how close it is to the station. So if anything, it would be more intensity actually than what they're requiring.
Thank you. I see Jordan and then Gosha and then Rachel.
Well, I'm Jill asked, I'm curious if I don't know what the timing was. I assume the plan, West Area Plan draft recommendation probably came after, but I'm wondering, given the intensity increase, not just building heights, but use intensity, if that ever came into discussion. And based on what I understand the local center, which is the most current recommendation from the West Area Plan, it wants or recommends sort of an active ground floor, retail, that sort of thing. Does the requested zoning allow for that?
So no, the RH 2.5 is not going to allow for the active ground floor, but again, that's like a recommendation of the plan, so it's not the zoning, so it would still be consistent with the higher intensity. And this area has been difficult for what we understand from the West Area Plan because it has a very high intensity in Denver, and there's been a lot of negotiation with neighbors because some of the RNOs want this to be lower intensity. So I think that there's been a lot of changes in what this should be. And one of our recommendations was actually to wait until West was approved to bring this case. But as you know, it's an applicant-driven process. So we thought, because it's not against the recommendations that we have right now, the plans that we have, the approved plans, and it's still consistent with what's coming from West.
On that note, there's a question. Joel, others in the room, are we allowed to use the West Area Plan and draft form as part of our decision making?
Yeah, that's an important clarification, and Andrew and I spoke about this. And add any color that you want. I'm grateful that the staff report included it as an FYI. It's not an adopted plan, so it's not our criteria yet, but I think it's important context. So one piece of advice I would have for the presentation is to not show the West Area Plan in the same list as adopted plans, but perhaps call it out as informational. Does that seem appropriate?
That does, yes, thank you.
Okay, next was Gosha.
Just a clarification, because I think I heard Triplex building form, or maybe even saw it in a report. Reading the zoning code, it looks like the only building form is allowed in the zone district that will allow for 3 units in the row house. That building form requires that all the units are side by side and they are facing the street.
I would have to double check, but I think so. Like on the top of my head, I would say yes.
Thank you.
Maybe we could just extend that to Mr. Ferris. Mr. Ferris, I think you said triplex when you were up here. Is that right?
Yeah.
Could you come up here? This really isn't about the criteria, but you mentioned triplex, and I too was curious about, given the size of the
I
lot.
don't want to design a project now. I might be just trying to understand how the building form, proposed building. I think I saw a triplex building form in a staff report, and there's not a triplex building form in the zoning code. The form that is in the zoning code is a row house. So I'm just trying to understand what form, how it applies in the zoning.
I agree with your take on what the zoning will allow. It's a row house form. I believe the triplex form, triplex term was thrown out there as an appreciation and a simplified way of telling the neighbors and others what was anticipated to be built there. A 3-unit project is really all it was intended when we threw that word out there.
Now I'm really tempted to design the project. Thank you.
I wanted to add, Gosia, that what you heard in the staff report was the guidance from the West Colfax. That I have it here. It says, development might progress initially from residential additions and rehabilitation of additional village houses and conversion of single-family structures to duplex, triplex, and quads. So it's language from the plan. It doesn't say this.
Rachel.
Thank you. Could you talk a little bit more on your thoughts of consistency with the Villa Park plan? Struggling, and this is a hard situation when we have a plan from 1991 and not yet adopted plan. Some of what I'm seeing, and I just want to hear your response a little bit. Some of what I'm seeing is a call for actually down zoning much of Villa Park. Plan. So just wanted to see staff's perspective on it.
So in general, when we have, it's more of a conflict when we have only one plan that it's very old and gives us a guidance that is like, we don't want any density, we don't want any development. In this case, we have so many plans that say the same thing that were done later on. So we have Blueprint Denver that it's much more recent. The West Colfax plan is much more recent. So clearly the Villa Park plan was written before the station was there. So that's a huge reason why we think we should encourage more density in this area. And that's why we have this conflicting information between Blueprint Denver and Villa Park that it's saying. And again, we try to still, because we still are required to look at that, right? And there's nothing saying, we don't have a map the Villa Park neighborhood plan that says this should be single unit, but it's saying that it should be consistent with the neighborhood character. And we still think that being residential, it would still be consistent with the neighborhood character. So that's how we read it in general. And I don't know if you have anything to add, Andrew.
I don't, Fran. I think you characterized it well. We kind of look at the preponderance of plan guidance, and would tend to, I think, spend more time looking at newer plan guidance, especially that has been developed since the creation of the West Line.
Okay, any other questions? Mary.
I guess I just have one more point that I would appreciate some clarification on, and again, this is on the pending plan. During our last meeting when we previewed that plan, we talked about a desire to redistribute some of the density that Blueprint calls for along that corridor. And it's indicated in the draft plan that this is one of those areas where there's a refinement from Blueprint. Is this an area where the recommendation is higher than what Blueprint calls for? Yeah.
Well, it's different. It's not higher because Blueprint calls for high, medium residential, and what you saw is local center. And again, for what they're saying, it might go to local corridor, so it might go up to 5 stories, but it's something that still needs to go through the steering committee. Yeah. So I think it's a little different, and it goes a little bit to what Jordan was saying, like it might be more commercial oriented, but it's still a very residential area. So it's still going to have pockets of residential, like it's still, like if you look there, it's all those houses right now, they're all single.
Yeah. So. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for deliberations. Fred.
Yeah, thanks. I think that particularly given the
age of the existing small area plan and the updates that have gone on with it, it's pretty clear to me that this does meet the criteria. I wanted to make a couple of quick comments. One is that understanding the concerns about displacement, this zone district seems to me to be very appropriate in terms of incentivizing the construction of single-family for-sale stock. The description that Fran shared with us of a local center really would seem to imply an appropriate zone district or something more like an RX5 or an MX5. And those zone districts, as I think we all know, lend themselves very well to assemblage of large parcels and the construction of kind of commodity apartment buildings. So I think it strikes me that the applicant's been in a way very respectful of the existing neighborhood context, which I think is worth noting. It does raise an interesting question in relation to a conversation that we've been having on this board about legislative rezoning of areas in conjunction with the adoption of small area plans. Because one does wonder, based on the information we have so far, and I realize that's still in flux, if the small area plan were to call this out as a local center and a legislative rezoning to follow of this area, it seems that that would lend itself to just a blanket rezoning of an MX or an RX5. And it does seem that that might be problematic with regards to some of the concerns about displacement, et cetera. And so I think it's worth noting because that is an ongoing conversation and it raises some interesting questions, I think, to consider as that conversation moves forward. And I also just want to highlight that, as I recall, there was a comment about this property having been rezoned into a single unit district that allowed ADUs. And I want to highlight that the RH does also, as I understand it, allow ADUs, which promoting that idea of single family houses that might accommodate larger extended families, et cetera. So I will be in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan. So some related thoughts to what Fred was getting at. I do wonder that if the West Area Plan that is yet to be adopted is to be adopted with either the intensity of use and type of use, future place type that it currently has, or greater, which seems to be the potential, and this followed that, this is hypothetical, Grant, whether we would feel that this rezoning fit plan guidance. I think, from my perspective, it wouldn't, which I think is kind of unfortunate, because, these are single-family homes. They may or may not turn over. If that plan doesn't, in fact, reflect community desire, or I think the plan called it Villa Park Downtown or something like that, kind of based on First and lead to the station, hence the local center thing, there's not going to be that many opportunities to achieve that on that corridor, assuming a lot of the single-family houses don't turn over. And this is the first one, and it's one of the absolute closest to the station. I've been in a position where what I'm saying, I grant, doesn't really matter all that much, because I do believe that based on current plan guidance, based on the plans that we can reflect this, again, it does meet that guidance. I just think it's unfortunate because I don't think it would have waited a few months.
Heidi and Rachel.
So I appreciate, Fran, you providing the answer to Rachel's question and the framework in which you used to come to the conclusion that although this application is not in conformance with the Villa Park plan, that it is generally in conformance with the rest of the documents and how you got there to recommend staff approval. I also appreciate the comment that you made about recommending that this application wait until the West Area Plan is complete. I would share that perspective with you as well, that it should wait until the West Area Plan is complete, because although we do have a preponderance of plans, as Fred had mentioned, that is in support of this project, and Fred, I do appreciate your thoughtfulness about what that future zoning could be over legislative rezone. I find myself looking at the current plans, the concerns about displacement in Denver, and the fact that we don't have an RNO that's in support of it, and thus I will not be in support of this application in this region.
Rachel?
I just wanted to respond to something Fred said about discussion around should rezoning and small area plans go hand in hand, and how that would create a problem in this instance. In my thinking, that is not an issue with that model. That's saying we need better nuance in the plan. And if the plan is not reflecting what should happen on this corner, then the plan needs refining, not necessarily that the zoning and the plan should go hand in hand. Another thing that I found interesting and just wanted to highlight, so I do think that the neighborhood opposition to rezoning, this context matters, is looking at this plan from 1991 and a number of the things that were called for in terms of investment in this community have not happened in 30 years, from trees to infrastructure to community spaces. And I think that's disappointing, and also colors why the neighborhood is fearful of and opposed to a change like this. I'm curious, thinking through the plans that are currently adopted, this conversation, I actually think it's a little bit confusing to have the discussion of the draft plan as part of this conversation. I think part of the reason it was included is because it's so close to being adopted. But to me, that starts getting squishy of like, okay, did we just start a planning process? Is it 3 months into the neighborhood planning process? Are we 9 months in? And like, when is the line of us considering the new plan versus, I mean, it's not a criteria, so we don't consider the new plan, but when do we factor that into the conversation versus not? Feels confusing, I think, for the public and for applicants. Candidly, I'm struggling whether or not, from my perspective, this is a criteria. Although I do think I hear Fred's points that from a neighborhood standpoint, for sale units, for sale, it also keeps you out of affordable housing PHA requirements. If one of those being affordable, as opposed to 6 or 10 sale units on the site. Curious to hear others' perspectives.
And Joe, and then I'll take a turn.
Sure. So the things that I have heard to help analyze this, that the this rezoning is applicant driven. It feels as if they've done the interpolation, if that's the word, between the old plan, the comp plans, maybe the essence of the new plan, and what they landed on is missing meadow row houses. That there is not currently a plan to do a legislative rezoning, even as much as we would like it, or that it might make sense. And so if they were to wait till spring for the applicant to come back, they may present the same thing. And so even though we'd like to see something different, it may not happen. And so what we are looking at is this applicable? I've heard that it's high medium. Is that correct, Fran? The terminology high medium you used.
High medium is like from Blueprint Denver.
Blueprint Denver is the okay. It seems that with what we have, this fits the criteria. And we're maybe trying to fit it against something we'd like to see, but this is what we have. I heard about the potential fears of displacement from community commentary, and I feel that it's less of a threat than if it was perhaps moving to RX5 to MX5. I don't have enough information to analyze that. But it does meet the criteria for comprehensive plan, Blueprint Denver. The old plans, maybe not so much, but it feels like a fit for me.
So for you, the call for high, medium residential density RH2.5 seems to fit that?
I believe so. What, are you feel differently?
When I think of high to medium density, I don't think RH2.5, but push back up.
What do you think?
I think of like at least a 5 stories.
Okay.
If we're talking high to medium, in my mind, that's at least 5 stories. On 2 fairly busy arterials.
And so here's my question. As the planning board, do we dictate what happens on this plot, making it RX5, MX5, or what have you that Fred shared? Or does the council person do that in legislative? If not, if an applicant comes along with a design or a concept, is that okay? Can that fit? But that's my question.
Yeah, so it seems like some of our discussion is around the general topic of if plan guidance is, in some sense, this much, and right now the existing zoning is much less than that in some way, heights, allowable densities, etc. And what's applied for in terms of a new zoning is greater than what exists, but not as much as a plan could support. Does that meet plan guidance? And I think we see this all the time. An area might have plan guidance for 8 stories and somebody applies for a 5-story. In this case, we have existing plan guidance in the West area plan that's been there for quite a lot of years now, 2006, that calls for 1 to 5 stories. And the block next door we've rezoned to URH 2.5. And a portion of a block right behind this we've rezoned to URH 2.5, finding that it's moving in that direction. It's not achieving the full vision of that plan. So for myself, with regard to conforming with existing adopted plans, I don't see an issue, but it is one of these, that's a lot of years that we've been envisioning up to 5 stories next to the rail and not achieving it. So that's not a knock on this rezoning. It's leading into what Fred was talking about. One of the many recommendations in Blueprint Denver is that we pair area plan adoption with legislative rezoning as much as makes sense. And we haven't practiced that yet. I mean, there have been some legislative rezonings recently, especially for ADUs in some neighborhoods, including this one. But this tick-tock cadence of new plan, you have the whole community together, you just spent a couple years coming to consensus, memorialize that in the plan and actualize it into zoning in short order. We haven't got that tick-tock going yet. There may be some of that after the West area plan adoption, but I don't know how much. And in areas like this, we're hearing from the RNO concerns about displacement. Would rezoning right around the stations exacerbate that sense of threat? Okay, it's the community's 20-year vision, but to catch up the zoning right away, this is something council is going to have to navigate. So we'll see if that legislative rezoning comes forward. But on this particular matter, I don't think there's a question as to plan compliance. I did want to acknowledge that we got the letters of support attached to the application, as well as the 4-3 vote against from the Villa Park Neighborhood Association. And it was interesting that note did call out that if 2 units was built here, like a duplex, well, 2 units is allowed now, a house and an ADU, not that big of a difference. And I think they were bringing that up to challenge the notion this will allow more housing, will allow different housing. I think looking forward, it seems like a row house could be built here on 6,000 square feet, if I understand correctly, or and/or if it were a duplex or row house, in the future, we have a package coming to us of text amendment for ADUs that would allow ADUs as accessory to duplexes or row houses. So this really could be this missing middle gentle density model, but it was a good observation by the neighborhood under the current allowances. Fred?
Just wanted to refer back to the blueprint in terms of the urban context, high medium, what the language actually says, just a mix of mid-scale multi-unit residential options. Some neighborhood serving mixed use may be appropriate, especially along arterial streets or at non-local street intersections. Buildings are generally up to 5 stories in height. Building heights and scaling help provide transitions to adjacent places.
So in the future, when, yeah. Okay. Any other discussion? Would someone like to make a motion? And Jeff?
Sure. All right. I move to recommend that City Council approve application 2022I 00145, rezoning 1085 North Knox Court from ESU D1X to URH 2.5, finding that the applicable review criteria have been met.
Second. It's been moved by Angela, seconded by Mary Beth. Discussion on the motion. I'll move to a roll call vote. Heidi?
No.
Jordan? Aye. Angel?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Mary Beth? Fred?
Aye.
Gosha? Aye. Rachel?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That passes 7-1. Thank you. Did I get the count right? 7-1, right, good. All right. We are now on to item 7 on the agenda. 8-1.
Yeah,
I voted aye as well. I couldn't see me.
You're right there.
All right, we're on to item 7 on the agenda. Official map amendment application 2022I 00178, rezoning of 3401 West 29th Avenue and 2945 North Julian Street from USUB to UMX2X. This is a public hearing. The public hearing is open. And over to Fran for the staff report. You're Fred.
No one would confuse us.
I look very tall.
Okay. Good afternoon again. My name is Fran Peñafiel, Senior City Planner with Planning Services. And now I'm going to present you an overview of the rezoning request for 3401 West 29th Avenue and 2945 North Julian Street. Once again, I'm going to go over the applicant's request, then I'll go over the location and context. After that, I'll quickly touch on the process to finally look at the review criteria from the Denver zoning code. Let's start with the request. This is an applicant-driven application requesting to change the zoning classification for 2 adjacent sites, one at 3401 West 29th Avenue and the second one at 2945 North Julian Street. The property at 29th Avenue is occupied by a 1 single-story building built in 1924 as a church. The property on Julian Street was built as a 1-story mid-century church in 1955. Both buildings are contributing structures in the Allen M. Ghost Historic Landmark District, which means that they have significant protections in place to preserve the existing structures. The applicant is requesting to rezone to facilitate the redevelopment of the properties that is consistent with the recommendations of the adopted plans. Now that we know what the applicant is requesting, let's take a quick look at where is the subject site, where are the subject sites, and what is the surrounding context. Subject properties are located in Council District 1 in the West Highland neighborhood. As mentioned before, the subject properties are currently zoned USUB. Actually, I haven't mentioned that before. The subject properties are currently zoned USUB, which is single unit residential district, allowing urban houses with a minimum sold lot size of 4,500 square feet. The surrounding properties are zoned USUB1 and USUA1, which are residential protected districts. Oh, I can speak a little, yeah, sure, I'll speak louder. Did that work?
you like to pull the chair up here?
Sure. I can hear pretty well right here. Here's a good spot. Just talk louder. I'll talk as loud as I can, and feel free to move closer. Okay. Sorry about that. The surrounding properties are zoned USUB1 and USUA1, which are residential protected districts. If the subject properties are rezoned to UMX2X, they will be subject to all protected district standards, including additional setbacks and use limitations. No worries. The current land use of the site is public quasi-public. While the structures were built as churches, the building on West 29 Avenue hasn't been used as a church for about 20 years. Instead, it has supported commercial uses and has also been utilized for public quasi-public uses such as music school, charter preschool, therapy practice, a yoga studio, and a massage studio. The property has also hosted many community events. The building to the north of Julian Street also hosts community events and has been used as a church recently. As I mentioned before, the properties are part of the Allen M. Ghost Historic Landmark District. Given that both buildings are contributing structures in the landmark district, there are significant protections in place to preserve the existing structures. These protections ensure the historical, architectural, geographical, and cultural importance of these structures are protected through landmark design and demolition review. This slide shows what the subject sites look like. The buildings are separated by an alley and embedded in an established residential neighborhood. Here are included some of the images of the houses surrounding the sites, so you can get a feel of the residential character of the area. Now that we understand the context of the subject site, let's take a quick look at the rezoning process. Informational notice of the application was sent on November 15, 2022. Planning board notice was sent out on January 17, 2023. And currently, City Council public hearing is tentatively set for April 3rd, 2023. Today, staff has received one letter of support from Strong Denver, a citywide registered neighborhood association, and one letter of opposition from a neighbor who expressed concerns that the development of these sites will increase traffic, decrease availability to parking, decrease safety, increase crime, noise, and pests. The applicant went through a 2-year community engagement process with neighbors and the RNO and finally came to an agreement that the owner has already signed and the RNO is planning on signing next week in the community meeting. The applicant will be able to answer any further questions of the outreach and the community support after the presentation. Now moving on to review criteria in the Denver Zoning Code. For a rezoning to be recommended for approval by Planning Board, it must be found that the request map amendment is consistent with 5 review criteria found on the Denver Zoning Code. Our role as staff planners is to evaluate the requested district, in this case the UMX2X, against these 5 criteria. The first criterion is consistency with adopted plans. Our adopted plans are the culmination of multiple years of extensive neighborhood, community, and business outreach, and often provide guidance on how the area should grow and or change in the future. There are 2 plans applicable to this rezoning. We have Comprehensive Plan 2040, and we have Blueprint Denver. Let's start with Comprehensive Plan 2040. As stated in the staff report, the rezoning is consistent with several goals in the Comprehensive Plan 2040. The requested map amendment will enable adaptive reuse of 2 structures at an infill location where services and infrastructures are already in place. The requested UMX2X zone district broadens the variety of uses, allowing residents to live, work, and play in an area well served by transportation mobility options. Therefore, the rezoning is consistent with Denver Comprehensive Plan 2040 recommendations. Now looking at Blueprint Denver, the subject property is mapped as part of the urban neighborhood context in Blueprint Denver. The subject property is mapped as residential low in the future place map. The residential low classification includes land uses and built forms that are predominantly 1 and 2 unit, though many areas are mostly 1 unit. Neighborhood serving retail might be found in some key locations, and where limited mixed use can occur along arterial and collector streets, as well as where commercial uses have been already established. Vacant institutional uses on corners or selected sites might be appropriate locations to introduce additional residential intensity. Buildings are generally up to 2.5 stories in height. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the Future Places map because the subject site has historically been non-residential. It's embedded in a 1 unit and 2 unit residential area and is located along an arterial street. The proposed UMX2X zone district is a mixed-use zone district that is calibrated for neighborhood serving retail. The subject property is located within all other areas of the city, which are anticipated to see around 20% of new housing growth and 10% of new employment growth by 2040. The proposed map amendment to UMX2X is consistent with this map because it will enable compatible adaptive reuse of the existing structure for this location to support continued viability of the existing buildings. Blueprint Denver has additional specific policies that are applicable to this request. The proposed rezoning is consistent with these Blueprint Denver policies because it will facilitate adaptive reuse of 2 important historic structures by allowing additional compatible uses. Moving on to criteria 2 and 3, staff also finds that the requested rezoning meets the next 2 criteria. The rezoning will result in uniformity of district regulations, and it will further the public health, safety, and welfare, primarily through its implementation of adopted land use plans. The proposed UMX2X zone district will allow for redevelopment in a manner that will preserve the existing structures while providing additional neighborhood serving amenities, thereby providing residents more opportunities to live, work, and play within their neighborhood. The application identifies the changing conditions such as adopted plans in the justifying circumstance. As discussed above, Blueprint Denver provides new guidance that encourages individual rezonings to institutional uses to facilitate adaptive reuse. The plan was adopted after the date of approval of the existing zone district. There has also been redevelopment in the Sloan Lake and West Highland neighborhoods, and significant investment in infrastructure has occurred on West 29th Avenue in the form of new bike lanes extending from Sheridan Boulevard to downtown Denver. This increase in the intensity of land use in the area has created additional need for neighborhood serving commercial services like those allowed in the UMX2X zone district. These changing conditions make continued commercial uses appropriate at this site. Therefore, the proposed map amendment is justified in order to recognize the changing character of the land. Lastly, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the urban neighborhood context mixed-use 2X zone district purpose and intent. The staff does recommend that Planning Board recommend approval of the proposed rezoning based on all review criteria.
Thank you very much. Is there an applicant presentation?
Yes, and he is online. He's not feeling well, so he didn't want to bring the germs.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to be moving on his slides for him.
Who are we inviting up?
Bruce O'Donnell.
Bruce O'Donnell.
Hello, this is Bruce. Can the board hear me?
Yes, we can. This is going to work very well. You'll have 6 minutes if you'd start with your name and address for the record and introduce anyone else who will be presenting with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Planning Board. This is Bruce O'Donnell. I'm the owner's representative, and I'm at 825 East Spear Boulevard in Denver. And my apologies for not being there in person today. I've caught a bug and I'm kind of hacking and wheezing, so I'm sparing you from enduring that. And I'll be joined this afternoon by Paul Tamburello, who is the owner of the properties subject to the rezoning request. Thank you, Fran, for the excellent staff report. And this slide that's up right now is just an aerial view of the intersection of 29th and Julian and the 2 historic churches that are requesting the rezoning to UMX2X. Fran, if you could advance the slide, please. Today, the property is owned single-use residential, but because they're churches, as Fran mentioned, they've been used for many other uses over the years. The Julian site is being used today as a church, but the other one has a lot of commercial use, office, yoga studio, that type of thing. And so it's been integrated into the neighborhood for some time, not residential and not as a church, but as kind of a little bit of a mixed use project anyway. Both buildings are contributing structures to the landmark district, so any exterior alterations would be subject to landmark review, and they are protected from demolition. Next slide, please. There is, the staff report said, and Fran did a great job on this, there's lots of plan support for this, and in particular, the UMX 2X zone district is designed for instances exactly like this, where it's appropriate to have some community serving services and retail type opportunities that at a site that's embedded in a neighborhood, which is not allowed by the SU district as we know today. And then this also promotes adaptive reuse and historic preservation. Thank you. Next slide. We have had extensive community engagement. I'll let Paul address this in more detail. We've had numerous discussions with the West Highland Neighborhood Association and with a group of immediate neighbors. We gained valuable feedback and input. We've signed a protective covenant that limits the uses that would otherwise be allowed in the zoning, and also put some limitations on operations in response to neighborhood input that could not be achieved through just zoning. And we look forward to getting that wrapped up with the Neighborhood Association next week. Here's a letter of support that came in from a neighbor just across the street as well. And so we're proud that we've reached consensus with the neighbors that were assigned by the RNO to work through this with us over the course of a couple years. Next, please. That's it. We want to be brief. We request that Planning Board recommend approval to Denver City Council for application 2022 I-00178, rezoning 3401 West 29th and 2945 North Julian Street from USUB to UMX2X. And I'm available to answer questions should the Planning Board have any. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now move to public testimony. We have 2 people who signed up in advance and several people who've signed up since the meeting started. If I could ask you to move to this table. Stay right close. Thanks so much. All right. So the first 2 names that I have, and then we'll call on folks because we didn't get names for some of the folks in the neighborhood, in the room. We'll start with Alexis Hamilton and Lauren Siebert. Alexis is online. Okay, great. Alexis, if you can, could you unmute and let us know you're there?
Yeah, can you all hear me okay?
Yes. If you'd start with your name and address for the record, you will have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Patrick Hamilton. I'm actually Alexis's husband, and we wanted to call in because we've got a young girl here who's just a couple months old, and therefore we didn't feel comfortable coming in person. But I just wanted to highlight the reason we moved into this neighborhood. And those reasons look something like it's got a warm feel, it's incredibly quiet, and it feels like a neighborhood. There's 32nd Street, just a couple of blocks north, that sort of entertains and provides food and some other services that the neighborhood utilizes. But the reason we veered off of that street was to protect our family, was to protect sort of the comfort and quietness of our own home. And the proposition put forth disrupt that pretty meaningfully. The only thing that I would comment on that was just covered was the community engagement and what the building is currently being used for. It's true that one of the buildings is not currently being used as a church, but to allude to the idea that that building is being used for similar types of businesses or services that might go into that building is unfair. Things like daycares or small quiet groups is how that building is currently being utilized, not for commercial purposes, not for businesses, and not for large amounts of foot traffic. So I think that's probably my time, but we just wanted to attend and let you all know from a new early family's perspective what makes this neighborhood so attractive and unique right now.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Lauren Siebert. We see you online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I just wanted to call in. I've been a part of the communications between the neighbors and with the developer, and I would just like to say I support the subject to the covenants that were signed, this redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have folks in the room, and unfortunately we didn't get all the names. So if you are here to speak, could you raise your hand? Yes, and we'll take, all right, we'll take all of you, and how about I just go sort of left to right here, so starting in the front. Oh.
Yeah, we're kind of coordinating that works for.
Certainly. Yeah, if you come up to the podium here. Yeah. Each person will have up to 3 minutes, and Andrew here is our timekeeper. So if you start with your name and address for the record.
My name is Jordan Abramson. I'm at 3418 West Hayward Place. And like the individual who spoke before me, I agree with the applicant. I agree with the application subject to the covenants being put in place that will restrict the permitted uses within the new zoning. Without those covenants, I would strongly oppose and would venture, I guess, and as you can see, evidenced by the number of neighbors that are here willing to speak, that without those covenants, I think this would be a much different story. But with those covenants, do not oppose.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back.
Hi, my name's Eddie Skirmahorn. I live at 3377 West Hayward, so catty corner to the Julian Street Church. Like a few of the other people who've spoken, I've been involved with discussions with the developer since the beginning, and just wanted to clarify a few things. I think it was mentioned in the presentation that the developer has signed the covenant, which is accurate. The neighborhood association is going to vote on the covenant on the 7th, so they're putting that to a vote. It's not confirmed whether they're going to sign it or not. Our hope is that the covenant is supported, and we support the rezoning with the covenant. A few other things I would just like to mention, just for the record. It was mentioned in the presentation that the churches haven't been used for 20 years. That's also inaccurate. They were used as churches until 2020 and received state funding for historic preservation as an ongoing church use right before they sold. I believe that was in 2019. So they have been used as churches. And then another thing I just want to point out for the record too is combine the structures which are protected as contributing historic structures, total 17,000 square feet, which is a significant amount of square footage to drop in as commercial use into a truly residential context. And they have really no parking or realistic ability to add parking on site because of their historic nature. So these are the things that led us to engage with the developer. We're thankful that he stuck with us for these conversations for 2 years, and we came to these covenants that we hope to cement on the 7th, and that makes us comfortable moving forward with rezoning. But without that, I've talked to many neighbors, and I think there'd be resounding opposition to the rezoning from the perspective of the neighborhood. without the covenants. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thanks for having us here. I'm Jennifer Stokes. I live at 3353 West Hayward Place, so not a near neighbor, but a neighbor on that same block. The one piece of context I would just like to add, in addition to the state historic funds that were invested in the church in order to maintain it as a historic property, is that the other supporting Strong Denver, supporting RNO, is actually only if it is creating housing. And so that is not our understood intention of this, that it will go into commercial, and so I think that should also be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Very much. Next. Yes, please.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Ruth Abbott. I live with my husband on 3355 West 29th Avenue. And I was just...
Yeah. You see yourself. Does it have the view up the nose? We try to get it.
And we moved into the neighborhood in 1989. Moved into our home in 1989, and at that time we had Denver International Airport. It's not Denver International Airport, it's State of Missouri, and we were on the flight path where all the airplanes flying over. And I'm amazed, still amazed, that church is still standing. All the jets flying over our house, just right over our heads. When they built DIA, our neighborhood changed. Became a really nice place to live. It wasn't a bad place to live then, but West 32nd Avenue, Julian, our whole entire neighborhood was pretty much run down or on the way of just being closed storefronts. Now it's open again. And people have built homes in there. That's why we designated, worked hard to get a historical designation for our neighborhood here, that we would also see what happened south of us, where all of those beautiful old homes were being torn down and building mansions and multi-family dwelling units, multi-story dwelling units. Our fear is that we have no parking in our neighborhood as it is. We have garages, so we do have off-street parking. But any addition to or any commercial use on these two buildings that, once again, true enough, it has been used as a church as long as I've lived there by different religious organizations, but still as a church, primarily for the community. I'm opposed to changing what we already have established as a high-density residential urban neighborhood. We don't have a bus that runs in front of our home anymore. That bus is going to be rebuilt at 26 and or West 32nd Avenue. We used to have a bus that would actually go straight up 29. That's gone. So I don't see where Paul is suggesting that we do have mass transit on our street. We don't have any. We'd have to walk blocks to get to a bus stop. Just saying. So thank you. That's it. I've only got 10 seconds left. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm told that we have one speaker online, so we'll pick that person up and then come back to the room. And I'm going to get this name wrong, and please tell me how to pronounce your name correctly. Weiswan Schilling.
Hi, my name is Wei Shen. People know me as Shelly. My property is on 3369 West Hayward. So I'm the part of the 200-footer. I just want to be on here and say that I agree with the first commenter. Myself and my husband moved from Lower Highland to West Highland because of the quiet neighborhood vibe, where we think we can safely raise our kids. They can ride the bike on the street right now. They play in the front yard all the time. People here walking on the street, we all know each other. We respect each other's property. My biggest fear from this applicant is that he has a very successful record on restaurant history. And I don't know if I've been pretty sure that I will change the neighborhood vibe immediately. So I don't know if that is really the best usage. I understand that we have these properties that need to figure out the usage for them while they're in the transition, but I just don't know if a food and beverage business is the best fitting for the neighborhood. And plus, with his record, this is going to draw a lot of traffic. I used to live right next to Linger before it was even open. We were on Umatia Street. We see the side street traffic just ramp up for people going up and down looking for parking, making a UE on a very tight street. These are just the concerns that I have for the rezoning. I appreciate that during the last 2 years, people are working on with us to try to see if there is a middle ground. I'm glad that we, kind of meet in the middle, but I still have concern, and I still think that that's not the best usage for the space. And that's just all I want to say here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now return in the room. Ma'am, would you like to do that?
Well, I didn't prepare much because my friend called me and says, this is happening. And I lived there since 92 at 3467 West 29th. So I knew all the neighbors. I knew a lady and a gentleman who went to the little church when it was a church. I'm a very curious person. I like to meet people, so I met a lot of the church people in different years, and there were several, I think. I can't remember how many, but most of them were great. I go visit there. I'm a member of the Highlands Methodist, so they wanted me to join every minister I met. I said, well, I'm a Methodist, but I'll take part in whatever you have. And there were concerts I went to. There were events in the basement of the bigger church. And and I even threw a big party, and I can't remember what year, in the basement, because I had a jazz coffee house once, and for some birthday of mine, I thought I'd invite all the jazz people in town because I knew them. We had a great time. They wanted me to continue renting that and throwing, but it was too much work for one person. So let me see, where am I going with this?
You have about 1 minute left.
Huh?
You have about 1 minute left.
Okay. The little church is beautiful inside. Some of the additions are not as nice, but I've been in there since the last Presbyterian minister and his wife and a bunch of people, redid some of the rooms and everything. Not in the main church is very tiny, but they added on. Once it was a child care center, and that was wonderful. I didn't have any small children, but it was the parking lot. Cars were always coming and going and taking kids out, and I thought, what a wonderful place, maybe if it's possible to, of course, well, I'm objecting mostly because I've known it so long. Woo! No.
So we got that you're.
I don't want any change. No restaurants. Okay. No. I heard a word in the thing. Demolition of something.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you comfortable giving us your name for the record?
Oh. Karen Nielsen.
Karen, thank you very much. Up next in the room.
Hi, my name is Andy Murtha, and I live at 3368 West Hayward Place, your neighbor. I just wanted to reiterate that I'm confident that the team that's working on the covenants will came to an agreement, but I do want you to understand that the neighborhood has not voted in support of that yet. So we'd like, this group to understand that we're kind of in a limbo right now. It's not a done deal that we're supporting it. And I just also wanted to just point out two things. The church was built the church on 29th was actually built in 1897, not 1924. It has 2 additions, so it has a robust landmark history that is important to maintain. And also, again, the church, it was used as a church until 2020. And all of those uses that were discussed, the daycare, the yoga, those are all allowable uses, as I understand it from the zoning code, in a church. And that's what they were part of. It was the church yoga, the church daycare, or agreements with. It wasn't separate individual businesses. It wasn't being used. It hasn't been used in the way that it's like a small business hub. It was all part of that church. And that's all we've got.
Thank you very much. Next.
My name is John Grosbeck, and I own 3412 West Hayward Place, and we support the work that Eddie and Lauren's been doing. So if it goes that way, I would support. However, and I don't know if this is the forum, but because I'm about a 10-footer, the side of the church looks right down in my yard. So at whatever appropriate time that I get plans on anything that can be structurally changed, particularly as it relates to windows or anything like that, I'd just like to go on record and ask for direction from this group or wherever that I be consulted and talked to if there's any plans of changing the structure.
Very much. Next.
My name is Chuck McCoy, and we live on 3438 West Hayward Place. So we're within that 200-foot closeness zone, I guess. And again, the talking about the covenant, we haven't signed that yet, and so I think you can probably understand a little bit our trepidation about that. I really want to see that go through. And even with that signed, and if this does go up zone, I just want you to become aware of some of the situations that will still happen. And one of the big things is parking. We have friends here right behind us who live across the street, and they don't have a garage, so they have to park in their house. And they're a little bit older than I am, so if that is a problem, sometimes they might have to walk 3 blocks away or something. So I think that is a consideration. Also, the churches, the alley between it, it's a high ramp hill kind of aspect. And so in wintertime, especially now, if you want to drive on, you can see the little glacier we have going on right there. And the parking, so to speak, is more like a kind of little indentation in the backyard of the church, and the legend is for 3 spaces. And I think it's just remarkable that all this is happening when there's only 3 designated spaces that probably won't even be used because it's just it's only across the alley. And we're just anticipating there'd be a lot more alley use that will come. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Yes, please. Welcome.
Thank you for hearing me. Eddie Elsh, and we live across the street from Chuck, 3429 West Hayward. And I'm very concerned about the parking. On 30th, it's wall to wall. And right now, our neighborhood really doesn't have to fight for the parking. But I think with the restaurants coming in and people being there from 7 to 9 or 8 o'clock, it's going to be bad parking. And sometimes we're gone at night. We leave maybe 6:30. And if we come home before 9, there's no way for us to find a parking place. And if we've got the snow and the rain and whatnot, we have to park maybe 2 or 3 blocks over. You know, we're in our 80s and we have to come back home. And so that really does concern us. We don't have a garage. And the way people's attitudes are today, it's very easy to get in a sidewalk rage, you know, where people end up fighting. And nowadays there's guns and stabbings and whatnot. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's our concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room come to testify for this? We'll just take each person once. All right, I'm not seeing anyone else in the room, so we're going to go to questions from Planning Board to anyone who's spoken, the applicant, staff, or anyone who's spoken. And just in all of our rezoning hearings, we have criteria, the 5 criteria that staff presented. That is what we'll be evaluating whether or not it gets our recommendation to City Council. So you'll hear our questions, you'll hear our deliberation, focus on whether it meets the criteria. All right, questions. We'll start with Angel, and then I saw Rachel, Mary, and Gosha.
Thank you, Joel, and thank you for the presentations and for everyone that came down here and spoke online. Can tell you're passionate about your community. I have a question, and maybe I just did not see it. Fran, probably for you. We considered guidance from Comp Plan 2040 and Blueprint Denver. Is there not a small area plan? I see. Not one in the works or any of that kind of stuff.
I don't know. I don't think so, right?
I'll look that up real quick and circle back.
Okay, yeah, I just wondered, then how do you glean what the community wants or what, what vision there is? And I guess that's my next question. Does this community generally rely on covenants and community engagement to get to what an MPI would do?
I don't know how to answer to that.
There's a gentleman back there with the hand up. Do you want to speak at the, I'm sorry.
If you want more context on the covenants, this was something that was new to us. We worked with WINA, the West Highlands Neighborhood Association. Unfortunately, we kind of were late in reaching an agreement on the covenants. We agreed as a small group on the covenants themselves. The developer has signed them. We haven't had a chance yet to fully bring it to the neighborhood. I'm personally confident that we can get the neighborhood support there. It helps, solve a lot of the issues you've heard, but maybe not fully. So that's where things stand on the covenant. So we were kind of guided to the idea of the covenant conversations with WINA and Council in Sandoval.
So the vote is sort of the neighborhood signing, or has the small core group signed on behalf of the neighborhood?
The covenant is between WINA and the developer, and WINA is going to sign the neighborhood. WINA, my understanding, is going to sign it with an affirmative vote from the attending members on the 7th.
WINA is the RNO?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that all? All right. Rachel.
I had 2 questions. One is for staff. Why is it zoned USUV?
Sorry?
Why is it zoned USUV? That seems surprising. It seems to me that, you could either have a PUD or have been, do you have any context of why the history of it being zoned to a residential and it's clearly a historic site for the church?
I don't have the history behind, and maybe Andrew does, but in general, that's very common. Like churches, because we normally have the public quasi-public uses in residential, embedded in residential districts, so that's very common. I don't know if there's a reason, like a historic reason of why that happened. I don't know if you know, Andrew, but
So some of these uses, like churches and elementary schools and stuff, customarily found within neighborhoods, are among the allowed uses in our low-scale residential districts.
So it was probably a blanket rezoning for that whole block that the church got absorbed into.
Actually, yes, in a sense, but also this is normal, right? If you look around the city, your embedded elementary schools and churches that are within a neighborhood have the same zoning as the rest of the neighborhood. We don't have a church zoning or a school zoning.
that's one thing that I wanted to clarify about someone mentioning in the comments about the church zoning. Like that's not a zoning, so it's just that the USUB allows for the use of a church, the use of a daycare, all the uses that have been happening in these churches are allowed by the USUB.
Got it. That makes sense. I just didn't know if the site was specifically rezoned to that purpose, but all that makes sense. Now, and then this is a question for the applicant. I heard some concern among folks that were testifying today that maybe the RNO doesn't sign on to these development restrictions, but a developer on their own, whether or not the RNO signs off on it, could agree to these restrictions on their own. It seems to me that would assuage some of the near neighbor concern about the development if they knew from the developer that the developer is committed to those restrictions regardless of what WINA does. Bruce or Paul, is that something that you all can commit to? I mean, obviously you've already signed it.
Bruce, do you want to give any more context to?
Sure. This is Bruce O'Donnell, and we might have had a Zoom glitch. The owner, Paul Tamburello, was signed up to speak remotely and is standing by waiting.
Okay, we didn't have him on the list, but we're happy to give 3 minutes there. So is that appropriate, Rachel, or do you want to get your question first? Okay.
And if Paul is able to speak, he's probably the best person to address Rachel's question too.
Okay. Paul, we didn't have you in the applicant time, and apologies, there was any confusion on that. So you can just continue, take 3 minutes, and then if you answer this question along the way, great. Otherwise, we can call on you for a question separately.
Okay, great. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Well, first of all, thank you all, Planning Board, for being here today and your time, and the CPD staff for their report, and also all the neighbors who've taken the time to come out, those in support and those not in support. It takes everybody to make a neighborhood work. Yes, we did agree that we would move forward with executing a covenant regardless of the support from the neighborhood that came up early in our negotiations with them. And so I hope that answers that question. We have worked, with the neighborhood to craft protections that they desire to create, predictability for them, which I believe is at the end of the day what everybody is really looking for. We look forward to investing in and revitalizing these beautiful old historic structures. I think that's kind of what we love to do at Generator, and these are just beautiful buildings. Also wanted to mention that while the collective square footage of all of it is around 17,000 square feet, we have agreed in the covenant to limit any food and beverage use to only 1,200 square feet, with also the limitation of a specific cooking hood system that would only evacuate heat, so you can't do a full service restaurant there at all. So I just wanted to mention that, that was part of the negotiation and the covenant. Also limited any liquor license to just beer and wine in the covenant as an agreement. So I'd like to request that the Planning Board recommend approval to City Council for rezoning of 3401 West 29th Avenue and 2945 North Julian Street from USUB to UMX2 with covenants to follow. And I live, by the way, Paul Tamburello at 2448 West 32nd Avenue.
Thank you very much. All good? All right, Mary.
My question is for Fran, and just a point of clarification. In the report today, you talked about 1 letter of opposition and 1 letter of support from an RNO. All I saw were 3 letters of support, including the one that came in today.
Check on that. I think that the other case was the one that had 1 letter of opposition. I don't think this one had a position. Let me double check. Oh yeah. So it's not from an RNO. That was my mistake. It was from a neighbor. So a neighbor that wrote a letter, and he was concerned with the increase in traffic. That letter should have been attached to the staff report, unless I received it on Monday. No? Okay, I'll make sure to send it to submit it. But so because we submit the staff report like last Wednesday, so maybe it came after that. So those was we normally put them on.
We had an additional letter today, but it was also in support. So
yeah, no.
Okay.
This one was the concerns were with parking and development of this site will increase traffic, decrease availability to parking, decrease safety, increase crime, noise, and pests.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me for right now.
Okay, I had Gosha and then Jordan.
Question. First one is about the Blueprint Denver. Because at the time, 2019, when the blueprint was updated, there's already existing users, whether commercial profiles or public users, already existed. Any background on why this wasn't mapped in that blueprint to reflect the users?
Because, as you know, our rezonings are applicant-driven, so there was no need, like no one was requesting at that time to change the use. So before, when it worked as a church, and I don't know, correct me if I'm not answering your question, but
well, in the map, in the blueprint Denver, it's zoned as a low residential, but at the time of blueprint, the uses already existed in those structures. So I wonder why it wasn't mapped accordingly to the existing uses structures.
I can speak to that. If it was in use as a church at the time, it would have been that would have been accommodated in the low residential future place guidance and blueprint, as is the case with zoning. So the blueprint guidance would not have changed from the low residential as a result of a church operate or a school or other uses allowed in the single unit zone districts.
So I guess there wasn't anticipated change at that location in 2019. That would have been mapped.
I can't speak specifically to the folks that were working on that, but I would assume that you're correct, that there was not an anticipated change known at that time.
I understand sometimes those changes this is too granular sometimes to a comprehensive plan, which I'm just wondering if there were any conversations of that blueprint at the time of the blueprint adoption 2018-19 and signal the changing capture okay. Thank you for that. The second question is about the covenant or the development agreement. The role of that agreement in our criteria and the deliberation. The way I understand it, it's a private agreement, right, between the developer, the property owner, and the RNO. So it's not recorded with the rezoning documents, and it's not factored in any way in the decision.
As far as I understand, and again, you're correct, like it doesn't have to do with our review criteria, so we kind of stay kind of on the sidelines on that. But it is, for what I understand, it's recorded with the land. So it goes with the deed. But we don't have a way of enforcing it. So we as city, we won't be enforcing the covenant, but it runs with the land.
So how is it recorded? What point? Can it be recorded at any point? Or is it somehow tied to those?
It's not tied to rezoning at all.
Okay, so at any point, anybody can record any kind of covenant. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan and then Heidi.
Just to clarify, because basically I have one of my questions. It's recorded with a deed, but there is no, including CPD, no agency with any ability to enforce it. Is that right?
That's us. far as I understand.
I imagine the counterparty to it would have to enforce it as a contract.
I can answer some of these questions.
If you would like to, come on up. If you could just reintroduce yourself.
Sure.
Jordan Abramson, 3418 West Hayward. I, along with Eddie, were part of the group of neighbors who were working with the developer on the covenant. I may forget some of the questions, but off the top of my head, please remind me if I miss anything. The covenant, first of all, is effective for 35 years. I think that's something that has not been mentioned. The idea is that it'll be recorded upon approval of a rezone at the city council level if the city council were to grant one. As far as enforcement mechanism, it would have to be, yes, it is between two private parties, so it would have to be WINA, the RNO, that would seek to enforce if the covenant were violated. So I think your question around would it become effective either way, as currently drafted, no. If the
Theoretically could be. If one
if-
voted it down and the immediately adjacent neighbor said, we still want these, you could create your own, or you could sign
well,
it.
if the owner of the property were willing to record it as such, then yes, they could be drafted in such a way. Yeah. But as it's currently and agreed upon, it would not be effective unless signed by both parties and the reason were granted. Did I cover everything? Thank you.
Another question. Just this comes up a lot in these conversations about parking. I was hoping you could just kind of, for the record, illuminate what would be required for any uses under the proposed zoning and what that means in terms of existing buildings.
Just looking at that, it would all depend on the use. So UMX2X, for example, I was trying to find here for food, like if they did a restaurant, I think it requires 4.5 parking spots per 1,000 square feet of area.
The overall question, I guess, being not, that the fact that it is a pre-existing building with essentially no parking currently doesn't exempt it from the fact that if it were used for other things under that zone, it still requires parking.
Unless it was an exemption that
I think there's an exemption for the age of buildings.
for like historic
Pre-existing
landmarks. Okay.
structures generally do not have to provide additional parking that is not already there. So I heard it said that it had 3 spaces. It would probably then be required to retain those 3 spaces.
Okay. And then I guess the last question is just about the historic district. It is a contributing building to a historic district, but it itself is not a historic structure. Is that?
It's not like a designated building, no. But because it is contributing, it has really, like, we double check that with landmarks, so we will make sure to do a full review. And it has enough restrictions that they would have to go through landmark review for any changes. They would not be allowed to change any of the exterior of the buildings. So we feel comfortable with there's no demolition allowed. And they could change the whole interior, but not the outside.
If I might add, one of the commenters did ask about how they could comment on changes to the building, and that would be any exterior changes to this are going to have to go before the Landmark Preservation Commission, and those are public hearings that invite comment from members of the public as well. So that would be the real opportunity to engage on those kinds of specific issues.
Closing the loop on that. Speaking of closing the loop, we had a question earlier about neighborhood planning in process. Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Joel. So you had asked whether there's a plan in progress for this particular location. There is not. This area is part of what we would call the far northwest area, which is several phases out in our current neighborhood planning initiative program. And actually, this kind of ties back to the question that Gosha had about identifying future uses. Those area planning processes are most often where we look at that granular level whether adaptive use may be an appropriate future consideration for an individual property. But this particular area is not currently under a planning effort, but will be in the future.
Heidi?
I have a question for the applicant, and while I do appreciate this question is not related to the decision and the criteria, I would like to have an answer. I appreciate the applicant's effort to work with the neighborhood on this restricted covenant, and Rachel's question, I would just like to ask the applicant that in the rare event that the RNO does not mutually sign the covenant, and assuming that this board approves and the city council approves this rezoning, would the applicant be willing to work with those who have shown up to speak today that have worked on this covenant to form another group to which then sign that covenant and have their the work that you've all done move forward?
How would the applicant team like to respond to that? Assuming that you can hear, I understand the
Yeah, as I understand it, this is Paul. As I understand it, the question is, would I be willing to go back to the table and negotiate further with some of the concerns that have been brought up? Is that correct?
No, that's not quite correct, Mr. Tamburello. The question is the existing covenant that you've negotiated and you're prepared to, you've already signed, that in the rare event, if the RNO did not sign it and you gain city council approval, would you be willing to sign it with another neighborhood entity that might be created amongst the group that is here in support of that covenant so that it could still be recorded against the land?
I guess I'd have to think about that, but I mean, the intention is I've already signed the covenant, and I guess if it had to be changed to a separate R&O that went into place later, I guess my initial answer would be yes, but I would have to think about that a little bit. I don't know if there's any unintended.
I thank you for that. That would be, I know I put you a bit on the spot with that question, but it wouldn't obligate you to anything further than what you've already agreed to. Just interested in the document that you've signed. And my hope is that the RNO is listening to the group of people that are here today that have worked so hard with you to get that covenant to a place that works for both you as the applicant as well as them in the neighborhood. And just greatly appreciate those efforts. That really is democracy in action. When you come together with the neighborhood to find a way forward for everybody. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just had a couple questions that'll tee this up for our deliberations. Fran, it's my understanding, just correct me if I'm wrong, among our mixed-use districts that allow more than just residential, they allow a variety of things, this UMX 2X is the most restrictive. It has the fewest number of uses, and those uses themselves have the most limitations of any mixed-use district in the zoning code. Okay, and in terms of zone district purpose and intent, as your staff report said, the intended use of this particular zone district is for embedded small sites within a neighborhood context. And then it probably doesn't apply here, but in the zoning code, we always have these oddities in neighborhoods, especially historic neighborhoods, where there was long ago the corner shop or the corner this or the corner that, the little something that was commercial embedded within a neighborhood, and then zoning was introduced later that didn't exist to begin with, et cetera, et cetera. So you end up with these non-residential structures embedded in residential neighborhoods, and quite often they get the same residential zoning. And the zoning code itself allows such a building to behave as if it's UMX 2X already. There's a 11.4.6 non-residential uses in existing business structures in residential zones. And it has a couple paragraphs of text here, but essentially says as long as it's a building that was built for business purposes, not residential purposes, that leaves a question as to what a church is, it's sort of neither, then you can behave as if it's UMX 2X and get permits. It takes special approval each time. So my sense, maybe this is a speech more than a question, is, this sort of illustrates that the zoning code acknowledges that these non-residential structures exist, and they should be able to do at least a few things towards making them useful rather than vacant buildings. That's also understand. Okay.
I think that you are also aware that the amount of rezonings that we have from vacant churches to commercial uses, like it's a trend. I think that we see it often enough that it's definitely a need that the city sees in, like utilizing these buildings.
So while it's a value of Denver to preserve structures and to find adaptive reuse, the number of times this is happening with churches is so frequent that it's actually called out specifically in Blueprint Denver, find adaptive reuses for churches as an example. Thank you very much. No other questions? I will close the public hearing and ask for deliberation. Mary and then Fred.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you everybody who came out to speak. It's always really impactful, and I'm very sorry that we are hearing this as a board before you guys have had a chance as an RNO to come to a conclusion on that. The first thing that I want to lift up, and I think this may be what you were getting at a little bit, Joel. I'm frustrated that there are these exemptions for churches and daycares and schools, which have huge traffic impacts and periodically have really significant parking impacts for the neighborhood. I assume that they're sort of exempted and allowed under this residential umbrella because they are intended to serve the people within the neighborhood. But I would argue that, the restaurant that's in my neighborhood has the same function. And so that feels a little bit like an arbitrary distinction to me that I'm frustrated that we're sort of caught in between like worthy use versus business, which I think is also a worthy use. And then just the other thing that I wanted to elevate and maybe ask for a little bit of thought from our partners at CPD. I'm just curious where we are on the RNO sort of revamping, because the one sort of RNO in support of this that we had is from a citywide RNO that had the exact same vote count and the exact same comment as for another application that was in front of us today in a completely different part of the city. And I think when we hear something is from an RNO, we assume that it's representative of the neighbors in that area. So this idea of having a citywide organization that can just throw these blanket statements out, unless you do extra research to understand that this is a very broad perspective, I think that can be a little bit misleading. So I just wanted to elevate that as well.
Yeah, I will be supporting this. As was mentioned, Blueprint specifically called out this problem, this issue. As I understand it, it was a very intentional decision in 2010 with the 2010 rezoning and remapping to simply include schools and churches within the residential zone district they're surrounded by. So some of them have actually higher intensity because they're surrounded with higher intensity residential. But this is a problem, particularly in SU districts. And Blueprint calls out and says that we should do some zoning code revisions to facilitate compatible redevelopment of institutional sites within neighborhoods. But we haven't gotten there yet. And so we see these individual rezonings come through, as Fran mentions, and there's always this push-pull between the neighborhood, as you mentioned. In many cases, they've had fairly intensive use. And in some cases, I know from conversations I've had with congregations that in some cases their parking needs are so great that that's why they moved. Is their congregations no longer draw from the immediately surrounding neighborhood, and they don't have enough parking because their people are coming on the highway from miles and miles away. The proposed zone district for this is mentioned, is amongst the most restrictive. Personally, I think that there are some issues with that zone district. For example, the applicant will have to go to have any food or beverage use. believe the applicant will have to go before the Board of Adjustment before they can get that approved. That's a real challenge because you have to apply and then have it refused before you can go before the Board of Adjustment. So no, you have to apply to CPD, and so you have to get the application to a pretty far along point involving architecture, involving formal submittals to the city before they can even refuse it to send it back to the Board of Adjustment, which is a huge barrier toward putting small businesses to these. I think the landmark protection on this building is pretty significant. These are contributing structures within a historic district. There's not a whole lot that's going to be able to be done to those buildings. So in terms of what can really happen here, there's a lot of limitations. And I heard somebody in the comments say that the real issue for them came down to no change. There's not going to be a whole lot of change that can happen with this in so many ways. And I guess I salute the developer for taking it on because I know how challenging these small embedded neighborhood buildings are when it comes down to it. I know how much they can contribute to a community when they are done well. And I know the detrimental effects that can come to neighborhoods when these buildings are left to be neglected, whether that's vacant or underutilized. They can really contribute to neighborhood problems. So I'm glad that the R&O and the developer are working together to come to some agreements. But boy, it just seems like a win-win for the neighborhood versus a vacant building that starts to attract neglect, vandalism, those kinds of things. Thanks.
Jordan. So I think other ones have been thinking. For me, I think it meets criteria, and I'm supporting it. And the reason for that is because we have no small area plan. Blueprint is the guide here. Blueprint addresses this issue directly. And from my perspective, neighborhoods that are vast acreages of single-family houses is not representative of a city, particularly to me. And that's what urban areas look like. And the fact that there is this sort of ingrained diversity of use is great. Unfortunately, in my opinion, that ingrained diversity of use only happened like 100 years ago. We cherish those places, right? The streetcar suburb that we cherish, South Pearl, South Gaylord, even on 29th Street, just down the street by Tennyson, there's kind of clusters. I don't know if Tennyson was, or if 29th was itself. We kind of, as a community, tend to love these places, and yet there's always sort of arguments against why we should ever do it again. And I think that this is exactly the opportunities that we should be looking for to embed something other than purely residential. And I think the fact that there are the limitations on the UMX 2X is the ones that you mentioned are unfortunate, but the actual use limitations I think should give a little bit of hope that this isn't, it's not coming down and the new sports arena is going up or something, right? This is intended to be small grain, fine grain sort of places that are neighborhood serving. I think, from my perspective, that's what this is looking like to me. I think my guide supports this sort of as a result. Bishop.
Yeah, I will also support it. I think any of the criteria, I'm a big proponent of adaptive reuse and that small commercial uses can be embedded in the neighborhood context. I live in a neighborhood and the need for services and buildings being around all the areas there and to have worked even with larger meetings, larger gatherings, parking somehow dispersed in the neighborhood and it didn't appear very all the discussion that happened here today from the public, like the agreement has been reached, just needs to be formalized, and I hope it all comes to fruition for everybody's benefit. So I will be supporting it today.
Comments? Yes, Claire?
I have a question, and Joel, feel free to shut me down if this is too tangential to the item at hand. But I really appreciate and respect what Chuck lifted up and Betty reiterated in terms of the concerns about the parking and having to walk, several blocks potentially. I mean, the sidewalks are no joke, and I think that that's a real concern. I'm just wondering. I know in my neighborhood, one of my neighbors does have a reserved space in front of their house. I don't know anything about the process for that, but definitely out of scope for planning board. But I would love if we could maybe elevate those resources.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thank you to everyone in the public who's come to testify online and in person. The criteria that we're analyzing, I believe, has been met. This zone district is kind of for this purpose, and we, as a city, value reusing these structures, and you value retaining them because they're contributing in your historic district. The key element that I heard of concern had to do with traffic, had to do with especially parking, and so separate from zoning and not a criteria for considering this rezoning, the city has a couple ways as issues arise with parking to try to prioritize certain users. So first, if you have a personal handicap, and I don't know if you do or not, but if you do, you can apply at the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure to get a sign reserving a space in front of your house only for people that have a handicap placard. My directly next door neighbor, I helped her find that process and work through it. And that's, of course, a very important accommodation for many people. More broadly in a neighborhood, think of neighborhoods right adjacent to some of our most popular corridors, on Colfax and so forth. A lot of spillover parking in the neighborhood. There's only so much parking space. I'm glad to hear many of you have garages. Not all of you, but many of you have garages. But when you're competing for on-street space, another one of the tools the city has is residential parking permits. So if it happens in your neighborhood, it certainly happened in my neighborhood with Rhino and Larimer and all the activity there, the contention for parking got to the point where we have residential parking permits such that if you don't live in the area, there's a limited amount of time that you can park there. So it forces the visitors to be turning over to make sure there's always spaces freeing up. But if you're a resident and you grab a space, you can keep it. That's a long-standing tool in Denver, and there's a fairly new program just the last few years to analyze it. I think they called neighborhood parking plan, to sit down with everybody of all the different uses that are competing for the space and plan out what tools are appropriate on what blocks. So should it become a problem, those tools are available, and I would encourage you to either individually or collectively look into them. Just returning to my comments again, I already said I believe it meets the criteria. There's not too much more that needs to be said other than I believe this is the right zone district for this purpose. We've had many of these rezonings since the new zoning code was adopted for these individual one-off locations. Again, I keep using my neighborhood as a reference. We had a fire station in the neighborhood, another use that is not residential, but kind of belongs in a residential area the same way an elementary school or a church does. It's no longer a fire station, and this is the same zoning we applied there so that it can be some limited number of uses. So I do believe this meets the criteria. I'll be supporting it, and would someone like to make a motion? Jordan?
I move to recommend the City Council approve application 2022I-00178, zoning 3401 West 29th Avenue and 2935 North Julian Street from USEE to UNX2X, finding that the approval review criteria have been met.
moved by Jordan and seconded by Heidi. Any discussion on the motion? Do a roll call vote. Heidi?
Aye.
Jordan? Aye. And Jill?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Gosha? Aye. Rachel? I vote aye as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We have made it to the end of our agenda. We have perhaps a couple announcements. Andrew?
Thank you, Joel. No announcements from CPD. I do want to note that we'll have a longer agenda on the 15th, so we'll probably look to provide a meal for the board at some point during that meeting. And I also just wanted to highlight that you may recall at the last meeting we started a conversation about some enhanced communication tools between planning board and city council, and we'll be planning to circle back to that topic during manager chair time on the 15th.
And if at all possible, you'll get a draft of that ahead of time to look at and see refine. So it'll be the documentation of deliberations and additional recommendations, those two tools. And we're looking to just add 2 pages to the end of our bylaws with a summary of how to use them and when to use them.
And you'll send those out.
Could that be moved to the following?
We certainly could. We'll see. If we don't have time to really do wordsmithing and stuff because the meeting is long, we'll push it, no problem. But I would like to get the draft in everyone's hands. Because, right, the previous meeting, you got PowerPoint, kind of react to it in the moment, but nothing really to hold on to. With no other business, we are adjourned. That's all.
Weeks left, because I thought a minority could get elected mayor because Denver's Denver. And to his credit, Federico won. I came in 4th out of 8. But I said, I learned how to do it this time. 2 young guys that were fresh and new, fledgling in their political practice, Mike Stratton and Rick Ryder, came to help me. 2 of the first folks that were there to support me in that campaign. And when I got elected to the legislature, I'd only been there once before I got elected. We had our little internal group. Ruben Valdez, Morgan Smith, David Gayon, Harry Taylor, and Paul Sandoval. And I guess if I'm trying to tell you this story, this mental trip, if you've been with me, you've seen how far and how long the journey's been, but how so many people come in your life and so many go out and others come back in and some are consistent. And then Wilma and I looked up and I said, you know, we've been in this for more than 50 years. It didn't seem that long. We had a family dinner and I apologized for my kids, as I'm sure LeBron apologized to his son for naming him LeBron, because of the expectations that people have, that your kids are going to be like you, and it takes away their own individuality of who they can be. It's not fair. But, you know, we've always had humor on our side. I remember if Stephanie got a promotion, and it says Stephanie O'Malley gets promoted to vice chancellor or something at DU, and this has happened before. It says daughter of Wellington Webb, and Wilma finally got angry one day and said, I sure in the hell would like to know how you got a baby by yourself. I say, well, that's a good point. I didn't write it. I didn't write it. I'm going to close by saying that I think one of our successes, and I'm so proud that what upsets me is the disrespect people have for city employees, and for state employees, and for federal employees. It's not like they can't do something else. The government doesn't run without them. And it actually runs better when you trust them and let them do the job as opposed to contracting everything else out. But you have to have faith in them that they're going to do this. So some people often ask, and I'm also Baptist, you know Baptist closed 3 times. This is the second one. So people say, well, Wellington, now what are you going to do now that you're semi-retired? And I just want to share with you, there's five things that hold my interest. 5 things that I'm concerned about. 1, Park Hill Golf Course. We're going to resolve that. We're going to resolve it. We need to do it. And we need to resolve it this year. We don't need to wait till next year. We all know what the issues are. But we have to start. Hold on. I always know where the boat's going, because you may want to get off before it gets to the end of it. You may want to get off. Park Hill Golf Course cannot be all parks and open space, nor can it be all commercial development. There has to be at least 110, 115 acres of open space, but there is opportunities for other things to transpire. And good people have to sit down and sit around a table and resolve that. I think it can be done. Issue number 1. Issue number 2, I shared this with the governor going out, and I think, Mike, someone mentioned about High Noon being one of my favorite movies. No, my favorite Western movie is Tombstone. Val Kilmer got knocked out of what he should have had in an Academy Award because he was a better Doc Holliday than those that preceded him. My Darling Clementine, Henry Fonda, Gunfight at OK Corral, Burt Lancaster and Kirk Douglas, Wyatt Earp, Kevin Costner, Tombstone, Kurt Russell, and Val Kilmer. I don't want to look at Yellowstone filmed in Montana. I'm tired of looking at movies filmed in New Mexico. Utah is opening up everything they have to have more filming there. There's no state prettier or better than Colorado. We should be filming, having movies filmed on the western slope in Colorado. It brings jobs here. It builds an industry here. And we don't have to wait for somebody to show us the way. We do like we've always done, is we get in and we mix it up and we fight for it. We're not even getting invited to the dance. Item number 3, Denver Public Schools. I have great hope for the new superintendent. I have great hope for the new superintendent that as they go through their reorganization and they're hiring people, that he also remembers to hire local. everybody that's brought in at a supervisory level cannot be from out of state, regardless of their color. But the board has a responsibility. The board has a responsibility to make sure those kids going to Montbello and Green Valley have the best education available. And the same thing with Manual High School. They need to have the best education available and not always second rate, second class, end of the moment. And the other 5 members of the board need to get that. They come around and see us election time. The 2 black board members voted correctly. They voted correctly. There's no other high school in the city, the state, I'm not even sure if there's one in the country that has elected 4 mayors out of 1 high school. Norman Rice, mayor of Seattle, went to Manual High School. Patsy Jo Hilliard, mayor of a town in Georgia, went to Manual High School. Wellington Webb went to Manual High School. Michael Hancock went to Manual High School. They must be doing something right if they get the kind of help and support they need. We don't need no 5 absentee landlords calling themselves school board members running around here talking about they know better what's good for black people than I do. And if they don't like it, they can call me. And those of you know me know I believe that too. Item number 4. I don't know how many of you can afford your house with the property taxes going up. I'm going to be working with a group to see if we can do something about property taxes. And my last point. Tom, I appreciate the note from President Biden. I'll tell you what I would have appreciated more, which I want to hear and see. I've given up on the Republicans in Colorado in the Congress. But what I hope to see more of from Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett and Congresswoman DeGette and Congressman Crow and Congressman Perlmutter and Congressman Neguse. If they would just give 2% of the time to Africa that they have spent on Ukraine. I wear a Ukraine button because I think what the Russians have done is horrible. But if you look at it, why did Eritrea vote with the Russians at the United Nations on the Security Council? Because they get guns from Russia. We're abdicating the whole 56 countries in Africa to the Chinese and to the Russians. I just want to see somebody give a damn about Africa, and especially Ethiopia. It is not difficult. It is not difficult to build with United Nations peacekeepers or other countries to build the petition to separate and allow the people in Tigray, the province in Ethiopia, to get to the river for the humanitarian aid that they're not receiving. They've already demonstrated that one state already took on the whole Ethiopian country and defeated their forces, and they stopped before they got to Addis Ababa, the capital, at the request of the United States. All they want to do is they want food and water and to be left alone. And we should be able to do that. And so if somebody tells you what Wellington is not letting you do, Wellington ain't stopping nobody from doing nothing you want to do. But if you want to join me in one of those 5 things, I'm here to work with you. And some say, well, when is he going to retire? When the good Lord tells me. When the good Lord tells me. And I think the last thing, I think it's important that people in your staff know who you are and what you stand for and what your values are. These may be old-fashioned. When I served as mayor, I thought it was important for my constituents to know my core values, which is the reason I believe I was also elected by the people of this city which I am eternally grateful. And I often close my speeches with the following. I believe in God. I believe in family. I believe in community. I believe in public service. I believe in tolerance and inclusion. I believe in creating opportunities for others. I believe in personal responsibility. I believe in a global world. I believe in democracy. I believe in America. I believe in Colorado. I believe in Denver. And I believe in all of you. We can overcome anything in Denver, much like the pioneers that traveled through and over the Great Rocky Mountains to get here. Future generations that weathered harsh winters, flash floods, and wildfires. I've always believed we, the people of Denver, there's nothing we can't do when we do it together. God bless you, and God bless America.
We are now going to invite up Tara Washington Everett, vocalist, to sing The Greatest Love of All.
I believe children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody is searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. A lonely place to be. And so I've learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk and hide in one shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, at least I'll live until eternity. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. And learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if I chance that special place that we've been dreaming of, greatest love of all is easy to achieve. And I found the greatest love of all inside of
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the public meeting, the second public meeting for the new park at East Islet and Bel Air. We're going to be talking with you tonight about some of the feedback that we've received and some other information. But before we get started, I wanted to talk through some administrative things about the meeting tonight. We do have the opportunity to raise our hands and ask questions in the meeting, but please raise your hand before you come off mute. We also have Spanish interpretation this evening. So before we jump into the meeting, I want to introduce our interpreter, Sam. Sam, go ahead.
Thank you. Bienvenidos a todos a nuestro plan maestro del día de hoy, la reunión número 2. Queríamos recordar a todos que para las reuniones virtuales, por favor, manténganse en silencio con la cámara apagada y levante la mano si es que desea hacer una pregunta o un comentario. Para la interpretación, haga clic en el globo terráqueo para cambiar a inglés o español.
Okay, interpretation is on. Thank you, Sam. Good evening. My name is Mallory Roybal. I am the East District Parks Planner with Denver Parks and Rec. And this evening, we're also joined by Laura Morales from Denver Parks and Rec. The rest of our project team is comprised of Mark, Aisha, and Nick from DHM, and Nora and Dean. And of course, we already introduced our interpreter for the evening, Sam. I also wanted to introduce this evening, we are welcomed by Councilwoman Kendra Black. So Kendra, if you could say a few words, that would be great.
Thanks, Mallory, for working on this effort, and for everyone on the team. Really appreciate it. This neighborhood has for decades wanted a park, and so finally they're going to get one. It's taken a lot longer than they had hoped, but it's a good day when we add parks in Denver. So thank you all for being here so that you can have a voice in the kind of park that you get in your neighborhood. So thanks again, everyone.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So just to reiterate some of the timeline that we're on, this evening we're going to be presenting to you some concepts that we've received from some public input from our early survey results. We will have 3 concepts that we'll go through this evening to present to you, and just some general project information. So I'll jump into the timeline a little bit here so you can see where we fall. We're on the second public meeting for this project. Our first public meeting was held in September. And we also plan to have a third public meeting to reveal the final concept design sometime in the new year in January. Following the master plan development, which will be later in the early year of 2023, we will have design and construction that will be followed by an anticipated construction following the design process. So we have that general timeline moving from master plan to design and construction. So I'll hand it over to DHM. I think Aisha, you're up.
Okay. Actually, I think Nora, did you want to talk a little bit about ways to participate?
Sure thing. So in addition to tonight, you can come and see us at the University Hills Holiday Market. By us, I mean the project team, from 10 to 1 p.m. on November 20th. We'll be at the holiday market at the usual U Hills, where the farmers market takes place. And we'll have a lot of the concepts that you're going to see tonight. We'll be able to speak to those, and we would love your feedback. After this meeting, we'll send out another notice with the meeting recording and the information about the holiday market times and locations. So share with your friends and family and come and see us again if you wish.
And buy lots of things from all of our local vendors. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the survey results. We got 307 responses, which is wonderful. Thank you, everyone who participated, told your friends to participate, who forwarded it. So we, of the 307 responses, 4 things really rose to the top. And we've summarized these in these following slides. So I think in terms of program, a number of people asked about including a playground, making sure that the plantings were inviting, also including trails, walking trails, and incorporating shade. There was a request for playgrounds that were designed for kids 0 to 5 years old, and also for the older kids. Making sure the playground is ADA accessible so that everyone can enjoy it regardless of their abilities. There was a request for a splash pad if possible. Also community and/or ornamental gardens. We're going to look a lot about that, talk a lot about that. Also creating a setting for visitors who want to enjoy nature. There was the idea of packing this small space with beautiful plantings and really creating a hidden garden, a hidden gem in the city. Really happy to say a number of people requested native plantings and xeriscape. So moving away from our water heavy bluegrass turf and looking at something a little bit more earth friendly. Planting plenty of shade trees, incorporating some structures with shade coverings, maybe at picnic tables, similar to the playground, walking trails that are accessible to all, and then trails for rolling. So we got strollers and wheelchairs, and scooters and kid bikes and skateboards. So we want to incorporate, people on their feet and people on wheels. A number of people in the neighborhood wanted to ensure that the park is well maintained. This could happen with adequate funding for ongoing maintenance, but just verifying or, including plenty of trash receptacles and dog waste disposal bags. And so there were 2 other items that kind of rose to the top. Making sure the park is safe for all the visitors. Ensuring that people experiencing homelessness do not deter other visitors from enjoying the park. A number of people noted illegal drug use and crime in the area, and there is a concern that that'll occur in the new park. There was a comment about considering fencing around the park perimeter. Also considering security lighting or curfews to discourage nighttime gathering in the park. And we're going to talk more about these safety precautions in a moment. And then also just noting that, whatever nearby street enhancements, such as bike lanes and crosswalks to improve pedestrian access to the park. And then lastly, and I think representative of the 307 responses, was really planning for a variety of users, including and especially families with children, especially young children, and dog owners. That's where we see the demographics for this area and the people who will use this park skewing. So because there are many families in the area with small children, especially children under 5 years old. There's a lot of neighbors with dogs and dog owners. but there's currently no nearby parks to take dogs. You have to cross over, Evans or Colorado. And then, the request to provide at least some opportunities for the dog owners with either a dedicated fenced dog run, off-leash area, or just simply a place to walk their dogs. So thinking of those 4 things that came up, I wanted to just talk a little bit, jumped ahead of myself. Talking more about program, just reiterating that, the things that really came to the top were a place to enjoy some nature and to relax, informal play, exercise, using those trails to walk and get your steps in, but also requests for a playground and a picnic area and a community area. So fitness stations, structured games, maybe, garden beds, those were not as popular. But now I did want to address, some of the concerns people had, assure you that we heard you and that we are thinking about how to incorporate these in the plans. But I'm jumping ahead of myself again. For everybody who joined us at the pop-up at the farmers market a couple weeks ago, thank you for coming out. We got some great feedback. Again, a lot of requests in the playground and including, again, native plantings. Maybe some native plants with some signage or info. And we definitely heard that and have incorporated that. So, and to the fella I met with the really cute dog, I just want to tell you again, he's really cute. But now I'm going to talk about some of the areas, some of the issues that we heard and that we are addressing. And, really one of those is security. As landscape architects, DHM Design takes this very seriously. One thing we do is we apply what are often called principles of crime prevention through environmental design. Some of that is trying to mark the entries to the park, trying to really maximize surveillance, maximizing visibility of people in the park from people outside the park, kind of eyes on the street. We do want to include and make sure we provide adequate nighttime lighting. This image on the left is a potential example of that. We do need to balance, the needs of the community. We do have homes directly adjacent to the park, and also, balance some of the standards that the city of Denver has set up to really limit light pollution, among other things. So that is a balance that we really will be refined in the next phase. Once we've selected a preferred alternate and then start to refine that. Maintenance, maintenance is important for a lot of reasons. And one of those is to really create a sense of ownership and investment in the park. And just going back, I just wanted to remind everybody too, we do have our park rangers and we do have the police. And also, stated park rules are the park is closed from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. and there is no overnight camping allowed in the park. So, but now moving on to maybe a little bit funner stuff, dog parks. So a lot of people in the community have dogs, want a dog park. And we do have a concept where we've included that. I just wanted to let you all know though too, that Denver Parks and Recreation does have a dog park master plan. And here is a list of some of the parks that have been built out. And you can see those sizes vary. Our park is going to be in the smaller size, similar to the dog run at Carla Madison Recreation Center or Sonny Lawson Park. If we go to the next slide, we can see a comparison of those sizes. I'm not sure if any of you dog owners out there are familiar with these. You'll have maybe a better idea of what we're talking about. Rail Yard Park at the end is a lot larger. We're trying to balance the needs of the children and the dog owners and what everybody wants in the park, but we do have an opportunity to include a small dog run if that's what the community wants. Another thing, so just a reminder that Denver loves our dogs. And we do have some typologies and some guidelines for that. So this is, again, something that we'll be developing when we go in after the master plan and to refine that preferred alternative. So also wanted to just show you a couple of examples of playgrounds, you know, similar. We will get way into the weeds in the future, but, you know, I think we're probably thinking of structured play. We can start to reinforce any theming possibly with that play, but we've got some nature-based. We've got, you know, I think we want to look for things that are inclusive, that offer a variety of activities to keep both, you know, the young kids and the older kids interested. And then, I don't know, Mark, if you wanted to add anything to that, or we can also go into the landscape typologies. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Karen.
Sorry, Aisha, I'm jumping around, but
That's
yes,
okay.
we're looking at some different theming on playgrounds that would support that character of whatever the preferred concept is, whether it's the cultural community, the Dutch heritage, nature-based or inspired play that you see in a couple of these images, or if there's other themes, it adds a lot of character, a lot of excitement to a park like this as we start considering that.
And one thing that's really wonderful is a lot of playground equipment manufacturers have finally started to really step up and address the need for inclusive play. So making sure that everybody on the playground can get up and spin and climb and swing and all the things incumbent with play. I want to talk a little bit about these landscape typologies, and these are all leading to the great unveiling of the 3 schemes. But we're going to show a couple of different options, but up in the top of this slide, you can see what I'm calling a formal garden, and below that, just turf, you know, mown turf, which have their place in a park, possibly. You know, there's so much more maintenance and water intensive. You know, the city and a lot of the people who participated in the survey, you know, talked about a preference for a more resilient, drought tolerant, and low water landscape. One of the benefits of that, you know, Mark, if you went to the next slide, is in addition to, you know, providing carbon sequestration, looking at urban island heat, they also provide habitat. They also provide, you know, great habitat for pollinators and other critters. And I know with some of the folks on the Denver Parks and Recreation staff, you know, they really push us to make these gardens colorful, really visually interesting. So, you know, that's what we heard from the community, and we're trying to incorporate a lot of that. So thank you. I think we have some other images from other Denver parks where they've gone with, again, a more resilient landscape. So we can start to include, you know, some visual interest. Leading up to the big unveiling, just a little, you know, quick comment about the existing park. You know, we're thinking about ways to access it. You know, we are limited with some of these overhead power lines. Some of the trees there may need to be smaller in stature, like an ornamental tree. It's important to limit access next to that driveway at the school. And you know, wanted to create a lot of vegetation and create these buffers along the edge of the park where we're up against either single family homes or multifamily homes or the park. And so I think with that, we've put together 3 options. The greenhouse, which is really, you know, in recognition of Ground Cover's greenhouse and their legacy of this area. We incorporated some very formal gardens, what we would anticipate being more formal gardens that kind of even mimic the landscape that's there now with all of these concrete sidewalks between their hoop houses. And then weaving through the site is just a nice wide path. And from that path, we have some of the different amenities. So going from Warren to East Iliff, you can see you enter into at the entry. There are the gardens. We've also want to incorporate some areas for bike parking and just some seating areas, some social gathering. And then to the west to the west of that walk is then the playground. We see a separation between the 2 and 5-year-olds, the little kids and the big kids, with what we're proposing to be just a covered shade pavilion with some seating and picnic tables below or underneath. In the greenhouse scheme, we have a very limited open turf area. And you can see that is the lighter green color. And then from that, we have some more formal gardens. And then quite a nice open space, again, of this more resilient, native, low water landscape. Dogs love it. And I think what we can also incorporate in there is maybe some more informal paths. You'll see we've tried to really plant up those edges. That's critical for shade, and that's critical for screening, providing a little bit of buffer to those homeowners. So I'm seeing some comments coming in, and that is great. We are going to have an open Q&A. I think to Elisa's comment, we would work with the Denver Department of Denver Parks and Rec and their resiliency staff to look at native, probably short grass and really colorful forbs for that landscape, for that native landscape. And then we really just, we want to make sure that everybody's listening and you have more opportunities to participate, but we do have a poll for you. I think Laura is going to help me with that. So I just wanted to ask, what do you like about this greenhouse concept? One of the things we thought of was that playground configuration. I know someone else, my kiddo was a runner. We like the playground configuration where you have a view to both sides, the formal gardens. Also, the resilient landscape. There's quite a bit of resilient landscape in here. And then if you have something else that you saw, write it in the chat. This is your opportunity. This is one of many opportunities to really get your feedback.
And we have 18 that have participated so far. So we'll just give it a little bit longer and get some votes in.
But we have 2 more to review. And, my experience oftentimes with this is, we come to the community with a couple of different options. And really what happens is a final plan that's a hybrid of all of the best parts of each plan. So when you say you like the greenhouse, you are not just picking that one, but just pointing out what you do like about it.
Well, I'm going to close the poll and show the results. Here we go. Can you see those?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Great. Split 50-50 pretty
I
much
know.
Playground and resilient landscape, followed by formal gardens, and then stuff that I'm assuming is all exciting in the chat.
Some of the things that have come in on the chat that people like are, they love the trees, yay, bike parking, and agree with the simplicity in the trees. Like the green grass because so much of the neighborhood is not green, is another comment. And another up comment for simplicity.
Great. We got it. Well, why don't we move on to Dutch Heritage? So with the Dutch Heritage concept, I guess we should have opened that one up before. With the Dutch Heritage concept, one thing we learned previously and then was reiterated to us at the farmers market was that this neighborhood was originally settled long ago by Dutch immigrants. And so we really wanted to draw on that cultural heritage and see how we could incorporate that. With this concept, you can see we have a very formal alignment with entry plazas at either end of the park at Warren and Iliff. And then the park is sort of broken through in the middle with what we're calling windmill gardens. And this would be a chance to potentially do a more formal garden planted, colorful, more formal garden. And then that also creates, kind of breaks two zones apart. So we have along Iliff, we have a more native low water use landscape for more passive recreation. And then on the other side of the windmill, along Warren Street and the school, we have a more programmed area. So here we have a fairly large community pavilion with seating to host community events. Shade, of course, is always critical. To the east of that, we're showing a larger open turf area. And this might be, especially with that long linear shape, that might be the place for Frisbee or pick up soccer game with the little kiddos. And then on the other side of the pavilion will be the play areas. And again, divided into really the 2 to 5 play area, and then also the 5 to 12. We've also incorporated what we've heard from a lot of people, which is bike parking. And we have plenty of rooms on there for trash cans and waste receptacles for the dogs. Same thing, heavily planted, really concerned about this buffer between the park and the community. So thank you, Emily, for your comment about the play dates and the neighborhood meetings. So similar to our last concept, we have a poll. And just, picking some things out that you might like about this one. So one of them is that very formal arrangement. I mean, it's this long linear, and it's very zoned. We have that large shelter for community events. Those entry plazas are a little bit more formal than the other concepts. And then, of course, if you have anything else, please write it in the chat.
And actually, while we're looking at, or while people are taking the question, can you go back to the picture? I think that was actually helpful.
Idea. Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, just in case anything else.
Sure.
Into the chat.
And, two things to reiterate. We are going to have an open discussion at the end of this meeting, so you will have more opportunities. And also, these plans will be further refined. We can add in more seating. We can add in more trails.
Right, and I think we've got most of the responses. I'm going to end the poll. Okay, now I'm going to end the poll. And here are the results. Yeah, the shelter community gathering area was the top one.
Great. Center by the gardens. And I think to Jennifer's comment, one thing we'd maybe do with these gardens and these is, we have a walk around the garden, and then, maybe part of that is some seating incorporated in there too. That's great.
Yeah, some of the things that came into the chat in terms of what people liked is the combination of the formal gardens and the low water areas, a large turf area for running and lounging. Jennifer indicated that she would like to see seating in the north and center by the gardens. And then love the pavilions. The windmill is neat too, says Emily.
That's great. And I think there was a question about the native low water landscape. And that would be, yes, you can walk through it. You can't roll through it. It would be probably a taller grass interspersed with some flowering forbs. It would be a more, again, just native landscape. I'm trying to think of a good example. And again, we can go back to those slides at the end of this, but it would be, it really wouldn't necessarily be for running or rolling, although you could certainly walk through it. There was a question about.
Yeah, Jacob does ask, does the windmill obstruct walking straight through the park?
No, it doesn't have to. We could, but I think right now that would be almost like a plaza. So it would be on the same plane as the walk. So you wouldn't have to walk around it. So we've closed the poll. Should we go to our last one? Yes, the kiddos will run through it anyway. So this one we're calling, I'm actually going to, before I get into the urban wild, I do want to address a question that came up, which I think is a good one. Does Denver Parks and Rec use pesticides in their native areas? And I don't believe they do. I think that's the same thing with the turf areas. I think they've limited the use of pesticides.
We don't use pesticides in the native areas. There are applications of certain weed controls in some of our larger turf areas.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mallory. I meant to be sure. So lastly, we have the urban wild. And yes, there's a dog park. So we have enclosed a fenced dog park, or really a dog run, of about 8,300 square feet. So this one we were really embracing, and we were thinking of another way to talk about these resilient landscapes. So you can see that the park is bordered by, a lot of, again, native landscape. And then we've also incorporated some areas, what we're calling demonstration gardens. So these could be very specific to like pollinator gardens and maybe a rain garden. I think it would be important to include in that some interpretive signage to let people know, to understand what we're doing, and also how these might be applicable to their own homes and their own properties. So, looking at this plan from Iliff to Warren, you come in, there's an entry plaza. Skirting the edge on a nice wide path is a fenced dog park. We have some smaller paths, and then you have this buffer of the gardens between the fenced dog park and then also the playground. So again, we've incorporated a playground, kind of privileging the smaller kids. We've tucked a little picnic area in there. And then we have a community area closer to closer to Warren, that would be, we have a smaller pavilion there. And that's where we've incorporated some green turf, some green mowed turf that would be more comfortable to sit and lay on. So we're calling that the event lawn. Lots of trees, lots of playgrounds, and then kind of a wavy path through the space. And of course, we are incorporating bike parking. We'll have waste receptacles. I think with this plan, you can see on the Warren Street side, we are indicating a pedestrian crosswalk at Bel Air, and we have the possibility to skew that crosswalk a little bit to move it, away from the driveway and a little bit closer to that entry plaza. So I'm seeing some comments that we need more seats. So Laura, do you want to launch the poll?
Just launched.
There we go. So some of the things we would ask, like, what do you like about this one? We have a lot of native planting areas for the pollinators and the other critters. We have a dog run, really, a small dog park. We have a nice buffer along the east side of the park. I didn't talk about this, but we're actually looking at incorporating maybe a little bit of topography there, just to provide a little bit of buffer to the other adjacent properties. And then, of course, if there's something else that we didn't bring up, write it down in the chat.
Okay, we have heard from about 21. Typically it's been 28, so I'm going to give it a few more seconds.
Okay.
Okay, it's getting closer. Get
Mhm.
your last vote in. All right, I am going to close the poll.
Let's see what the results are. Great.
Yep, a lot closer on these. The native planting at the top, but not by a super lot because the buffer is next, the dog park, and then the commons and other.
Okay. Well,
this particular design got a lot of comments in the chat. I'll read a few just for the purposes of sharing. There was a lot of enthusiasm for this design. It seems to be people's favorite. On the whole, there is some division regarding a dog park. There are people who really like it and people who would prefer not to have one in this park. People really like the curving paths in this park, in this design, the meandering paths. Seating and shade continues to be a feature that people are looking for. The location of the dog park is also being discussed in the chat, whether it's closer to multifamily housing, if it might make more sense for that to be closer to multifamily housing. There's even mention of putting a hill in this one.
yeah, I saw that, and somebody asked about sledding. I would say it would be very, very modest sledding. It would be better for a toddler.
Yeah.
So we don't want to get up so high that somebody could, potentially, climb up there and look into windows. But and I see a lot of toddlers sledding in City Park, where they've embanked around the lake. So be something probably comparable to that, or wouldn't be that tall probably, but I mean, it would be, a modest run, but with a good snow and a good toddler, it'd be a lot of fun. So I've been doing a lot of talking. I think if we go to the next slide, we kind of looked at a comparison of all of those. So, you can tell us which one you prefer, but then we really want to open it up to Q&A and questions you might have. So why don't we just gut check, see which concept you prefer.
The responses are coming in a little slowly, so I'm guessing it is a tough choice, or maybe a lot of people want to mix and match because that happens, like you mentioned.
That's exactly.
Yeah. So the top one you have, go ahead and select, but yeah, this is not a hard vote and we're not picking one off of this poll, so. Okay. All right, we're getting closer. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll.
I think I know what it's going to be. Yeah.
Yeah, so Urban Wild ended up on top, followed by the Greenhouse and then the Dutch Heritage.
And it seems like a lot of the feedback we got on Urban Wild, though, was the maybe sort of more curvy aspects of it and showing some more of these smaller secondary walking trails. But we will take these all under consideration.
And just to add, Aisha, if there's items or features in any of the other park designs that you like in your favorite one, we can look at hybrids, incorporating some of those ideas in here. If you liked some of the formal gardens or the bench seating or the bike racks that are shown in another concept. So those are all good comments to hear, and we'd love to hear what you think.
I loved seeing the comments. I think our next, I think we were just going to open it up, right? We're going to ask people if they have any questions or comments and they want to speak out. Of course, if you could please raise your hand in the chat.
Niati has a question.
Hi, I've turned on my video. I don't know if it matters, but
that's fine.
I don't know if I missed this, but will the playground have ample shade? Because we go to Eisenhower all the time, and the days that it gets really, really hot, the entire like play structure is hot, and it's just like totally unusable.
I would just answer that that is a number one concern from folks is the shade, and and the structures do get hot. When the playground or when the plan evolves, we'll take that into consideration, and it's possible that we could look at equipment that has integral shelter. And then of course we are planting a lot of trees. Those won't provide immediate shade, but your concerns I think certainly are heard, and I think. Yeah, we would probably look at either some shade sails or even some equipment that has, some shade incorporated in it. But we're a little ahead of that still.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Karen, go ahead.
So if you look at the overview of the streets and where the parks are in there, my only concern is having kind of main entrances into the park on streets that aren't fully going through. So like Birch Street is a full street. And so adding crosswalks on this street where I'm talking specifically about Iliff, where, Denver Academy has 450 students that are getting there and leaving from there every day. And then there's a daycare center farther west on Iliff. So I'm just concerned about where the crosswalks are. I think if you can make them at a major street like Birch and enhance them so people really pay attention, that would be better than having extra ones in the middle of a block.
And then I think if we go to just one of the other plans, Mark, we can start to see our initial suggestions. And I think so it's awfully faint in here, but we're lining up our pedestrian crosswalks with the I'm single license comment, coming off of the Bel Air and both Bel Air. But your comment about Birch, I see that. So you're thinking like if there were a crosswalk between over Birch.
Right. And so there is a crosswalk there now, but it's not very prominent. It could be made much safer. And then I worry that people are stopping at that four-way stop because it's, it makes sense. It's a street that goes through, but then you go half a block down and it's like, oh, and there's one here, even though the street doesn't go through. I just worry people won't pay good enough attention.
And so for part of this master planning exercise, DHM Design, we will be meeting with the Departments of Transportation and Infrastructure with DPR. And I think this is an ongoing conversation of trying to enhance the safety, certainly getting there and being safe is important. And
I think Councilwoman Black had her hand up as well.
Thanks. I was just going to ask if you could give people addresses of pocket parks they can go visit to see kind of the scale. Because it's really hard to imagine, you know, obviously looking at a drawing, and even when you're there, it's such a wreck, it's hard to imagine. So I think it would be helpful if you provided to community members, and I could put it in my newsletter, and I know that the neighborhood organization, I'm sure, would help get it out. Maybe just a list of 10 pocket parks, you know, in the city. And if people are interested, they could just go look and check them out and see what things look like on a smaller scale.
We can provide that. We actually don't have many examples of what we would call a pocket park. I can provide a list that's kind of our smaller scale parks. This one is unique in its size and its shape and how linear it is. So we don't have a really good example of that, but we certainly have some examples of some smaller parks throughout the city that we can reference for those who are curious about visiting.
Okay, that would be great. And maybe also for the ones you are providing that are bigger, if you could just put some perspective on it for size, like this is 1.9 acres. And if you compare it to, if you give us a park that's 4 acres, you know, just let people know the difference in those sizes.
Yep, we can do that.
I ride my bike on the Bear Creek, and there's one in Sheridan. I'll send you the link to that, Mallory, that you ride by on your bike, and that might be a good one for people to see. It's actually smaller than this, but it's quite lovely. So I'll send you the name of that one too. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilwoman Black. Jody, go ahead.
We're opening our video too. Okay, hi. Oh, I think they can see us, but I can't see me. So Olivia and I here, we're playground experts, and we live less than 2 miles away, and we can't wait to share like really good specific feedback with you about what makes a playground really great. So thanks for that. There was something else? What? Oh, thank you.
Wait, never mind.
Well, when we get to it, we will call on your expertise.
Thank you, Jody and Olivia.
You know, I think one comment I've seen a couple of times, and I think it's pretty critical, is that, you know, we don't have a lot of space in this area to accommodate all of the different needs. So the compromise is a smaller dog run. You know, we don't have a lot of space to do a really good dog park. There's a balance there I think we need to achieve, you know, maybe just by having lots of areas for people to walk their dogs on a leash. Mm-hmm. Is the solution, instead of, you know, maybe not a super great dog run.
Carlos has a question. Go ahead, Carlos.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to give my input in terms of like, I really like the possibility of like a hybrid between the greenhouse and what was the third one? Not the Dutch one, the
Urban Wild?
Yeah, Urban Wild. I like the combination of those two. Like I said, maybe a smaller dog park, I think, is nice because it gives you more lawn space. And then my other question was, and sorry if I'm getting ahead of myself or if I missed this from the previous meeting, is what's the timeline for the park?
Yes. So we're in our second public meeting. We'll have a third public meeting, and we'll finish off with a final concept to present to the community in that meeting. And then following the master plan, we'll jump into the design process. So that will be the moment that we really get some feedback on those particular items, like what was mentioned with the playground and the lighting, and very specific design elements at that point in the process. Following that design process, we'll go into construction. We don't have an exact timeline because it will depend on the design process and how long that will take. Generally, that would take about the same time that we are in for this master plan phase.
Gotcha. Is there, I mean, like, maybe I'm just a little anxious, but like, what's the general time, like in the next 2024, like what are we shooting for?
Yeah, we'll aim for construction around 2024, 2025.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much.
In the chat that we have two recommendations for people to look at pocket parks. One's not in Denver, Bradburn Village in North Westminster, and then somebody else mentioned Turtle Park. I'm assuming that's the one in Park Hill, which is a park with a very small footprint. Those are just two ideas that people are sharing. There was a question earlier in the chat from several people regarding the possibility of a loop path around the perimeter of the park space.
And I think that would certainly be, we can certainly incorporate that. And that is one thing we see more so represented in the urban wild, which we have up. We are trying to be respectful of the adjacent neighbors. So we were really pushing more for sort of paths that looped in and around the park as opposed to just the perimeter. But I think as we move forward, we'll look for more connectivity with a loop path.
There is another question regarding a marker or information about the Dutch history and heritage in the neighborhood, regardless of what design is chosen. Is there a possibility of sharing a historical marker?
We have options to do interpretive signage at our parks, and that could be certainly something that we look into as we learn a little bit more about that history, but that is an option that we could pursue.
We do have a question. Actually, we've talked a lot about play structures for young children. There's a question about swings large enough for adults. I don't know if that goes to some an accessibility approach that you mentioned earlier in the presentation, Aisha.
There's so many great swings available now. Of course, there's smaller ones for little kids, all sorts of configurations for accessibility. We'll be sure that in the 5 to 12 year play area, we would include some swings in there that could accommodate adults. We might even pursue or talk to the community about, some of the saucer disc swings that can hold up to actually like 2 or 3 people.
Brad asks, how ultimately is the final design decided upon? Is there a voting process or is it figured out some other way?
I can talk a little bit about that. That's generally through this process of meeting as in our public meetings and our survey. So after we get additional information that further informs the design based on all the input that we've gathered, we will develop a final design based on that feedback. We'll have that option at the final public meeting to really discuss that design in more detail, and you can offer some additional input at that time as well.
I think the really critical component of developing the master plan is trying to determine what these programs are and these adjacencies. So, sounds like we definitely want to have some sort of community area, a playground, maybe we're still on the fence with the dog park. We'll sort through all of the comments. So that's really the goal of the master plan. And then when it really gets refined, is when we can start looking at some of those, quite literally the types of swings, among other things.
There is a question in the chat, and then I'm going to have Brad ask his question. If a splash pad is still on the table, there's also a related question from Karen. What is a splash pad?
So with a park like this one, we probably would not be pursuing a splash pad given some of the goals that we have for our sustainability goals within the city. Additionally, the maintenance of these splash pads has been difficult across the city because, again, it's not really meeting our every drop consideration as a part of our game plan for the city. So we would not be incorporating a splash pad in this area. But a splash pad it can look different depending on the design, but it's generally an area where you can either walk through or roll through and enjoy maybe some spray features. We also have different water features that require kind of pumps in place. It can look different depending on how interested users would like to interact with the water feature. But this just wouldn't be something that we would be able to incorporate in this park.
Another thing, another driver, or pun intended, we do see people driving and parking to enjoy splash pads around the city. So now you have more traffic in addition to maintenance and water use.
Brad, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, thanks. And sorry, my wife and I are on the same time. And first up, just appreciate everything you guys are doing and bringing this together. This is awesome to see. So appreciate all the work you are putting into this. I asked the question about kind of the decision-making process and appreciate the answer you gave. But, some of these features seem to be pretty polarizing. I mean, the dog park in general, right? We're all putting in our comments as much as we can. That's kind of where I was sort of getting at of like, okay, if there's a polarizing sort of feature such as the dog park, which I think is going to be one, how are you going to determine whether or not to put one in or not? Are you just going to kind of count up all the comments, or like how do you really decide whether or not to put in a feature like that in this park?
Yeah, well, it's certainly based on the input that we receive. If we're getting an overwhelming amount of comments for or against, we obviously take that into consideration. But we also look to information that we have developed through the dog park master plan, for instance. We take a lot of consideration into maintenance and operation of different facilities within our parks. So all of those things combined will be considered when we're deciding whether to include or to not include a dog park. So it's a lot of factors to consider, and it's not always an easy answer. But we certainly rely heavily on the input that we receive through both the public meetings and our surveys.
Thanks, Mallory. Given that we're close to the end of our hour together, I think we've gone through all of the questions that have been put in the chat, and people have raised their hands. There are many, many more questions in the chat that we'll be incorporating into our thinking and into our analysis, but I'll turn it over to Aisha and Mallory to close this out.
Thank you, Nora. Right, we just want to wrap up and just remind you that we will be at the University Hills Holiday Market. So that's Sunday, November 20th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So if you have more ideas, we would love to have you come by. Again, our next steps is to really refine these three concepts to create one preferred alternative that will then be further refined during the next stage of design. Of course, keep an eye out, and if you're on the mailing list, you'll hear about the date for the public meeting, which we think is going to be in January, and that's when we will review the preferred park concept. And similar to this meeting, we of course want your feedback. We'll have lots of polls, and we'll have a Q&A so people can contribute. I think that's it. Did we have anything else after this slide other than just thank you? Thank you for your time, and thank you for your participation. It really informs what we do. Oh, and then just another shout out to the near Southeast Neighborhood Planning Initiative. A lot of directions there. So, if you can go to denvergov.org, near Southeast Plan, you can really start to set a vision for how this area is going to evolve. I think that's it. And there's Mallory's contact information.
Thank you, everyone. Please reach out with any questions you have. And you can email me at my email address here. But thank you for joining this evening.
Thanks. Gonna end the meeting. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to your Denver City Council. Please stand by. Full coverage of your Denver City Council begins now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today's meeting is being interpreted into Spanish. Alejandro or Sam, would you please introduce yourself and let our viewers know how to enable translation on their devices?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes a todos. My name is Sam Guzman with the Community Language Cooperative, and I'm here with my colleague, Diego, and we will be interpreting today's meeting into Spanish. And now I will now give the instructions in Spanish. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Samuel Guzmán con la CLC y estoy aquí con mi colega Diego y estamos aquí para interpretar la reunión de hoy al español. Si desea escuchar la reunión en español, vaya a su pantalla y vea el icono de globo que dice interpretación, seleccione ese icono y escoja su idioma preferido, en este caso en español, y podrá escuchar la reunión en español. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
Sam and Diego. Welcome to the Denver City Council meeting of Monday, January 30th, 2023. Council members, please rise as you're able and join Councilman Flynn in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. And council members, please join Councilman Flynn as he leads us in the Denver City Council land acknowledgement.
The Denver City Council honors and acknowledges that the land on which we reside is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. We honor elders, past, present, and future, and those who have stewarded this land throughout generations. We also recognize that government, academic, and cultural institutions were founded upon and continue to enact exclusions and erasures of Indigenous peoples. May this acknowledgement demonstrate a commitment to working to dismantle ongoing legacies of oppression and inequities, and recognize the current and future contributions of Indigenous communities in Denver.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, roll call. Cita Baca? Herndon,
Here.
Hines,
Here.
Here.
Black. Here. Clark,
Here.
Flynn,
Here.
Sitabaca,
Here. Here.
Kinich. Here. Ortega. Here. Sandoval. Here. Sawyer. Here. Madam President. Here. 13 members present. There are 13 members present. Council has a quorum. Approval of the minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes of January 23rd? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Council announcements. Are there any announcements today? Councilwoman Sawyer.
Thanks, Madam President. Just wanted to remind everyone that Councilmember Hines, Councilmember Herndon, myself, and Councilmember Sitabaca are hosting a series of community conversations to consider instituting the DO8 design standard overlay along Colfax on parcels between Sherman and Yosemite. We'll be doing our second open house tomorrow evening at Carla Madison Rec Center. There will be big maps for everyone to take a look at and give feedback, and we'll have a presentation as well. So 6 p.m. at Carla Madison Rec Center tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in queue, there are no presentations, there are no communications. Proclamation 23-0093 is on consent. Councilwoman Ortega, did you have any comments on this proclamation?
No, just we're going to let it move forward on consent. This is a previous city employee, so just like to recognize them for their years of service.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please read the bills for introduction.
From Finance and Governance, 23-0024, a bill for an ordinance amending the classification and pay plan for employees in the career service and for certain employees not in the career service. 23-0036, a bill for an ordinance making a supplemental appropriation in the Wastewater Management Division Urban Drainage and Flood Control District Tracking Fund. 23-0038, a bill for an ordinance approving a proposed intergovernmental agreement between the City and County of Denver and Regional Transportation District to offer the EcoPass program to qualified city employees. From Land Use, Transportation, and Infrastructure, 22-1652, a bill for an ordinance approving a proposed third amendment to the intergovernmental agreement between the City and County of Denver and Urban Drainage and Flood Control District doing business as a Mile High Flood District to continue the Ware Gulch Reach Drainage and Flood Control improvements in Council District 3. 23-0030, a bill for an ordinance amending the Denver Zoning Code, establishing the Sunnyside Conservation Overlay Zone District and the Sunnyside Conservation and Brick Overlay Zone District, and clarifying standards in the Potter Highlands Conservation Overlay Zone District and the Bungalow Conservation Overlay Zone District. And 23-0031, a bill for an ordinance changing the zoning classification for multiple properties to apply the Sunnyside Conservation Overlay and the Sunnyside Conservation and Brick Overlays within the Sunnyside neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Council members, this is your last opportunity to call out an item. Councilman Flynn, will you make the motions for us tonight?
Certainly, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll do a recap. Under resolutions, no items have been called out. Under bills for introduction, no items have been called out. Under bills for final consideration, Councilwoman Black has called out Bill 15 for a vote. Under pending, no items have been called out. Madam Secretary, please put the first item on our screens. Thank you. Councilman Flynn, will you please put Bill 15 on the floor for final passage?
Yes, I move that Council Bill 23-15 be placed upon final consideration and do pass.
Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded. Are there comments by members of council? Councilwoman Black.
Thank you, Madam President. I called this out to vote no on it. I made some of these comments at the last meeting. It's a bill that decriminalizes jaywalking. However, jaywalking will remain illegal under state law. My concerns are twofold. One, with an average number of jaywalking citations of 22 a year, there's absolutely no data supporting the idea that the police are targeting any group for jaywalkers. And recently, CDOT released data that in the past 10 years, there's been a 57% increase in traffic deaths, and 36% of those are pedestrians and bicycles. The chief of the Colorado State Patrol said, "What we're seeing across Colorado are the consequences when too many drivers ignore the rules of the road, and it's unacceptable." So my concern is not about whether someone might get a ticket for jaywalking. My concern is about people's safety. And I think the problems with this bill is that it sends a message that jaywalking is okay to do. And as I said earlier, we all spend a lot of time advocating with Dottie for safe routes to schools, for crosswalks, for crossing guards, for rapid flashing beacons, for hawk signals, which are all at intersections where we want pedestrians to go and cross the street. So to send a message that if there's no car coming, you don't need to cross at the crosswalk, go in the middle of the block, I think that's a very dangerous message to send. It's a dangerous message to send, I think, to children. I live near a school, and I've advocated a lot for crosswalks, and then to see kids who might run across mid-block thinking that the car is far enough away, or when I leave council on Monday nights, I drive south on Broadway, usually in the dark, and almost every Monday night, someone is running across Broadway wearing dark clothing. It's very hard to see. So I think while this may have certain intentions, I think the ultimate message it's sending is that it's okay to jaywalk. And I think that's putting pedestrians in harm's way. So that's why I am not voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, Madam Secretary, roll call on Bill 23-15.
Cedabacca?
Aye.
Herndon?
No.
Hines?
Aye.
Black?
Nay.
Clark?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Gilmore?
Aye.
Cashman?
Nay.
Kinich? Aye. Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval? Aye. Sawyer?
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
3 days, 10 ayes.
10 ayes. Council Bill 23-15 has passed. That concludes the items to be called out. All bills for introduction are ordered published. Council members, remember this is a consent or block vote, and you'll need to vote aye. Otherwise, this is your last chance to call out an item for a separate vote. Councilman Flynn, will you please put the proclamations and resolutions for adoption and the bills on final consideration for final passage on the floor?
Yes, I will, Madam President. Thank you. I move that the proclamations and resolutions be adopted and bills on final consideration be placed upon final consideration and do pass in a block for the following items. 23-93, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 27, 37, 28, 51, 1682, 39, 40, 41, 42, 1, and that's it.
Good job. Thank you so much. And that has been moved. I need a second. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Cedabacca? Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Black?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Gilmore?
Aye.
Cashman?
Aye.
Kinich? Aye. Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval? Aye. Sawyer?
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
13 ayes.
13 ayes. The proclamations and resolutions have been adopted and the bills have been placed upon final consideration and do pass. Tonight, there'll be a required public hearing on Council Bill 22-1602, changing the zoning classification for 3065 South Ogden Street in Washington Park West, and a required public hearing on Council Bill 22-1603, changing the zoning classification for 1772 and 1788 South Acoma Street in Overland. Anyone wishing to speak on these matters must go online to sign up during the recess of council. If there are no objections from members of council, we will recess until 5:30.
Occupying all 3 floors of galleries at MCA Denver, the Dirty South, Contemporary Art, Material Culture, and the Sonic Impulse will make visible the roots of Southern hip-hop culture and reveal how the aesthetic traditions of the African American South have shaped visual art and musical expression over the last 100 years. The experimental Downpour lighting installation is open to all. The immersive lighting experience, which features almost 400 programmable, color-changing spheres that playfully imitate a rainfall of colored light, will be on daily from 30 minutes before sunset until midnight on Sunday through Thursday, and until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. Rolling Stone gives it 5 stars, calling To Kill a Mockingbird an emotionally shattering landmark production of an American classic. Don't miss the broadcast adaptation of the classic novel. Discover the Rocky Mountain region's oldest, largest, and most prestigious garden and home show, a 9-day spectacular event at the Colorado Convention Center, where you can find inspiration from the latest ideas and trends in landscaping, gardening, and home improvement. Memory Mirror is an immersive installation that invites visitors to explore their relationship with memory through animation, dioramas, and interactive storytelling. As part of the installation, you are invited to contribute images or an audio recording that represents a personal memory. Stylish and vibrant, this world premiere play offers a lighthearted look at the struggles many Latinas go through to gain entry into cultural and artistic spaces that have historically excluded them. It examines Latinx representation in the media, the fears and uncertainties of adulthood, art as an industry, love, and family. On the first Friday of every month, many Rhino locations open their doors with events ranging from art openings to live music. Standard hours are 6 to 9 p.m., but many locations are open during the day and later into the night. And that's a quick look at what's happening in Denver this week.
Tonight's session is being interpreted into Spanish. Sam or Diego, would you please introduce yourself and let our viewers know how to enable translation on their devices? We'll give it a couple minutes to see if we can get the tech working.
Yes, thank you. Hello, can I be heard? Hello? Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Guzman with the CLC, and I'm here with my colleague Diego. We will be interpreting today's meeting into Spanish. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Samuel Guzmán con la CLC, con mi colega Diego. Estaremos interpretando la reunión de hoy al español. Si desea escuchar la reunión en español, vaya a su pantalla y elija el icono de globo que dice interpretación. Y verá y escoja su idioma preferido, en este caso en español, y podrá escuchar la reunión en español. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. Before reconvening our regular meeting, City Council provides a half-hour general public comment session to hear from the public on city matters, except for any matter that's scheduled for a legally required public hearing. To maximize time for citizen comment, Council will not offer comments or responses from the dais. Council or staff may contact speakers following your comment if they raise matters that lend themselves to follow-up. For those participating in person, when called upon, please come to the podium. On the presentation monitor on the wall, you'll see your time counting down. For those participating virtually, when called upon, please wait until our meeting host promotes you to speaker. When you're promoted, please accept the promotion, turn on your camera if you have one, and your microphone. All speakers should begin your remarks by telling Council your name, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Please refrain from profane or obscene speech. Direct your comments to Council as a whole, and refrain from individual or personal attacks, including disparaging other speakers' motives. We'll begin with our first speaker joining us on Zoom, Susanna Spire.
Hi, can you hear me now? Is the sound okay?
Yeah.
Is this unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you. You can go.
Oh, great. Thanks for letting me speak today. My name is Susanna Spear, and I'm a freelance journalist and now working full-time to edit my own publication called Immunocompromised Times, which is a publication about the immunocompromised community, and it covers sort of local and national issues. I've also been wanting to make use of all the wonderful arts and cultural resources in the city of Denver, where I live. Councilman Hines is my councilman, and I've been in touch with him throughout the process of trying to connect with city museums about having masked hours, even something as modest as masked mornings once a month, which are happening now in other cities. The Freya Museum in Seattle has masked mornings. There's also, there are masked days and masked Saturdays at the WOW Museum in Lafayette. And when I got in touch with the contact at the Denver Art Museum, Christy Bassignor, who Councilman Hines connected me to, she responded with a detailed letter, and I want to read the letter with the rest of my time here. She was not able to offer masked days. She did make useful suggestions, and so I also would like to talk to the council about some of these ideas and ways to make arts and cultural institutions more accessible to immunocompromised people in the city. Hi, Susanna. Thanks again for contacting us at the Dam and for passing on the article and ideas below. I'll forward those to the team that develops program plans for the museum. Similar to several other museums in Metro Denver, the Dam follows current City of Denver and Colorado COVID-19 protocols. And while encouraging mask wearing does not require masks or have a masks required day, there currently are no plans underway to develop such a program, although I have passed along the reply also to Danielle Schultz. Danielle leads the museum's access programs. Oh, I'm almost out of time. Okay. Anyway, she just went on to explain that the museum has an HVAC system and that they were not able to provide masked mornings. And so I'd like to be able to further discuss the idea with City Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker joining us on Zoom is Mariana Thompson.
Can I be heard? Can I
Yes.
be heard?
Yes, you can.
Good evening, Council, and all those watching. Mariana Thompson, residing in District 10. Council, I want to thank you personally for voting yes to the funding of STAR. And as we know, we need STAR 24/7 and not the police. Trigger warning. Did you all know that you must meet criteria to qualify to get into a behavioral unit voluntarily for stabilization? Yes, you must either be suicidal or homicidal. At the mayoral forum, one of the candidates spoke of his struggle for treatment of his daughter who was self-harming. If I was having symptoms of a heart attack, I would not need to pre-qualify to get into an emergency room for treatment. 4 weeks or so, I spoke of my mental health crisis. Can you imagine going over a month with continuous flashbacks as to the sexual abuse that I encountered as a child 24/7? Before I called STAR, I had to go with either being suicidal or homicidal. I chose suicidal. I was admitted to the Solution Center where I received stabilization treatment for 5 days. I had to lie in order for me to get the help that I needed, and that is on my record permanently. I have to track on a daily basis if my thoughts are suicidal or am I suicidal. Colorado ranks 50th in the nation as to mental health treatment. The best psychiatric treatment is in the Denver jail right now. Maybe that homicide would never have taken place. Maybe that OD would never have happened if access to care was available immediately. It takes 6 weeks for a new client to wait to meet a therapist at Wellpower. That person needed help yesterday. For those of you that will remain on council after the election, please note that the budget for our social ills need to be twice the amount of the police. Let us not forget Paul Childs, Marvin Booker, and Michael Marshall were all murdered while in a mental health crisis. This could be any one of us. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Our next speaker joining us on Zoom is Brandy Majors.
Yes, thank you for having me. I just want to talk about the mental health of Denver. STAR, whatever, that is a joke. You can say that the best mental health is happening in the Denver City Jail. For a person who's been in the Denver City Jail, I don't know how many times I can count, especially going on what you allegedly call suicidal hold or whatever, to seek mental health for having schizoaffective disorder and PTSD, since that's all I live is traumatic episodes. I don't even have to reflect back on the past. Just traumatically, something happened to me 2 days ago. Anyway, but check this out. They put you in a hole, in a cell with a hole on the floor, in a turtle suit, right? That's that green fluffy Velcro thing, right? With a green fluffy Velcro blanket on a cement block where you have to defecate and urinate in a hole where they're watching you on a camera, butt ass naked, right? And they bring you your food, they slide it through a door. That's the best mental health? Are we serious? Maybe you should get locked up more often so you know what's really going on in the city. Now, I really want to talk about the the cold weather shelters. That's what I called for. Why come on the news, we only talk about the warming shelters being open from daily business hours? What happened to the overnight shelters on the news in the media? Okay, let's talk about that. There are people outside currently right now in a tent, freezing to death, haven't ate or drank water. I know because I'm talking to them just about 20 minutes ago, right before this started. And they call in and they're asking for help. So I'm telling you right now, City Council and any other do-gooder listening, to go out there and bring warm fluids, bring some warm blankets. Obviously, they can't get into our shelters overnight. These are actual people that live in our city, not the influx of immigrants that we feel like we must warm up and house and educate. We are talking about our people that have been going to the Holly Shelter, the Samaritan House, the Rescue Mission, St. Francis, all those people. That's who we're talking about. Those people, especially Black people. Let's not get it twisted. They get cold, they get hungry, and they need help. There are veterans out there. There are women out there. There are pregnant women out there. There are Black women out there. They need help. So do something about it. I can't wait till we play musical political chairs here shortly. All you need sweat.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is joining us on Zoom, Jesse Paris.
Yes, good evening, members of council, those watching at home. May I be heard? Okay. My name is Jessica Sean Paris, and I represent for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Commitment for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the East Denver Residents Council, Frontline Black News, and I will be the next mayor of Denver in 2023. And I reside in Christopher Herndon's district of District 8. I want to talk about the sweeps. 4 years ago, first of all, I'd like to thank all the previous speakers, especially Brandy Majors, speaking on the mental health crisis that we have in the city, that we had before COVID, by the way, just like we had an unhoused neighbor crisis before COVID. Now, 4 years ago, y'all lied and said that we can do better. And y'all spent $2.5 million with Together Denver to convince Denver voters that Initiative 300, the right to survive, which I worked on, wasn't the answer and that we can do better. Well, Denver, it's been 4 years later and we're still not doing better. We're doing worse. If you haven't looked around, our unhoused neighbor population, which is my term, by the way. So if you hear anybody talking about unhoused neighbors, just know they got it from me because I said they're unhoused, but they're still part of the community, has gotten drastically worse. And all we get is these false promises of change and that we're going to end homelessness. First of all, you can't end homelessness until you address the societal issues that cause homelessness in the first place, such as poverty, such as racism, white supremacy, such as wage theft, such as several other factors that result in somebody being on the streets, especially Black people in the city. So you cannot solve homelessness, mayoral candidates that are talking about they're going to end homelessness and they're going to solve the homeless problem. No, you're not. You're just saying whatever it takes you think to get votes, but you're not really about this life. Even Michael Hancock called you out and said he has never met with any of you people, have never seen any of you people that are running for office talking about you're going to end homelessness. But you know who he has seen? Me. Because I've been here since day one. You know, I've been attending city council meetings for the past 7 years. I've been fighting the urban camping ban since it was passed in 2012. So sweep the council like they allow our unhoused to be swept every night. Support Team Paris for Denver Mayor. Go to www.jessedenvermayor.com. Write in a new B1 beginning, Denver. We can do better. And under our Paris administration, we will do better. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our general public comment session. The next session will be Monday, February 6th. Sign up begins at 11 a.m. on Friday, February 3rd. We look forward to hearing from you all again. Thank you for attending, and stay with us for the Denver City Council meeting in 16 minutes.
In January on Elevating Denver, we take a look back at 2022.
And it's so exciting.
Celebrate the new year with a Mile High City retrospective of the people, places, and events of 2022.
It's pretty cool. Everybody's engaged, everybody's excited, happy. So I think it could be better timing.
Join us for our favorites on the next episode of Elevating Denver.
When it comes to live music, there's only one destination, the world-renowned Red Rocks Amphitheater. Red Rocks Premieres is your ticket to Denver's most unique shows, and every concert provides a backstage pass to meet the band.
Music is really a reminder that we're all alive.
Powerful performances, fantastic local bands, new shows added all the time. Don't miss Red Rocks Premieres.
Winter is here, and icy sidewalk conditions can be dangerous for pedestrians. All Denver property owners are responsible for the sidewalk in front of their property. If you see an icy spot on a public sidewalk, call 311 or report the problem through pocketgov.com. Remember to include a picture if you can, as they are always helpful to identify the exact location. The city will then send out a neighborhood inspector to the address as soon as possible. Businesses and apartment buildings are required to begin snow removal as soon as it stops snowing. Residential properties have 24 hours until they have to shovel. Let's all do our part to keep Denver's sidewalks safe for everyone. Denver 311 and PocketGov are helping you navigate Denver city services.
Do you want to be active in your community, but you don't know when or where things are happening? Well, don't sweat it. Just check out the upcoming events calendar on denvergov.org. It's your one-stop shop for community meetings, online workshops, and more, so you can be fully informed and involved. You can even search by date, keyword, or even what neighborhood you live in. Plus, you can also see on what holidays the city is closed. The upcoming events calendar, yet another great feature on the all-new denvergov.org.
Occupying all 3 floors of galleries at MCA Denver, the Dirty South, Contemporary Art, Material Culture, and the Sonic Impulse will make visible the roots of Southern hip-hop culture and reveal how the aesthetic traditions of the African American South have shaped visual art and musical expression over the last 100 years. The experimental Downpour lighting installation is open to all. The immersive lighting experience, which features almost 400 programmable, color-changing spheres that playfully imitate a rainfall of colored light, will be on daily from 30 minutes before sunset until midnight on Sunday through Thursday, and until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. Rolling Stone gives it 5 stars, calling To Kill a Mockingbird an emotionally shattering landmark production of an American classic. Don't miss the broadcast adaptation of the classic novel. Discover the Rocky Mountain region's oldest, largest, and most prestigious garden and home show, a 9-day spectacular event at the Colorado Convention Center, where you can find inspiration from the latest ideas and trends in landscaping, gardening, and home improvement. Memory Mirror is an immersive installation that invites visitors to explore their relationship with memory through animation, dioramas, and interactive storytelling. As part of the installation, you are invited to contribute images or an audio recording that represents a personal memory. Stylish and vibrant, this world premiere play offers a lighthearted look at the struggles many Latinas go through to gain entry into cultural and artistic spaces that have historically excluded them. It examines Latinx representation in the media, the fears and uncertainties of adulthood, art as an industry, love, and family. On the first Friday of every month, many Rhino locations open their doors with events ranging from art openings to live music. Standard hours are 6 to 9 p.m., but many locations are open during the day and later into the night. And that's a quick look at what's happening in Denver this week.
When it comes to live music, there's only one destination, the world-renowned Red Rocks Amphitheater. Red Rocks Premieres is your ticket to Denver's most unique shows, and every concert provides a backstage pass to meet the band.
Music is really a reminder that we're all alive.
Powerful performances. Fantastic local bands. New shows added all the time. Don't miss Red Rocks Premieres.
When Denver weather delivers snow, everyone should help to keep walkways clear. For some, shoveling snow can be difficult, almost impossible. It's times like this that neighbor helping neighbor really makes a difference. Grab a shovel, volunteer, and become a snow angel. If you need help or want to volunteer, contact Snow Angels at denvergov.org. For more information, go to denvergov.org/snowangels. In Denver, the road most traveled is full of potholes. Fear not, worried traveler. Denver's Department of Transportation and Infrastructure is ready to fix the problem. To report a pothole, call 311 or go online at pocketgov.org. Click on the button, Report a Problem, fill out the quick questionnaire, and within 72 hours, crews will be sent to fix the problem. Call 311 or go online at pocketgov.org. Denver is a vibrant and active place, and there are events happening every day in our community. And now it's easier than ever to find out what's going on in your neighborhood and across the city. Just check out the What's Near Me feature on denvergov.org. From our many recreation centers, vaccination clinics, festivals, venues, and even cats on mats, there's so much to explore. Just enter your address or scroll across the map to see what pops up. What's Near Me? Yet another amazing feature on the all-new denvergov.org.
Denver's hot crosswalk signals are helping us cross streets more safely. Just press the button to activate the flashing yellow warning lights so drivers are alerted to slow down and stop, giving pedestrians a safe way to cross. Visit denvergov.org/Vision Zero.
Clearing sidewalks after snowstorms helps ensure the safety and mobility of our entire community. This is important especially for senior citizens and people with disabilities. What's inconvenient to you could be dangerous or even life-threatening to them. Be sure to shovel your entire sidewalk. A wheelchair needs a minimum of 36 inches to pass. And if your property has a curb ramp, be sure to clear that entirely as well. Residents and businesses alike need to help make our community safe and accessible for all.
In January on Elevating Denver, we take a look back at 2022.
And it's so exciting.
celebrate the new year with a Mile High City retrospective of the people, places, and events of 2022.
It's pretty cool. Everybody's engaged, everybody's excited, happy. So I think it could be better timing.
Join us for our favorites on the next episode of Elevating Denver.
The Snow Angels program was born out of Denver Days, which is an initiative that Mayor Hancock started about 10 years ago. It's an idea that neighbors continue to help neighbors through the snowy months, and something that the Snow Angel program does is it creates an opportunity for neighbors to assist neighbors who are unable to shovel their front walks, whether it be because they're living with a disability or they just don't have the funds to be able to pay for private services, or elderly adults. We have 600 homes currently who need assistance shoveling their walks. We only have about 278 volunteers across the city. So there are 78 neighborhoods in Denver officially. 22% of those neighborhoods do not have a volunteer in them. So it's roughly 17 neighborhoods that don't have anyone who has signed up to serve those needs.
So the sign up for the Snow Angels program was pretty easy. I'm pretty sure I just entered my address and my neighborhood area, and then when it snows, I get an email that has a list of addresses without people's individuals' names of places that need to be cleared from snow, and then that gets sent to kind of all of the volunteers in that particular area, and then you just go and see what's been done or what hasn't been done, and because they're clustered into neighborhoods, they're all pretty close.
So the volunteers that we're looking for is anyone who wants to assist their neighborhood. They can go onto our website, which is denvergov.org/snowangels. They would sign up to be a volunteer, and during a snowstorm, they would receive an email and they would say, in your neighborhood of Belcaro, we need some assistance with your neighbors. Here's an address of someone you can go help. And so really it is anyone who's looking to assist their neighbors. We have snow shovels that we give to all of our volunteers. So if someone signs up to be a snow angel, they receive one of our shovels so that they don't have to go out and buy one if they don't already have one.
It feels important to me for neighbors to help neighbors because there are a lot of needs in our community, and sometimes it can be hard to know how to contribute. And I know there are lots of ways to get involved. If someone likes the snow, if someone likes physical activity, if someone just wants to have like an easy, doesn't take that long, like sometimes even 15 minutes, way to contribute, I think Snow Angels is a great program for that. I think for folks who might be hesitant to sign up, I know that there can be a lot of shame or stigma around needing help. And there's this value around being independent, but really people like me want to be able to help and want to be able to allow folks who need a little bit of assistance to still be a valued part of our community.
I had a woman call me a couple days ago. She's 80 years old. Her husband is a veteran who is almost 90, and they can't risk the fall, especially when it gets very cold outside. The snow tends to freeze, and then there's an option for slipping and falling. And they just are unable to put their own health at risk in order to do that. So somebody who is elderly would require some assistance. Same thing with someone who might be living with a disability, somebody who has a walker or a cane or something along those lines. It's very dangerous to be out on front steps and on front walks when it's snowy and cold.
I definitely feel a neighborhood pride in making sure that the area is accessible. The winter can feel really miserable to people sometimes. The days get shorter, it gets darker, it gets cold, people stay inside. And it's helpful just to have a little bit of neighborly care. And whether people notice or not, I think putting that out into the neighborhood is helpful for creating the kind of place that I want to live in.
I would say that volunteering is a matter of the heart. I think that if you feel the need to help out but you don't know where to start, A great start would be in your own neighborhood. You don't have to make your way across the city in a foot of snow to be helpful, to be of assistance. You know, it takes just a short amount of your time, and it makes you feel good.
I secretly, although now not so secretly, love shoveling. And the reason that I love it is because it's a pretty active thing to do outside. And so in the morning, rather than just like cuddling inside where it's nice and cozy, I'll put on all my layers and go outside and like make it a workout. And so I'll try to like hinge at the hips and use good posture and make it kind of a game and make it feel active. And normally it's either snowing, which feels like a winter wonderland, or it's already sunny and beautiful, and then it feels like a fun outdoor activity.
Good evening, everyone. Council will now reconvene for our evening session. There is no unfinished business. There is one proclamation being read this evening. I will read Proclamation 23-94, a proclamation celebrating the life of Dr. Martha Urioste, Chicana education trailblazer. Whereas Dr. Martha Urioste was born on October 2nd, 1937 in Raton, New Mexico. And whereas Dr. Urioste graduated from Loretto Heights College in 1958, earned her PhD from the University of Colorado in 1977, and an honorary PhD from Regis University in 2017. And whereas she was inducted into the Colorado Hall of Fame in 2000, the Colorado Latino Hall of Fame in 2018, and the Colorado Women's Hall of Fame in 2020. And whereas she was the first-gen graduate, a Chicana advocate and leader, a global Montessori and early childhood education advocate, expert, author, and change maker. And whereas she was a board member of Family Star Montessori Early Learning and was instrumental in establishing the first Montessori public school in the city of Denver, making Denison Montessori Elementary School a national model, feeding into Sandoval Elementary School. And whereas she's known in her community as La Madrina de Montessori, or simply Martita, and was instrumental in elevating graduation rates among Chicano-Chicana students and other students of color. Dr. Urioste was a relentless advocate for multilingual education, students, and their families. And whereas Dr. Urioste served as a member of the Congress of Hispanic Educators, who oversaw compliance with the consent decree for monolingual students in Denver Public Schools. As a champion for multilingual education, she insisted that leadership in Denver Public Schools be held accountable to fully implement the consent decree to provide multilingual learners equal opportunities to succeed linguistically and academically. And whereas Dr. Urioste was a trailblazer who created multiple pathways for students to achieve linguistic and academic success. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Council of the City and County of Denver that the Council of the City and County of Denver hereby recognizes the service to the citizens of Denver and honors Dr. Martha Urioste for her leadership, dedication, and phenomenal contributions to our community, and that the Clerk and Recorder of the City and County of Denver shall affix the seal of the City and County of Denver to this proclamation, and that it be transmitted to her brother, Richard Urioste. I move that Proclamation 23-94 be adopted. It has been moved and seconded, and we'll take comments by members of council, but I'll take a minute. First, I want to thank Martha's family. Martha passed in the last month, and it left a ripple effect, I think, for so many of our community who felt deeply affected by both her work, her friendship, and just want to say thank you for the gift that Martha gave to the city, to your family, and the legacy that she leaves, that of adults and children across the city. So thank you so much. Councilwoman Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for filing this proclamation. Martha was a dear friend of mine. She and I actually grew up in the same hometown. And I know her brother Richard went to school with some of my sisters. And Martha was just an amazing individual in terms of her advocacy for kids and the work she did with Montessori education in this city will never be matched by anyone else, because she truly was a champion both for building out the Family Star, which is the early childhood education program that is the feeder into Denison. The first Montessori school we had was actually at Mitchell Elementary School in Northeast Denver, and then it moved over to Denison. Councilwoman Kanich's son and my grandson actually went to school together at Denison. All of my grandkids went through Family Star and through Denison, and the education they got was amazing. And that's because of the hard work that Dr. Urioste put into offering a model that she knew was going to be successful for our kids. And there are so many young people who have gone through there that have now graduated and are doing amazing work across not just this city, but many of them are in college and just working across the U.S. doing incredible work. So I was involved with the work when we were looking at what kind of model for what is now known as Anna Marie Sandoval School, which is just a block and a half away from my house. And the community was very adamant about what curriculum model they wanted. And at that time, the school board member wanted something else. And the community worked together to say, we want a dual language Montessori school. And the school board member who was supporting the different model was up for re-election. And the community got behind Lucia Guzman to elect her as the school board member because she supported that model. And that school has been incredibly successful. As a matter of fact, about a week ago, I ran into a young lady in the elevator here in our school, in our office building, and she worked upstairs in the public defender's office. And she was a young student who had gone through Sandoval Elementary. And she's completely bilingual, young Anglo gal who lives in the Sunnyside neighborhood. But that school, very much like Denison, created lifelong friends among the young people who went through these schools. And the fact that her legacy and her footprint on this city in fighting for bilingual education, especially for native Spanish language learners, to be able to start learning their curriculum in their native language as they were transitioning to learn English is part of what that consent decree is all about, that she was one of those pivotal members that continued to monitor compliance with the consent decree. So I just want to thank Martha for her many, many years of contributions to our kids across the Denver community, and thank her family for having loaned her to all of us for all these years and shared her with us, because her work will live on forever, especially in all of our kids. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sandoval.
Thank you. Just want to acknowledge Martha. I joined the Latino Education Coalition with her not long ago, about a year ago. And she, on a Zoom call, educated probably, I think, 35 of us about this consent decree. And I remember getting off the phone call, and my daughter, who's 20, asked me, what was that about? And she was able to listen to Martha and learn. And it was so insightful. I kept asking questions, And she knew my father, Paul Sandoval, who helped create Bilingual Bicultural Act in 1975 in Colorado. And she just, there was no stupid question that hour and a half that she was able to teach us all about the work and how important it was. And I remember seeing her not long after that, and she said, thank you for asking questions. Keep asking questions. It's because I needed these answers. That is how I know so much. So my daughter and my son went to Sandoval Elementary School and experienced dual language Montessori, and I talked to her about my son and how he ended up leaving, and it's not for everybody, and she agreed with that, but she said education is. And so I was always awe-inspired. I was like the president of her fam club. Every time she got on the LEC, she would ask these questions, and I would run into her after, and I was like, I had that same question. And she was like, well, we need the next generation of leaders to speak up, Amanda. So in those meetings, ask those hard questions. There's no stupid question when it comes to advocating for our younger students and bilingual education. So thank you for sharing your sister with us. She was someone who inspired me, and during COVID when we were meeting virtually, she would talk and she would get everyone's attention on a 75-person Zoom call, which is very hard to do. It's like 75 Latinos vying for the microphone, and Martha would rein us all in and say, come on, we're not advocating, we're not staying on the agenda. And she would make us get back in order, start us off with the agenda again, and then talk about the consent decree. So thank you. I had an amazing time this last year and a half getting to know her at the work at the LEC. And we just had a forum this past Saturday for the Latino Education Coalition, and she was greatly missed. She was that person who would bring us all together and keep us on time and keep us there. So just know that as much as you miss her, we miss working with her as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, roll call. Sita Baca? Herndon? Hines?
Aye.
Black?
Aye.
Sita Baca?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Gilmore?
Aye.
Cashman?
Aye.
Kinich?
Aye.
Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval?
Aye.
Sawyer?
Aye.
Madam President? Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results. 12 ayes. 12 ayes. Proclamation 23-94 has been adopted. We have some time for proclamation acceptance, and I would love to invite up Richard and Martha's family for any comments you'd like to make. Right up to the podium here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments that you'd like to make?
The only thing I want to say is I want to thank the city and county of Denver for this prestigious honor. Martha was definitely a trailblazer. She was definitely a woman with vision, a woman with passion, and an all-around good friend. And I think back to when former Mayor Pena had a slogan that said, "Imagine a great city." Well, if Martha was going to have a slogan, it would be probably "Imagine a great school system." And Martha was not one that liked tradition. She liked to push the envelope. She liked to get people, as she would say, I like to get people mad. That way they can do something. And she went on in her life just to prove that if you strive for something that is not attainable to so many people, it can still happen. And that's what she did by bringing Montessori into the school system. And it would just be wonderful if we could eventually say that Denver is now the Denver Public Schools Montessori District. Whether or not that'll happen, I doubt it. But she always used to say, push the envelope, and it'll happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate you being here. We have 2 public hearings tonight. For those participating in person, when called upon, please come to the podium. On the monitor on the wall, you'll see your time counting down. For those participating virtually, when called upon, please wait until our meeting host promotes you to speaker. When you are promoted, please accept the promotion. Turn on your camera if you have one and your microphone. All speakers should begin your remarks by telling council your name and city of residence, and if you feel comfortable doing so, your home address. If you've signed up to answer questions only, state your name and note you're available for questions of council. Speakers will have 3 minutes. There is no yielding of time. If translation is needed, you'll be given an additional 3 minutes for your comments to be interpreted. Speakers must stay on the topic of the hearing and direct your comments to council as a whole. Please refrain from profane or obscene speech and refrain from individual or personal attacks. Councilman Flynn, will you please put Council Bill 22-1602 on the floor for final passage?
Yes, Madam President. I move that Council Bill 22-1602 be placed upon final consideration and do pass.
Thank you, and that's been moved and seconded. The required public hearing for Council Bill 22-1602 is open. May we have the staff report?
Yeah, good evening, Council, and all those watching at home. My name is Tony Lechuga with Community Planning and Development, and I'll be presenting the proposed map amendment located at 365 South Ogden Street. So this is a private property owner-driven application to change the zoning classification of their property from USUB to USUB1, and we'll get into a little more clarity of what that looks like. To frame us for context where we are in the city, this is located in Council District 7, represented by Councilmember Clark. You can see it's kind of on the far edge of that district. And you'll notice here that it's in the Washington Park West neighborhood. So as far as the request goes, the applicant is requesting to rezone their property from urban single unit B to urban single unit B1, which would allow for them to build an accessory dwelling unit on their property. You can see their property is about 6,300 square feet, which is a normal sized property for a Denver single unit residence. And the only thing this change would allow is the construction of a 1.5 story, 24-foot accessory dwelling unit on their property. As stated previously, this property is USUB, as is much of the surrounding area. As you can see in the map here, the property is the red box. To the east is an area of UTUC, which is a 2-unit district. To the northwest, you can see an area that's USUB1. So that would reflect what this property would look like, where the zoning is exactly the same as USUB, but people there can build an accessory dwelling unit. You'll also notice to the southeast, the corner of Washington Park right there. In terms of existing land uses, you can see the property is a single unit home in an area that's largely dominated by other single unit properties, but there's a scattering of 2-unit and multi-unit residential properties to the northeast at the intersection of Alameda and Downing. There's a sort of local commercial corridor. To the east, you can see a public institution, that's Steele Elementary School, and then again the park to the southeast. Here's a series of images that show the existing built form of the neighborhood, and they sort of show the diversity of building typologies. So the bottom left corner is actually the subject property. That's the applicant's home property where they would like to build an ADU. You can see it's kind of a 1.5 story structure with that classic Denver rise there. The property to the north is the picture above that, which is actually a single story side-by-side duplex. The bottom right corner picture is the property to the south, which you can see is actually a 2-story home, significantly taller, but still within the urban house building form. And then the picture on the top right is actually a 2-story home that's across Ogden Street from them. So a diversity of building styles and forms and sizes in the area. In terms of process for this application, notice went out to the community on August 30th of this year. It went to Planning Board and passed unanimously on the consent agenda on November 16th. It then came to Ludi, where it also passed on the consent agenda on December 6th. And here we are at our public hearing on January 30th. And to date, we've actually received no public comments on this from either RNOs or members of the public. All right, so getting into our review criteria for determining if this is appropriate, you all know that there are 5 review criteria that an application has to meet in order for this to be approved. The first of which is consistency with adopted plans. So this particular property has 3 plans. There's the citywide comp plan 2040, there's Blueprint Denver, which is also a citywide plan, and then there's actually the West Washington Park neighborhood plan of 1991. Pretty old, but we still happen to look at it. So the staff report goes into further detail on Comp Plan 2040, but things like ADU applications do meet a number of goals around equity and climate, considering that we're creating a greater mix of housing units in areas where we already have established neighborhoods. And then we're also sort of promoting infill development where we already have infrastructure and services. So that's a good place to put new housing. So turning our attention to Blueprint Denver. So the future neighborhood context that Blueprint identifies is urban, which is what the neighborhood currently is. So rezoning just to this B1 doesn't change anything about that, and so it does meet the review criteria for that. The future place type is listed as low residential. Low residential are predominantly single and 2 unit uses, which is what this would remain. And it does specifically say that accessory dwelling units are appropriate within a low context in an urban neighborhood. The street type of Ogden is a local street, which is characterized by residential uses, which is what an ADU would help provide. In terms of growth area strategy, this is listed as all other areas of the city, where we see about 10% of job growth and 20% of housing by 2040. So this slight increase in density through an ADU would actually help us meet that goal. And then Blueprint also has specific policy recommendations, and I've highlighted Land Use and Built Environment Policy 4, Strategy E, which states that individual rezonings to allow ADUs are appropriate and should be small in area. Because we don't have a neighborhood plan that says for ADUs in this whole area, looking at a single property is actually like a minimal increase and seems plan supported through Blueprint Denver. We'll get a little more refined with the neighborhood plan here, but as I said, it came out in 1991, so it sort of predates the concept of an ADU. So in looking at this plan, we don't have any specific language about the appropriateness of ADUs, but we do see in Land Use Recommendation 4 that it calls for citing moderate residential density increases, and a detached ADU building form takes into consideration the types of recommendations about compatible setbacks, significant buffering, and would be cited on a place that has appropriate landscaping. So we actually think an ADU matches this particular land use recommendation, despite the age of the plan. Staff also finds that the requested zoning meets the next 2 criteria. The proposed rezoning would result in uniformity of district regulations when they go through site development, and it would further public health, safety, and welfare because it implements our guidance from Blueprint Denver to allow ADUs in these types of areas, and it would provide a new housing unit that is largely single, in a largely single unit residential area, which we see as a benefit to the public welfare. In terms of justifying circumstances, we find that this map amendment is appropriate with the adopted Blueprint guidance to allow ADUs in single unit areas throughout residential neighborhoods. And then finally, the proposed zoning is consistent with the urban neighborhood context, the residential districts, and the USU B1 zone district. And so given that the finding that all the review criteria have been met, CPD recommends City Council approve this map amendment. And I'm happy to answer any questions that folks have.
Thank you so much, Tony. We have 2 individuals signed up to speak this evening. I'm going to call the first speaker who's participating in person, and then the next speaker who is virtual. If you can make your way up to the front bench after I call your name. Kai Davids.
Good evening.
Good evening. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Kai Davids. I live at the property at 365 South Ogden, and yeah, I'm applying for the rezone to be able to build an ADU. Just a little background, I guess. Started as a new garage project. My current garage is not really safe or large enough for modern cars. So I started working with a contractor to build a new garage. I came across the rezone process. I figured this would be a perfect time to build an ADU at the same time. So that's how I got to this place, and I've just been following the path since.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. We'll go to Zoom where our next speaker is Jesse Paris.
Yes, good evening, members of council. May I be heard? Yes, my name is Jesse LaShawn Paris, and I'm representing for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Commitment for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the East Denver Residents Council, Frontline Black News, and I will be the next mayor of Denver in 2023. And I reside at the Fusion Studios in Christopher Herndon's district of District 8. I'm in favor of this rezoning tonight. I thought it was going to be, to increase our housing stock. Seems like this guy, he just wants to
audio. Did we lose him completely? Frozen? Jesse, if you want to unmute, you can continue with your comments.
I was done.
That concludes our speakers. Are there questions from members of council on Council Bill 22-1602? Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Comments by members of council on Council Bill 22-1602. Councilman Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I just think this meets the criteria and happy to support it today. Hope my colleagues will as well.
Excellent. Seeing no one else in queue. Madam Secretary, roll call on Council Bill 22-1602.
Cedabaka.
Aye.
Hines.
Aye.
Black.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Flynn.
Aye.
Gilmore.
Aye.
Cashman.
Aye.
Kinich.
Aye.
Ortega. Sandoval.
Aye.
Sawyer.
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
12 ayes.
12 ayes. Council Bill 22-1602 has passed. Thank you, everybody. Councilman Flynn, will you please put 22-1603 on the floor for final passage?
Yes, I will, Madam President. Thank you. I move that Council Bill 22-1603 be placed upon final consideration and do pass.
Thank you, and that's been moved and seconded. The required public hearing for Council Bill 22-1603 is open. May we have the staff report?
Yeah, so it's me again. So I'll also be presenting the proposed map amendment at 1772 and 1788 South Acoma Street. These are contiguous parcels. This is another applicant, property owner request to change the zoning classification from IAUO2 to IMX5. To provide a little context on where we are in the city, we are in Council District 7, represented by Councilmember Clark. And getting more refined, this is in the Overland neighborhood. You can see right on that border of the Overland neighborhood where Broadway creates a border between Overland and Platt Park. So in terms of the actual request, the applicant is requesting to rezone the property from IAUO2, which is a light industrial district, with a billboard use overlay. There are no active billboards on this site, but it has that zoning classification retained over time. What they're asking for is to rezone to industrial mixed use 5, which has a maximum of 5 stories. It would allow a variety of light industrial, residential, and commercial uses in a diversity of different building forms that they could choose from. And they specifically are requesting this to facilitate denser housing for a mixed-use development across the 2 parcels. So as stated previously, the current zoning is IAU02, as are the immediate blocks to the north, south, and slightly to the west there. To the east is South Broadway, which you can see is zoned UMS5 on the west and UMS3 on the east. And then as you progress even farther east, you end up in that USUB1 district. So we see a sort of stepping down as you move away from Santa Fe, the railroad tracks, towards like a more single unit residential neighborhood. To the west of the subject property, you can see a large block of CMX8, which is the former Shattuck Superfund site, which we're going to talk about a little bit more later on in the presentation. And a block south of the property, you'll also notice that there are some CMX5, CMX8, and CMS8 districts. And those actually represent a stepping up as you move towards the Evans Light Rail Station. The site is notably within the Washington Park view plane, which limits heights at the subject property to 115 feet. Notably, this is actually higher than the proposed zone district would allow anyway. So the zoning is well within the height limit. So the site is occupied currently by 2 single unit homes. And while there's quite a bit of light industrial in the area, there's also a mix of commercial, retail, office, single unit residential, multi-unit residential properties. It's a really diverse area of South Broadway here. And some of these properties are actually light industrial in nature, meaning that they are, you know, the one directly across the street is actually a warehouse where they design and print signs that could go on the exterior of a building, something like that. So the one to the west or to the east is an antique furniture warehouse, things like that. And again, about half a mile to the southwest is the Evans RTD light rail station. So this slide shows the existing context of the surrounding area. So the 2 subject properties are located in the middle there. They're those like 1.5 story Denver houses, again on the classic little rise there. The picture on the bottom actually shows that property on Broadway that I told you about. It's actually an antique furniture repair and resale location. And then those properties to the north show sort of the new development coming up in the area. Those are the properties that are located on the Shattuck site. So you see sort of a 4 to 5 story residential product there. In terms of notice, property owners were noticed that this application was presented to us back in August. It had a public hearing before the planning board on November 16th, where they voted to approve this. This came to LUDI on December 6th, where it was also advanced to here, where we are on January 30th. In terms of public comments, we've only received 1 public comment that was in support of this rezoning, noting that it's a transitional area between residential and the light rail station and the neighborhood across Broadway. So supported the idea of new mixed-use development here. So let's get into the criteria. So again, 5 review criteria that this needs to meet in order to be adopted. So in terms of consistency with adopted plans, we actually have 4. We have the 2 citywide plans, and then we have the Shattuck District Plan of 2002, and then another older neighborhood plan, the Overland Neighborhood Plan of 1993. So we'll start big and then get smaller as we go. So the proposed rezoning meets many goals of Comp Plan 2040, including increasing housing units close to transit, creating a greater mix of housing units in every neighborhood, and encouraging mixed-use communities. So we see a number of strategies that are actually met by rezoning this property. Turning to Blueprint Denver, we can see the future neighborhood context is actually listed as district. I'll note that it's actually on the edge of multiple districts. If you look to the east, you see an urban. If you look south, you see urban center. And so this really is sort of a transitional area between different neighborhood contexts and future place types. Blueprint identifies the property as an innovation flex area. So these are designed to allow multi-unit residential that complements the light industrial uses. South Acoma Street is considered a local street characterized predominantly by residential uses. and South Broadway as a Main Street arterial, which provides a diversity of commercial and retail options. So we see the proposed IMX zone district as appropriately aligned with the various concepts at play here. The growth area in Blueprint Denver's districts. These are anticipated to see 5% of new housing and about 15% of new employment by 2040. The IMX district would allow for a diversity of commercial, retail, and residential that would help us meet these goals. And then I also wanted to note that Blueprint includes specific policy recommendations. And for this one, I wanted to highlight Land Use and Built Form Economic Policy 3, Strategy D, which states that housing should be allowed in Innovation Flex districts in the form of mixed use districts. So this supports the idea that IMX5 would be appropriate in this specific Innovation Flex area. All right, so getting a little smaller now, we'll come down to the Shattuck District Plan, which I said was passed in 2002, and it really focused on the redevelopment of the Shattuck Superfund site. So in 2017, a multi-unit residential complex was completed on the Shattuck site. The plan states that, quote, 15 or 20 years from now should see a redeveloped Shattuck site in a productive mixed-use neighborhood. We are more than 15 years out from that, and we do see that the Shattuck site has become this mixed-use neighborhood, and this would help realize that vision of expanding the mixed-use residential nature outside of the Shattuck site. Then turning to the Overland Neighborhood Plan, which was approved in 1993. So the plan expressed a need to provide appropriate transitions from industrial to residential properties, and the subject property is specifically shown as a transitional area from industrial to the east to commercial along Broadway. So we see the proposed IMX5 zone district as supporting this guidance by providing sort of a mixed use transition from industrial to commercial and then residential properties on the other side of that. Staff also finds that the requested zoning meets the next two criteria, resulting in uniformity of district regulations and furthering public health, safety, and welfare by facilitating housing density near services along Broadway, as well as rapid transit station at Evans. Staff finds the justifying circumstance for this map amendment with changing conditions in the area, including the redevelopment of the Shattuck site, development of multiple multi-unit residential properties near the Evans station, and city investments in the South Broadway streetscape. And then lastly, the proposed zoning is consistent with the neighborhood context, the mixed-use district, and the IMX5 district intent statement. And so given that finding that all the review criteria have been met, CPD recommends City Council approve this map amendment.
Thank you very much, Tony.
Yep.
We have two individuals signed up to speak this evening. We will start with our speaker who signed up in person, Justin Archuleta.
Good evening, my name is Justin Archuleta, and I live in Jefferson Park in Denver. I am here this evening on behalf of the applicant. I was hired at the beginning of the process to handle the rezoning application process for a friend of mine. And I reached out to Councilmember Clark and immediately started working with the registered neighborhood organizations. I attended 3 different meetings of the Overland Park Neighborhood Plan. Got to work with their last year's president and this year's president and really speak with them and address some of the concerns, talk about the project, talk about what the neighborhood was looking for, was concerned about. I think we had a really productive dialogue. And ultimately, the property owner came to agreement on a bunch of things with the neighborhood organization. So tonight I'm here to answer any of your questions about plans or our process, and then just thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our second speaker is joining us on Zoom, Jesse Paris.
Yes, good evening, members of council, those watching at home, those in the council chambers. My name is Jesse LaShawn Paris, and I'm representing for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Commitment for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the East Denver Residents Council, Frontline Black News, and I will be the next mayor of Denver in 2023. and I reside in Christopher Herndon's district of District 8 at the Fusion Studios. I'm in favor of this rezoning. I just have a few questions. What is going to be the AMI level for this rezoning? Because as you know, or you should know, we have a housing crisis. And what we have is an affordability, attainable, accessible housing crisis. It is not affordable to live in Denver anymore. You guys keep passing rezonings that are not focused on that. So I would like to know what the AMI level is going to be for this rezoning. How many units are proposed to be on this parcel of land that's being rezoned? And when will the construction or begin on this, or is it pending just this rezoning for you to get it started? If someone could please answer those questions. Also, if there was a traffic study done and a rail study, because this is right near the light rail. So if you could please answer those questions, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm pretty sure the people watching at home would too. Thank you.
Much. That concludes our speakers. Are there questions for members of council on Council Bill 22-1603? Councilwoman Ortega?
Let me first ask Justin Archuleta, if you're representing the owner, if you have an idea of what he's planning to put there?
Yes. So there are no architectural plans as of now, because it is just a private owner. He didn't want to go through the great expense of kind of getting the whole development project started. But what he is looking to do is a mixed-use building with residential. I believe he's actually investigating utilizing the new affordable housing initiative to look at some reduced parking reductions and increased unit counts. So I believe that is the potential. He comes from a working class background and just really feels, I think, for like the missing middle in terms of housing here in Denver. So it's something that he's kind of passionate about.
So is the first floor expected to be commercial development then?
So we're hoping, based on the plans and the parking and entrances and fire access and everything else that kind of goes into it. But what the hope is that there is going to be something left over that for the neighborhood won't be just a mailroom, that there will be a large enough space to put an amenity for the neighborhood. And that's something that he has agreed with the neighborhood to put preferential treatment on as he looks for tenants.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And seeing no one else in queue, the public hearing is closed. Comments by members of council on Council Bill 22-1603. Councilman Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I think this clearly meets the criteria. It's very in line with what the plans for this area currently have. Also very exciting that one of the next neighborhood planning areas that's going to launch will include this area to update some of those plans that we heard that are from 1993. But we've been lucky that even with that outdated planning, we have the planning around the light rail, both light rail stations kind of sandwiching on both sides of this area that help inform as well. And I just wanted to say thank you for all your work on behalf of the applicant, meeting with the neighbors, going to neighborhood meetings, and really making sure that they were heard, that all their questions were answered. Not everyone goes to that level of really getting involved with the neighborhood association to make sure that they know who to call and everything. And I know that that's very appreciated by me and appreciated by the community. So this is, I think, clearly meets all the criteria, and I'm happy to support tonight and hope my colleagues will as well.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in queue, Madam Secretary, roll call on Council Bill 22-1603.
Sita Baca?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Black?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Gilmore?
Aye.
Cashman?
Aye.
Knich?
Aye.
Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval?
Aye.
Sawyer?
Aye.
Madam President?
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
12 ayes.
12 ayes. Council Bill 22-1603 has passed. Now, before my pre-adjournment announcement, I just want to acknowledge Markesia Mays. This is your last Monday night with us, your last week with council, and I know we're going to officially recognize you a little bit more fully next week, but just want to say thank you. You've been a steadfast staff support, friend, and just partner to me and to this whole body. So thank you so much. You will be missed, and the city attorney's office has gained a major asset in you. On Monday, February 27th, council will hold a combined required public hearing on Council Bill 23-30, amending the Denver zoning code, establishing the Sunnyside Conservation Overlay Zone District and the Sunnyside Conservation and Brick Overlay Zone District, and clarifying standards in the Potter Highlands Conservation Overlay Zone District and the Bungalow Conservation Overlay Zone District. You're fired. And Council Bill 23-31, changing the zoning classification for multiple properties to apply the Sunnyside Conservation Overlay and the Sunnyside Conservation and Brick Overlays within the Sunnyside neighborhood. Any protests against Council Bill 23-31 must be filed with the council offices no later than noon on Tuesday, February 21st. There being no further business before this body, this meeting is adjourned.
Welcome and thank you for attending this fireside chat with MSU Denver President Janine Davidson and Denver Mayor Michael B. Hancock. My name is Alondra Rivera, and I'm a sophomore at MSU Denver studying political science with a legal studies minor. I am proud to be a student of MSU Denver, where the wide diversity in people, resources, and programs allows for a welcoming environment, which is accepting of everyone's identity and background, no matter who you are. I would like to thank the university, as well as the Excel program and the Dream.us program for allowing me this opportunity of a higher education as a first-generation student and DACA student. Although I'm not too certain about what path I will take or where it would lead me, I hope it is one that allows me to be useful and helpful as I continue to learn and experience and improve. I have the pleasure of introducing today's speakers, starting with Mayor Michael B. Hancock, who has served as mayor of the city and county of Denver for the past 11 years. Mayor Hancock is serving his third and final term as Denver's 45th mayor and second African American to hold the position. He is a member of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, where he chairs the Communications and Transportations Committee, is vice president of the National Conference of Democratic Mayors, and is a member of the African American Mayors Association. Mayor Hancock was raised in Denver since he was just 10 months old, and he graduated from Manuals High School. He earned a bachelor's degree from Hastings College in Nebraska and a Master of Public Administration on this campus from the University of Colorado, Denver. Thank you for being here today, Mayor Hancock. We also have MSU Denver President Janine Davidson, who joined the university in 2017 after serving as the Undersecretary of the U.S. Navy. President Davidson is a national thought leader in higher education and on topics such as public service, U.S. foreign policy, and national security. She is also a fierce advocate for road runners like myself. So, I am proud to now turn it over to you, President Davidson.
Thank you, Alondra. That was fabulous. Thank you so much for being here. It's so great to have the students here, especially the political science majors. How many political scientists do we have in the house? Woo! See, there you have it. It makes me happy. It makes the mayor happy too. Thanks everybody, all the students, the faculty, the community members. I think we have a couple trustees in the house. Do we? Yes or no? Nope. or they must be online. So I knew they were planning to come. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming today. MSU Denver is the third largest public university in the state of Colorado, and I would say one of the most, or if not the most, impactful, especially in Denver. So we are absolutely thrilled to have the mayor with us here today. Denver is the biggest city in Colorado. It is the biggest city in the region. You are the man, the mayor. It's really critical to us as an anchor institution that we have good dialogue and collaboration and coordination. I just want to say thank you for your leadership and your partnership. We partnered on a couple things, the census, get out the census, but really what we really partnered on was the pandemic. You all were really a fabulous partner for us as we tried to reach into the community with our testing sites, with the vaccination sites, with all those Zoom calls, hours of my life I'm never going to get back. And and what made it worth it was at least knowing that you were listening, you were on the call, your sense of humor, your passion, and your energy. It was really, really hard. We'll get to that in a little bit, but that was a tough time. But I was glad to have a partner like you. So thank you. I'm really thrilled to have you here today to reflect on your time as mayor, to inspire our students, and to talk about whatever else you want to talk about. Of course, I got a lot of questions, but I'm sure you might too. But if you don't mind, I'd like to just kick it off with one biggie. Let's rock it. We did solicit a lot of these questions in advance, so they are mostly from the students. Let's just talk first of all about you. Why on earth did you want to be mayor of Denver, and how did you come about that idea?
You know, it's funny. I just did a national podcast this morning, and the same question came up. And here's the reality. I grew up in this city, and in 1982, Denver did something unthinkable. A young Hispanic state legislator decided to run for mayor. He unseated basically a 2.5-term mayor. He came in having taken over half a term for a previous mayor. But anyway, he served 14 years as mayor of Denver. And Federico Pena became our mayor in 82. I'm sitting in middle school at age 12. He walks in the classroom as the newly minted mayor of our city. And just listening to him and the impact that he would make, was prepared to make in our city and on all of us. We were excited to see a mayor of color in 1982. And it was just huge. And it was that point that he charged all of us to become part of making Denver a great city. And many of us took it seriously and got involved. And it was from that point forward that I wanted to be a part of Denver and the leadership of this great city. At age 16, I was asked on television, what is it you want to do one day? And I said, I want to be the first black mayor of Denver. And it was inspired by that moment with Federico Pena. Obviously, I didn't become the first black mayor of Denver. Wellington Webb was elected in 91. But it was still a journey and a dream. But becoming, doing it or working to become it is different from always wanting to do it. And when the moment came, when then Governor Bill Ritter decided to run, I'll tell you this funny story. Bill Ritter announces he's not going to run for a second term for governor. And it was the same day that I had a tonsillectomy. And so I'm at home all drugged up on Ambien for the very first time. And immediately, somehow that night, all I remember is coming through and seeing a ticker saying Bill Ritter announces he's not going to run for a second term. And I'm just in and out of dozing. And then my phone rings, and it's a good friend who says, you're running for mayor, and I'm going to be your treasurer. And apparently I committed to him at that point. I couldn't remember, but I told him, okay, I'll do it. And I was out. I slept for maybe 12 hours that night. And I woke up the next morning, he called and he says, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do. And I was like, what are you talking about? And I don't know if anyone's ever taken Ambien. You don't remember anything from the night before. He had to recant to me the story. Slowly but surely he started coming back. But it took about 9 months of talking to people. Of just having conversation with people. Even though I was president of the city council at the time, I wasn't sure I wanted to do it. It's a huge impact on your family. It's a major decision. It's a life decision. And ultimately, after about 9 months, I decided because you know what? When I decided I would be okay if I lost is when I decided I would run.
Got it. There's so many lessons there. Gotta not be afraid. Like
Yeah.
you gotta just jump
Jump.
in. Jump.
Just got to go.
Jump. Or maybe there's a lesson about tonsillectomies or something.
Ambien. The story's in
Something there.
Ambien.
But the other lesson though is the impact that Federico Pena had on you as a young man or middle school boy even.
Yeah.
And that brings me to another piece. You once worked for Gloria Tanner.
No, campaigned. I volunteered for Gloria
Yeah?
Tanner. Yeah.
Well, she's an MSU Denver alum.
Yes, I do.
For those of you who weren't paying attention, we lost her. She passed away, I think, just about 2 weeks ago now. She was the first Black woman in the Colorado Senate.
Yeah.
I mean, we definitely claim her as our own here.
Good.
But here's something she said in October 27th, 2017, when you declared the Honorable Gloria Travis Tanner Day, she said, that meant a lot to me because Michael, and then she corrected herself, the Honorable Michael Hancock, worked in my campaign when he was a freshman in college. And my campaign manager used to say all the time, give it to Michael, he'll get it done. And he's the mayor of the city now. So that really touched me. Yeah. Any reflections on
She was
Gloria?
just, if you don't get a chance, if you've never looked her up and studied her, she was just she is a dissertation in humility, grace, elegance, power. And her power is derived from the branches that she grew, the people that she nurtured and put out there. All of us at the funeral talked about going to her living room and sitting with her and just saying, I want to do this. And you didn't run for office, particularly coming from, well, it doesn't matter what community you came from. You didn't run for office in Denver until you went to Gloria Tanner and said, I'm interested in doing it. I'd love to have your support. And if she anointed you, it was showtime. But she was just a powerful woman, and you would never know she was a queen because she never told you. You just walked away going, that there is the essence of power right there.
That's awesome. So so you were inspired by Federico Pena.
Yeah.
You were anointed by Gloria Tanner.
So many others.
And then you became mayor.
Yeah.
Well, is it what you thought it would be? It seems to me like it is, especially during the pandemic, honestly. I looked around the country and thought, that is, aside from K-12 superintendent, the hardest job. Tell us a little bit about how you navigated that, what you learned about leadership or what you leveraged to lead. And as I think it was the mayors and the cities that really led during the pandemic. And Denver was one of them, and that was, largely because of you and your team.
You have to trust your team. And I think there are several characteristics of leadership that never change. One is there are two types of leaders. There are visionaries and there are implementers. Typically, visionaries have to have implementers with them. Otherwise, it's just people with great ideas. And then there are implementers who have to have visionaries with them because they have to know what idea, what are we driving toward? They always ask, what's the end goal here so we can work backwards? And one of the reasons why I say that at the onset of answering this question is every leader must have a self-awareness. Where do I fit? And once you're comfortable where you fit, then it's okay to say that's not my strength. And I think the cities and states that got through the pandemic the best were those where leaders said, I'm not a public health expert. Bring the data to me. We're part of a team. I'll make the call, the tough calls, but you tell me what the calls we have to make. And we're not going to argue over politics. We're not going to argue over who's right, who's wrong, who's red, who's blue, who's Republican, who's Democrat. We're here to save lives. We're going to let the data dictate to us because at the end of the day, at some point, that data is going to give you coverage. And ultimately, that's exactly what we did. I had public health experts. That's why you hire them. That's why you put them in place. You hope you never need them, but we did. And they would come to me and they say, here's the reality. Here's where we sit. And if we don't shut the city down, we're going to lose people. And that was the hardest call I ever had to make ever as a public official. I knew I was putting people out of work. I knew I was going to destroy livelihoods. I knew I was going to hurt businesses. But at the end of the day, we find it much easier to build an economy than to build lives that are gone. And that's what we wanted to do.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot here too. It's about risk management as well, because you're never going to get it totally right. And so I feel like we rumbled a little. We had to weigh those things. You're part of we say great leaders think that they move mountains, but bulldozers move mountains.
Yes.
So great leaders
I
need
love
a
that.
bulldozer.
That's right. They need a bulldozer. The bulldozer, absolutely.
Yeah.
Need a bulldozer, and they need people who dot every I dot and cross every T. And then there are some people who believe they're both. They're visionary and implementers, and all they do is annoy everybody else in the room. They really do, because there's a control thing. But it's a fun dynamic to watch in the group of a room. Matter of fact, can we do a quick survey? How many of you in this room believe you are visionaries? Let me tell you what a visionary is. You see things that others don't. You can imagine tomorrow before others wake up. You are mesmerized by dreaming beyond this moment. You constantly can see, I see the problem. Actually, I can see the solution too. I just don't figure, I'm not into how we get there, but I can see it. How many of you are visionaries? Okay. Implementers, I dot every I, cross every T. I'm the one. You show me where we're going, I'm going to figure it out, engineer it, one way or the other. We're going to find the way to get there. How many of you are implementers? That's exactly how society breaks down. 75% of the people are implementers. Only 25 of us are real nuts who are constantly dreaming.
Lots of ideas.
Yes.
Yeah, totally.
Wait, who thinks they're both? Yeah, the annoyers are in the room.
It's dependent.
Yeah.
Dependent, right,
Yeah.
right. So, the city's changed a lot.
Yeah.
Wow, 11 years? Let's talk a little bit about what it felt like when you were coming in as mayor, and the priorities that you thought were the most important thing at the time, and how you think that's changed over time.
Well, when we came in July 18, 2011, the city of Denver, the outgoing mayor, Vidal, said to me, you have a $100 million deficit that has to be corrected within the next 100 days. He said it was $175 million, but I took care of $75 million for you, so you're welcome. And then at the day of the inauguration, we were walking into the inauguration, which was at the Botanic Gardens, and as we walked out of the green room to go outside where everyone was, my communications director, Will Austin, ran up to me and says, I have to tell you there was a homicide at the zoo today. And so within the first few hours, I learned I had a $100 million deficit that I had to close in 100 days, and we had a homicide at the Denver Zoo. And we're going to have to be addressing those issues over the next few hours. But we were still in the midst of the Great Recession. We were trying to figure this thing out. What would be the strategies? And so fiscal recovery was top of mind. Our children, who we really didn't have any kind of strategy plan to address young people in our city, the development of young people in our city. Education was we had at the time a board of education that was absolutely dysfunctional. We needed to fix that. I had a police department that was mired in very high profile excessive force situations similar to what we're dealing with today. We have a blueprint. We needed to change some things significantly with our police department, and we went about doing those things. And then we had no vision for the city in terms of the economic development of the city of Denver, and so we went about the process of the strategic planning for that and moving the city forward. But the reality was we needed to lay out a vision for everyone. And that's what we spent our first 100 days doing.
Yeah, I often say being a university president is kind of like being a CEO, but also kind of like being a mayor. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that, and you can tell me if I'm right, is that these people don't all work for me.
Right. Right. Exactly. There are 11,000 city employees. Only 61 are directly appointed to the mayor, who are under the will that serve at the will of the mayor. Obviously, there are processes for everybody under the mayor, career service people, civil service employees that have to be followed. But you're absolutely right. They don't all work for you. But, I'll tell you something about the 11,000 people who work for the city. They're phenomenal. And they do see the mayor as their boss, who sets the stage for the continuation of their careers and for their jobs every day. And the reality is, the mayor being able to stand up and say, I honor you. You are the implementers. You are the ones who make the city run. I learned that on city council. I don't fill a pothole. I don't pick up the trash. I don't sit across the table from clients who depend on me to help get their children through school or preschool or food stamps and so they can eat. I'm not doing that. And so my job every day is to honor those 11,000 employees who do. and to do everything we can to make their jobs easy.
And so coming up with a plan, you got to outreach to the community.
Right.
You got to bring people in. What are some of the what's the most frustrating thing about being a mayor?
You know, I don't know if there's anything frustrating. I think the media. Yeah, that's it, the media. You know, here's reality. I think the dichotomy, Wellington Webb and I, former mayor of Denver, Wellington Webb and I had a conversation one day. It's a funny conversation. It's just it shows you the kind of contrast between the two generations in which we serve, eras in which we serve. But he said to me, he says, you know, Mike, you'll appreciate this. He does the thing with his hand. You'll never understand what it was like for me to serve. I had 2 newspapers. And they followed me around every day and reported everything that I did, every misstep. If I sneezed without covering my mouth, it was in the newspaper. And he said, so you'll never really understand what it was like to be in that environment. And I said, Mayor, 2 words, social media. Yeah. And he said, oh, yeah, you're right. You're right, never mind. You know, here's the reality. Social media, for those, and I was a political science major and I minored in communications. The first day of class, they teach you in communications ethics, particularly if you want to be a journalist. And every story, every claim must have 3 corroborators of the story before anything goes to print. There are ethics, there are boundaries for a story. Social media obliterated those ethics. You can put anything out there on folks. You hope you don't get sued, but you can put stuff out there, particularly on public officials. And unfortunately, the mainstream media, in its rush to be first and not to have the stories taken from them, have, for whatever reason, oftentimes disregarded the same ethics that really managed their industry. And so I really subscribe to sometimes to the philosophy I heard this great actor by the name of Denzel Washington espouse. He says, if you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you're misinformed. And there's so often I've seen stories published that you're sitting there, and I know the true story. It's like, that is so wrong. Where'd they get that story? And give you just an example, so to give you a frustration. We were discussing, this was years ago in the middle of my term, I decided I was going to undertake a wholesale review for reform of the sheriff's department. We'd had consecutive deaths in our jail at the hands of sheriff deputies. And so we held a press conference, and I remember sitting in my chair answering questions, and some question came from one of the members of the meeting. I didn't answer it. And the next day, it appeared in the story, and she gave an answer. The mayor confirmed that blah, 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 blah would happen. And I looked at the communications director, Amber Militime, and said, where in the world, I remember answering the question, she asked the question, but I never answered, where'd she get that from? And so she called the reporter. And she asked the reporter, said, where did you get that from? You made up an answer for him. She goes, oh, his body language told me that. And so that sometimes, and I got to tell you something, as a society, and it's so frustrating, we have become so used to news coming to us through all these various means of electronic devices, that we become lazy and we don't seek out the facts for ourselves. Albert Einstein said over 100 years ago, I fear the day where we will become dependent on electronic devices or technology, because we will become a society of idiots. And unfortunately, we are finding ourselves being pulled, cajoled. You know, if you don't think that what happened during the Trump era in terms of violence, disrespect, attempt to overthrow the government are not a direct result of that technology overtaking our lives and our inability to seek facts for ourselves, I don't know what greater example we need to show how it threatens our democracy and our civility.
Even more.
I'm sorry, I went off on a tangent, but I care about this stuff.
I teed you right up for it. You know, and that's one of the reasons why we're so passionate about liberal arts and the humanities education here at MSU Denver, because we really do, I really do believe that, we've said it before, the dean of the liberal arts college raising his hand over there, right? Look how happy he is. No, really, it's not the science we're getting wrong. It's the politics and the ethics and the emotion and the factionalization and all of that. So it's tough. Yeah. Let me ask you a tough question.
All right.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Violent crime.
Yeah.
Just a lot of students were asking about what's happening in the city. We know the rates are going up, or at least that's what the media is
Yep.
reporting. How are you thinking about that?
Well, I think it's a much deeper issue than just violent crimes going up. I mean, the reality is happening all over the country, which should give us all pause to stop and say, what on earth is going on? I think we have a situation of deinstitutionalization of mental health and lack of services and supports. I think unacknowledged and recognized behavioral health challenges in our own families are leading to a lot of the challenges. I think, yeah, COVID has been a contributing factor. People have been insulated, isolated, locked down, frustrating. I think substance misuse is also a contributing factor. I think the economic pressures of people wanting to keep up, trying to keep up, has contributing. So the bottom line, there isn't one bold or silver issue here. It's a myriad of issues. And so I love when I get messages from people solve the crime problem. In Denver, we've got more illegal guns. Almost every weapon, every gun being used is an illegal gun, I mean, not registered, stolen from somewhere else. And we expect, unfortunately, we put it on unrealistic expectation on law enforcement to solve society's problems when reality is most of what's happening is from us deciding. We want people who are going to, elected leaders going to put resources into the challenges that we're facing. And we need to support our nonprofit community to make sure they have what they need to provide services. And then we as family members, we got to wake up and understand what our children are up to. We got to wake up. And, the Boulder shooter who walked into King Soopers and shot up, I'll never forget the interview of his sister saying, yeah, we knew he had mental problems. I saw him with the gun the day before he went into the store. I should have said something. You think? I mean, those are the challenges that, people say, see something, say something. That is real. We can help avoid some of these challenges. And so there's not one idea. I can't explain to everyone that enough how complex the issues of this violent crime rise that we're seeing. We are seeing a lot of issues we've ignored manifest themselves in this crime wave. And as a nation, as a society, we all have to solve it. And we can't look to the president, the governor, the mayors, or police to solve it. We all have got to be on board.
Yeah, I can tell you're sort of a systems thinker.
Yeah.
There's all these things that are interrelated. I like to think about it in terms of a system of systems, but there are nodes in the system that if you can tweak those can have a cascading effect. And one of the things that I know some of our own folks at the university have worked on is the STAR program. How you think that's been a success? Is it part of the answer? Is it one of these things? Are you trying to bring this social work and yeah?
Well, I'm proud of Denver, and I'll tell you why. We like to pride ourselves on skating where the puck is going. To create craft responses to challenges as a society. And I'll tell you that the STAR program, for those of you who don't know, it's an acronym. Don't worry about the acronym stands for, but Safety Team Assisted Resources. So the R is response. I said resources response. That's why I look back and say it's response. And the reality is it's alternative response to armed police officers showing up into a crisis where a gun and a badge is not required. And it frees up your officers to really focus on violent or dangerous crime situations, but it sends the proper response to someone who is in crises, particularly usually a behavioral health crisis, whether it's substance misuse or behavioral health or mental health challenge. And over 3,000 plus responses, and not one time have they had to call the police to back them up. So the proper systems are in place for the call taker to decode what's happening and to dispatch the right response. It makes a difference because I think it removes the possibility that an officer may misread a response from this person who's having a crisis, and then they have a different story if they misread and react accordingly. But these people, they show up. These clinicians, these trained, licensed clinicians show up, and they're able to decode. They're able to help someone in crises. It was preceded by a program called Co-Responder, where we put a clinician in a car with a police officer. Again, Denver's one of the first, if not the second city in the country to do this. And I'll tell you a story. A dear friend of mine from high school, who I hadn't seen in years, reached out to me and said, "Hey, I'd like to have coffee with you." And I said, "Okay, we'll get it scheduled." And time goes by, days, weeks, and it was a couple months. She hit back. She said, "Hey, what about that coffee? I still want to have coffee with you." I said, I'll figure it out. I'm sorry, I'm running. We'll get this done and blah, blah, blah. Another couple of months goes by, and she finally said, "You know what, look, I want to talk to you. You're showing up this day, this time, we're going to talk." And I'm glad I did, because I showed up, and she told me about a crisis that she had gone through. This is a high-performing federal attorney for the Department of Labor here in Denver, high school classmate of mine who had just lost her husband suddenly. And her kids had gone through their own behavioral health challenges and had left to college. She was alone, and she was dealing with all this going on at one time. Never, just tough times. She said, and I checked out. She said, I found myself deep in depression. I was ready to do it, Michael. I was ready to kill myself. Well, some co-workers of hers at the Department of Labor called police for a welfare check. Just so happened the officer who responded had a co-responder in the car with him. And when they knocked on the door, she said, I didn't know who this woman was in civilian clothes. Turns out to be a licensed clinician, social worker, who said, hey, let me talk to you. And decoded the situation, separated her from the police officer, and got her into help. And she said, I wanted to tell you that because I want you to do everything you can to make sure you fund the co-responder program. Keep funding it because it makes a difference. That woman saved my life that day. And she said, I can't underscore that more for you. So it made a difference. Great anecdotal story.
Yeah, because they say, I don't know what percentage of 911 calls end up being not, violent crime.
Yeah.
But somebody just who really needs some help.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
How many of you have ever ridden with the police officers just on a ride along? Okay, not enough. You should do it. You'd be amazed at how 8 out of 10 times the officer is a social worker as opposed to a law, what we think of an officer. They are being a social worker. So putting these co-responders in the car with the officer or sending the STAR program is a huge difference.
Awesome. Another big issue facing Denver and the state is the fentanyl issue. Yeah. And we had an event here on campus talking about it. And there's a bill, the state, that's trying to, decide how much possession is criminal and what isn't, and it went from 4 grams to 1 gram or whatever, but it's still a lethal dose. Can you tell us a little bit about how you're seeing this crisis, how it's
Sure.
accelerated, and what you think the right approach is?
Like no drug we've ever seen before. Yeah. Mike Dino, stand up. Who's next to you? Who's to your left there? Stand up, young man, please. Now, act like you're sitting down, but don't sit all the way down. That's how many people are dying every day in Denver to fentanyl. 1.5, thank you. Almost 2 people a day in our city to fentanyl overdose, 50 times more deadly than heroin, which was considered the most deadly drug. This is a drug we've not seen before, and it's very
hiding out in places. They're sneaking it into other places.
It's compounded, right? So they're putting it in with cocaine. They're putting it in with, I understand, with marijuana, but also with Oxycontin, stuff that people are using, popping to get a buzz, and it's killing them. The family that died in Commerce City, 5 people in one hit, thought they were taking cocaine. It was pure fentanyl. Dead. I had 5 or 6 families come see me last week. We sat in a circle, and to hear the stories of these family members, fathers, mothers, sisters, wives, talk about their loved ones, he's just looking for a buzz, and he's gone. Why? Father got a knock on the door at 2 o'clock in the morning. His 19-year-old and 20-year-old sons, gone. Same day, found next to each other, having taken fentanyl. 17-year-old girl takes a fentanyl at lunchtime, walks in classroom, gone. There is no amount of fentanyl that anyone should be possessing outside of a prescription from their doctor. No amount. And so we have this argument going on, what we should be doing, what should be the right prop. There isn't any, because you're playing Russian roulette with it. I have this affinity for watching documentaries on drug lords and gang lords And I was watching one on drug lords and this drug dealer from Oakland. And they interviewed the drug dealers. Of course, they're camouflage, you can't see them. And the guy said, hey, you're dealing with fentanyl. I said, yeah, they love this stuff, man. This stuff is real. He said, and this is before I came to Denver. He said, the interviewer said, well, how do you know how much is too much? Because a size of a grain of salt can take out an elephant, okay? So right now, Colorado laws allows up to 4 grams before you are hit with a felony. You can possess it. It could kill 2,000 people. So he said a grain of salt can kill an elephant. He said, the drug dealer said, oh, it's easy. He said, I sell them the drug, and then I drive around the corner. And if I come back and they're on the ground, I know it's too much. I need to back off. But that's how I modulate how much I need to put on the drug. It's out there on Netflix, I promise you. Drug Lord in Oakland, California. This is a deadly drug, and one in which we got to do everything we can to sound the alarm, raise the flag. Parents, you got to tell your kids you can't get a buzz. You're playing Russian roulette because you don't. And by the way, a lot of these street level dealers don't know that they're dealing fentanyl. They're dealing Oxycontin or whatever, and they don't know it's laced, and it's taking people out.
And that's the debate going on, though,
Yeah.
is about where's the criminal line.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have thoughts about that, but criminalizing the possession, especially even if you thought it was just, something else.
I want to say something very clearly. Those of us who grew up in the 80s, 70s and 80s and 90s, know about the war on drugs. It was devastating to communities of color, particularly the African American community. We don't want to go back to the war on drugs. The problem with the war on drugs was that it was just a law enforcement's response and nothing else. But we cannot sit back and allow for possession of fentanyl, particularly enough to kill 2,000 people, to be dealt on our streets, and think it's okay. I'd rather arrest someone who is street level dealing and give them alternatives to get out of this game than allow them to continue to deal. Help us get to who's dealing the big stuff so that we can get it controlled in our communities. Because next time it may very well be you or your child or someone you love who gets their hands on this stuff. We simply can't allow the gamemanship to be played. So the U.S. Attorney is looking at how they hold people accountable who sell the stuff that kill people. We saw an actor killed in New York City, right, took it, and they went and arrested the people who sold it to him on the street. I think that's a great tool to say, tell me where you got it. Otherwise, you were holding a gun that killed someone. So help us understand where you got this. We've got to give the justice system the tools to try to figure out how we stop this trade in our cities. Otherwise, we're going to be stepping over bodies, unfortunately, because the casual stuff is being laced with this stuff.
It's so sad, so dangerous. Yeah. So Denver, I lived here in the 90s, and then I moved back, and I can't believe how much the city's changed.
Mm-hmm.
And even in the last 10 years, it's grown by something like 20% in the population. I mean, how do you think about that? 30%, okay. Talking points here, right? Yeah, it seems like more than that even, So, I mean, how do you think about that? Because it seems to me that it just generates, again, system of systems, all these things. You got traffic, you got school issues. Cost of living is the big one for our students and our faculty and staff.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, to your point, a system of opportunities and challenges that come with that growth. Denver was primed for the growth, quite frankly. We were a dusty little town that, that if you look back, think back to Bill McNichols, the mayor, Mayor Pena, Webb, Hickenlooper, Vidal, and handing the baton off to me, you could see the brimming of Denver growing into its own. And all the investments that the mayors were making, you can see we were getting ready for this moment. Convention center, tourism, 16th Street Mall, you can just see it all happen. The new airport, it's happening. And then in 2008, we hosted this little thing called the Democratic Convention to Denver. And we were all over the world on television. And interestingly enough, just a couple years after that convention, Denver was named the #1 tourist destination in the world. The number of people coming to in the world. And people had discovered Denver. They discovered downtown. They discovered our climate. They discovered this is a safe, pretty cool town. And then you started hearing people saying, and mayor said this to me, there's a couple of mayors said, you know, when my kid graduated from college and he was like, Dad, I don't know where I should go, what I should do. He goes, if I were you, I'd go to Denver, Colorado. And then we started seeing the innovators come, entrepreneurs coming, and they were setting up shop. And you can just see kind of the ecosystem growing and getting stronger and more people attracted to it. And here we are. So now you've got rising crime, congestion, housing pressures. And by the way, when our growth spurt started, Denver was still in the midst of the economic recession. We were coming out of it. But what we saw was, you guys remember what caused the economic recession? What was it? Housing burst, right? So a lot of folks who were homeowners had been foreclosed on or lost their homes were now living where? Apartments. And where do you think these millennials who were moving to Denver were trying to live? Apartments. And so now you got this upward pressure of demand that's overwhelming. 30% is huge. And you got former homeowners in these apartments. You've got people who are trying to repair their credit, who were hurt by the crash or the burst. And you got these young millennials coming in who want apartments. And so the cost of apartment living dwelling was the first sign of our housing explosion, because they started going through the roof because demand was outstripping supply. And then, of course, we had not been building houses because of the recession and the foreclosure crisis. So you can just see it all. If we all just go back, you can see it all happen. It's like this was the perfect storm. I think at some point it's going to settle. Where it settles is going to be the big question for us. I think the population growth, we lost a little during COVID. All the experts say that's just temporary. You'll get it back. Not that we're asking them to come back, but that's temporary is what they suggest.
Let me take it up a little bit here. You and I've talked about this before, but the role of cities. It seems to me like cities have been they've been growing. Pandemic was a little bit of a setback maybe, but that cities are doing things that you might have looked to the state or the federal level before. Like they're stepping up where the state's failing. Yeah. And I see a little bit of that in Colorado. Yeah. But I'm wondering, as a political scientist as well as a mayor, how do you see the role of cities vis-a-vis the state and the Fed, in the years to come?
I swear you were listening to the podcast this morning. It's the same question I got this morning from this national podcast guy. But here's the reality, is the view was always that cities were the lowest on the totem pole. Federal, state, and you look to the local governments, pick my trash up, make sure, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, everything that you think about comes from the city. When you step out on your front porch or your front of your building in the morning, everything you think about at that moment is driven by the city. Your transportation systems, your safety, your quality of life, oftentimes your jobs through taxing policy and regulations, everything, education, the parks, it's driven by the city. Cities represent over 92% of the GDP in this nation. If the cities go, the nation goes. Let me just say it this way, and I said this to the president. If cities don't recover, the nation doesn't recover. And so what you saw President Biden do was to send all the first tranche of dollars directly to cities, not through the states. He came to the cities because we can implement it much faster. We got it out much faster than dealing with legislatures and governors. But cities are where the heart system goes. Companies that want to move here want to talk to the mayors of the cities they're interested in, even more so than the governor. Because they want to know what is going to be directly in the face of the people that work for me. What do they care about? Their schools for their kids, yeah. The roads, the bridges, the parks, the safety, trash pickup, police systems, fire systems, medical systems, right? Trash. All those are things that we deal with every day. So cities are critical to our quality of life. It is important we tune in to see in next spring who's going to be on city council. It's important you tune in and say who's going to be the next mayor of the city, because at the end of the day, they impact you faster and more abundantly than any other elected official in the nation.
So how do you see the what can we do better in higher ed to better partner with the city?
Well, first of all, this campus is a phenomenal, unique dynamic in the life of our city. What is it, 60,000 students now?
It's about 50 with everybody.
50,000 students, 125 acres of land. This is an economic gem. It's a cultural gem, and quite frankly, the future of our entire city, from the mayor all the way through the system.
That's the quote of the day.
Yeah, it truly is. And one of the things that I've worked on is what you and I've often talked about. What are those tentacles, those symbiotic opportunities for us to tap the intellectual and human capital of this campus and to drive the city? Great cities are connected to their higher educational institutions. Great cities, you name it, Miami, Phoenix, you just name it, Los Angeles, they're tied to their higher ed institutions. And what we've tried to do here on this campus is to continue to find opportunities, excuses to say, what about the institutions? How do we better capitalize on their presence, their power, and the opportunities that you all present?
And we were talking earlier about promoting the idea of public service with our students.
Yes.
Something that I'm very passionate about. Interns in the city and getting people to think about the great careers that are potential for city, state, and fed actually. But what advice would you give to our students?
No greater service than public service.
There you have it.
And it's you will not, if you're coming here to be a venture capitalist to make gazillions of dollars, that's not going to happen in this role, or you're going to jail. These are great opportunities to make a difference in the life of your city and your children's lives and your mother's lives. And oftentimes, a lot of how I make decisions is based on my family. I think about it, right? And it's funny because it's like, I think about my mom. We have a program today where older adults are able to get you got to be 60 and older to get 55 and older to get a free membership to our rec program. It came from a conversation with my mom. I said, Mom, she lived across the street. Why don't you go across the street and participate? I can't pay for that membership. I'm like, why are we charging this 70-year-old woman a membership fee? You see what I'm saying? And it's so we change. It helps. It's politics. By the way, everybody in the room is a political scientist. I just want you to know that. Who disagrees? When you're in the shower in the morning, you say, well, I'm going to work and I'm not talking to her, but I'm going to talk to him. Those are politics, right? This is where I'm going to put these resources in my home versus these resources over in this area. Those are politics, how you distribute the resources. First thing you learn, day one, political science, how and who distributes resources. Doesn't always have to be money. Who you talk to, who you gravitate toward, how you bring people together, and how you make critical decisions. We all are politicians.
Yeah. We always say the decisions get made by people who show up. So what better way to show up than to serve your city,
right.
Serve your state,
Yep.
Just be in the room. We want to democratize our democracy by having a lot more road runners working downtown. Okay, so here's one for you. As one of the most visible Denver Broncos fans out there, what are your thoughts on the pending sale of the team and the new quarterback and the outlook for this year?
Well, I hope they get the seller team settled as quickly as possible. And I understand there's some pretty heavy hitters that have lined up to buy the Broncos. And what I care about, and unfortunately we've been spoiled, but I care about the owner being present. I think that matters. Most teams that have been great is because of the presence of an owner who knows his or her lane. Don't be like Jerry Jones trying to make decisions and you never played the game before on the players themselves. But I think what Pat Bowling did so masterfully was that he was present without interfering with the people who knew how to select talent and call a play. And I hope that's the kind of, so when they were coming up with names like Jay-Z and Bezos, I'm like, they're not going to be present. Jay-Z's producing albums and Bezos running Amazon or whatever he's doing these days. Wonderful names, they got the money, but they're not going to be present. We don't want that. We want an owner who says, this is what I'm going to do. And so I hope they do it. And what was the other one about who? What was the second part of that question?
Just your outlook
ownership?
on the ownership and your outlook on the season.
Well, I'm excited that we got a franchise quarterback. And you could not have called for a better guy He's a heck of an athlete. He's been a winning quarterback. And not only that, but he's a great human being. And everyone I've talked to, I called and spoke to mayors of Seattle and Tacoma and said, tell me about him. They said, you've got one heck of a dude. And his wife coming to your town, because they are going to be very engaged. And I'm excited about it. I had a chance to meet him at the Rockies game and talk to him. And they are ready to go in Denver. They bought a home. They're putting their kids in school. They're ready to go. So we got a franchise quarterback finally.
Look how
Again.
excited. Look how excited he is about that question. I'm going to bring it down to another question, and then I'm going to open it up for a couple but before we wind up. But affordability. We kind of touched on it a little bit. What can a city do? What can Denver do to help with housing affordability, especially? The median house price I've heard is something like $700,000 now. I mean, it's hurting us. Wages, students, everything.
I remember in '93, I bought my first home. It was for $42,000. It was a pretty nice home. Yeah. He said, seriously. Yeah. It's a car these days. And listen, the city's limited in what it can do. Although we have done have done some things in terms of zoning and impact fees, building fees that we have that are going to affordability of housing, incentives that we give the builders to build affordable housing. And we got a housing fund now that taxpayers pass and we use those dollars to incentivize. We use those dollars to encumber affordability and housing, but we're limited. I mean, the mass effort's going to have to come through the market. It's basic economics, supply and demand. The reality is we will never build our way out of this situation. We were talking about billions of dollars of single-family home housing. We don't have the land, and we certainly don't have the resources to do it. So it's going to have to be a market correction for the most part. But zoning does matter. Density around transit corridors matters because we are now truly impacting the cost of someone living and moving about the city. And those are the things that we are driving through policy to help with the issue of affordability.
Sorry, but now you mentioned it, transit, RTD. How are we thinking about that? Because that's not something that is just in the city. It kind of goes up and down the Front Range. Right. The Auraria campus has 3 stops plus the one right over by Mile High. More people come off those trains onto this campus into the city than any place else. Yeah. And affordability, crime, some of those just general management.
The whole nexus.
That's right.
Yeah. And
talk about that system for us.
Well, we're working very closely with management to address the challenges. They are really challenged with operators right now. I'll tell you that. They are just like every industry, working hard to try to get drivers and operators and their jobs galore open. The city of Denver, by the way, to all of you who get ready to graduate, we have over 1,000 jobs open in the city of Denver. Please come and apply. We love to have you. You are the future leaders of the city. Crime, we're working very closely with the management. We have to work closely with RTD to deal with the crime issue. Transit has become a good cover for people who want to do illicit crime in our city, and so we are working on dealing with that. Our surge at Union Station is going to remain for a while, and we're changing some of the environment as well around Union Station. But the reality is, it's a nexus: crime, transit, mobility in our city. People will not get on them if they don't feel safe, and we get it. And we can't have we cannot sustain a 73% single-occupied vehicle culture in Denver, not at the growth rate that we have. We've got to get people to get out of the cars and use other modes of transportation.
Very good, very good. We have about 5 or 10 more minutes. I'd like to open it up if anybody has any questions they'd like to ask. There you are, way in the back, and then you'll be next. Yeah.
Well, we just talked about one of them.
Repeat the question.
Yeah, everybody had a question. EPA just recommended a severe rating for Denver's air quality, and he asked what policies that I would recommend to ease that. First of all, the policy number one is choose other modes of transportation. The reality is that we are 73%. I think we're dropping. I'll check. I haven't checked in about a month or so in terms of SOV. But we've got to drop that. We cannot sustain that, and gridlock will choke us environmentally, but also it will choke productivity. So we got to change, but we got to have a system that works, that's affordable, convenient, and accessible for people to use transit-wise. That's critical. Continue to build transit, continue to build other modes of transportation, and continue to drive density around transit corridors. I think that's incredibly important. We've already made some changes. Energize Denver is a program where we are now mandate certain levels of clean energy for our buildings to drop. So that's the second tier of carbon footprint, right, and bad air quality. And our new Office of Climate Action and CASR, Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency, is built on staying consistent on implementing those strategies for clean energy and decreasing our carbon footprint. And we've got to continue to drive those policies. And so they'll be generating $40+ million a year to invest in those services and those efforts. So Denver is already, again, skating where the puck is. Now we got to get the whole community involved in helping people to retrofit electric or clean energy appliances and choosing other modes of transportation. Great question.
Yep, right here.
Yeah, listen, I had a call during COVID and when the unrest around the George Floyd murder had occurred. Called me. He's a chairman CEO of a major company, and he was very emotional. He says, "I'm so disturbed by everything that's happening." A white male, but he's a very close friend as well. And so he was very candid. He says, "Michael, it occurred to me that I'm part of the problem." He says, "I want to diversify my C-suite. I don't have any people of color in my C-suite. So how do I do that?" And I said to him, "Hey, you know why you don't have any black people in your C-suite?" He says, "No, why?" I said, "Because you don't have any black people in your C-suite." I'm letting that fall on you because I meant what I said to him. You have to be very intentional about this work, right? You want black people, you got to be intentional about saying, "I'm going to go find African Americans. I want Latinos, I'm going to find Latinos. I want women, I'm going to go find women." I mean, it almost has to become a personal mission for someone to bring it to the campus. I want it, so we're going to go get it. And so you have to be intentional about this because I'll tell you, African Americans in Texas, Atlanta, DC, Chicago are not sitting around going, "I think I'm going to go to Denver, Colorado." Right? So when you ask what I can do, I did this with the superintendent of Denver Public Schools for the first 2 terms I was mayor. Wherever I traveled, if I was going to be there for more than a day, I said, I want to meet with teachers of color. And I would market the city to them. We were able to recruit several African-American teachers from Chicago. But you also have to pay attention to the most important part of that, and that's retention. I don't think once they get introduced to Denver, Metropolitan State University, I don't think you have a problem getting them to come. The problem will be keeping them. So what's the retention policy? So whoever is intentional about recruiting has to be as intentional, if not more, than retaining them.
Because everyone else is recruiting them too.
Well, they're recruiting them too, but listen, I come on campus, Metropolitan Denver. I've never been to Denver before. I'm a new adjunct or new, assistant professor. Where'd I get my hair cut? I'm sorry. Where'd I get my head shaved? And if I'm a woman, I got even more questions. Who's my physician? Where I get my nails? And I'm just like, those are little things, but they matter, don't they? Right? You ask. So what's that system to greet you at the door and say, welcome? And by the way, here's a list of beauticians I recommend for you. Here's a great couple neighborhoods I would suggest for you. What else you do? What else you need? We got you.
That is great advice. The onboarding advice
The
right
onboarding
there is
is
super
huge.
important.
Yep.
And then, you made the point when you started off today about just seeing Mayor Pena, another man of color, and how important it is to have those role models. And rest assured, it is something that we are focused on for sure. And especially focused on, the experience here. We have a very diverse senior team. Faculty are diverse in pockets, but not everywhere. So it's a huge issue in higher ed, and it's something that we take very, very seriously. I know you also started a program here, My Brother's Keeper.
My Brother's Keeper.
Which was launched by President Obama. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, quickly, the president started My Brother's Keeper in his second and final term in office. And there were a few of us he called directly and said, "Hey, listen, I'm doing this and I need you to do this." And it resonated with me as an African American in a city that is 10% African American. And I think that speaks largely of Denver. And Denver's elected one Hispanic two African Americans with a populations that have been overwhelmingly white. But I think it says something about our city. But one of the things you don't get a chance to do often is to sit and think about what's my impact on the community I come from with kids who look like me. And again, you got to be very intentional. And so for the president to do what he did, it was very personal to him to engage in this work and say, how do we uplift African-American young men in particular? It started with African-American young men. And young ladies got involved, and then we had Latino children young people get involved. But the bottom line is, I adopted the program the moment the president called me and said, absolutely, we got to do this. And let's go to work. And to be able to look those young people in the face and say, I was sitting in your chair. That used to mean nothing to me, by the way, when adults said it, but I was there. I came from your hood. I know exactly what you're dealing with. Matter of fact, let me tell you what you're dealing with. I'm going to tell you so you understand. I relate to what you're dealing with. And sometimes all it takes is someone to say, I get it. I hear you. I feel your pain. And I'm going to help you. And that's really what My Brother's Keeper is all about, to introduce them to opportunities to do internships in the private sector, public sector, to expose them. And I'm grateful that Federico Pena exposed me to being the mayor. I was his intern for 3 summers. It made a difference being that close and that personal with the issue. I wasn't fascinated by it. I knew it was work. And then when we got in there, we were going to have to go to work.
I love your passion. You know, some of our MSU Denver students were in that program with you, so
yes,
thank you.
We do. Yeah.
Go Roadrunners. I think we are out of time.
We're out of time.
We are out of time. Any last words of wisdom for our students that you'd like to share?
Well, listen, first of all, let me thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Davidson, who I am a huge fan of. And, you all are very fortunate to have such a leader, visionary leader as Dr. Davidson, and to bring the wealth of wisdom experience that you bring to this campus. We were all excited when you got here, and you've not disappointed us. So thank you. Can y'all give her a round of applause? I'm a huge fan. And I want to thank all of you. I was an adjunct professor while I served on city council for Metro. I loved it. I loved the time being in the classroom, to talk politics, to talk history, and to be able to pour into you. I see them today. There's some adults they're big adults now, who work at City Hall that I taught when I was an adjunct here. And the only wisdom, I don't know if it's wisdom, but the only thing I'll give you is you may not be able to control what you are and where you are today, but you can control where you go and what you become. And that was shared with me at the age of about 16, and it made a world of difference. And I wish you all well, and you have a city that has its arms open waiting for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. This is it. This is your last year. Maybe next year you'll be teaching our students on the campus. We'll be super happy to have you. I want to say thanks to everybody again. Cora, Kylie, David on the logistics, Casey, Sophia, you guys are rocking it. If any of y'all are interested in MSU Denver's government advocacy efforts and learning more, you can support our relations with the city and the state. Sign up for the MSU Denver Champions program. And you heard it from the mayor right here. Work for the city. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Carly McGuire, and this is our next installment of Zoo to You, a virtual safari here at Denver Zoo. We are showing you the baby rhino today. She is right back in this barn behind me, but before we go inside, I wanted to address a few things before we get started, including first, thanking everyone who has donated so far. Your donations are so appreciated during this time for Denver Zoo when we need a lot of support as our gates are closed to the public. So thank you to everyone. And a very special announcement today, we have a very generous donor, Myra Fine, who has agreed to match the first $5,000 in donations we get today with another $5,000. So we could raise $10,000 here so quick if everyone can donate what they can. We know it's a difficult time for a lot of people, so we understand if you can't, but if you can, even to the cost of one ticket, we would really, really appreciate that at this time. Also, you will notice myself and the keepers behind the scenes today will be wearing masks. This is just another precautionary measure. We have told you animal care will not be interrupted here at Denver Zoo, but to ensure that that is the case, we all have to stay healthy. So we are wearing these out of an abundance of caution. You'll notice oftentimes a lot of our keepers who work with primates already wear masks, so this is really not too far off from standard operating procedure here at Denver Zoo, but we wanted to let you know that it might be difficult to hear or understand us at times, but we will have someone in the comments section, so if you have any questions, you didn't hear us, just pop in the comments and leave your question there and we will get to it. But we will be wearing these masks out of an abundance of caution. And we have a really, really exciting announcement a little later in this live stream, so please stay with us. But I think I've made you all wait long enough, so I'm gonna pop my mask on and we are gonna go in and see the baby rhino. All right, let's go. Hello.
Hey, come on in.
All right, so this is the Rhino Barn in Toyota Elephant Passage. This is where our greater one-horn rhinos and tapirs live. And back here is where Mom, Tensing, and Baby have been hanging out since they were born. I'm gonna let us get set up there. Everyone, this is Mike. He is a rhino keeper here at Toyota Elephant Passage. And hopefully you can see behind me there is our baby greater one-horn rhino. She is so cute. How exciting a time has this been for you all, Mike?
Really exciting. More exciting than I expected even. You know, it was a long gestation, a long pregnancy. It was 15 and a half months. So she was actually pregnant. She actually got pregnant in 2018. 2 calendar years ago, I guess you could say. But yeah, it's been a lot of anticipation and a long time coming.
And we knew Mom was pregnant pretty early on, so we waited almost that whole 15 and a half months for this baby.
Yep.
And let's talk about, she's kind of behind the scenes, she's right here behind these boards. We had to baby-proof this whole area with hay and boards, because she's really little, and she can sneak through these bars. We've already seen that in some of these areas. She is adorable. But let's talk about how we got here. This was a really long process to get Tensing pregnant successfully and welcome this baby. So what did we do to get her pregnant?
So Tensing is about 12 and a half. She came here, let's see, she came here in 2011, a long time ago. And the other greater one-horn rhino, the other male of the species we have is an immature male. And so pretty early on when Tensing got here, females mature earlier than males. And pretty early on when Tensing got here, we realized that if Tensing was going to have a calf, have a baby, it was probably not through our male. It was our best shot was artificial insemination. And so we've done 12 artificial insemination attempts with Tensing, and the 12th one is obviously the one that was successful. Yeah, it was a lot of work. There's a woman, a scientist who works at now she works at Omaha's Henry Dooley Zoo, and she does basically all of the greater one-horn and white rhino inseminations, artificial inseminations in the country, and she's absolutely the expert and the person to go to. And her name is Dr. Monica Stoops, and she's the one who helped us with.
Yeah, she worked with our reproductive specialist, Dr. Annika Moresco, and it was really a heroic effort by everyone in this team to get Tensing comfortable with the procedure. It's an entirely voluntary procedure to get her to present for artificial insemination, but it was a long wait. I'm actually going to step behind the camera so we can see this little gal. Everyone really does want to see her. She is so cute. Talk about how we got her first weight last week.
Yeah, so you know the calf was pretty shy at first. Sorry, my chin keeps adjusting my mask. The calf was pretty shy at first, and with every day she's getting less and less shy, and she finally started kind of coming over closer with us. You know, she wants to be with her mom more than anything, which is perfect and which is exactly what we want. But she started coming over towards us, and we started, I guess you could say, desensitizing her to the scale. You know, it's just kind of like a blue box, sort of a low blue box, and you know, finally her curiosity got the best of her, and she would walk towards us, and we kind of would just try to lead her up on the scale. And her first weight was 185 pounds.
Wow. What do we think she weighed when she was born?
So there's a range, you know. The range is on the low end is in the 120s, on the larger end is up near 150. But we think she was probably, you know, in the 140s or so, given that she was up to that 185. I think that was she was about 2 weeks old when we got that first weight. And they gain about 2 pounds a day. So you can kind of do the math and subtract. But yeah, she's been gaining weight steadily.
Just a note to all of our viewers, we are going to try to keep as much of the camera on baby here as possible, but we want to make sure we're giving mom and baby appropriate distance. We don't want to stress anyone out, but we know we all want to see her. So there she is. Sarah is feeding mom, tensing right now to keep her distracted. What does baby eat right now? Is she primarily nursing? Mike, is she primarily nursing right now?
Yeah, she's exclusively nursing. She turns a month tomorrow. She turns a month old tomorrow, and she is starting to show some interest in solid foods, and especially, I would say, banana and romaine lettuce. For whatever reason, she really likes to kind of taste those two things. But yeah, she's not really ingesting, but she is kind of experimenting with eating and practicing using her mouth for chewing and things. She doesn't really have any teeth, so she, you know, anything that she did eat would have to be pretty soft. But yeah, she is nursing exclusively for her calories right now.
Does she have a personality yet? What have you guys noticed?
Yeah, it changes a lot, you know, and it's changed especially in the last week or so. But she is getting a lot bolder. She'll come up and she'll want to see what we're doing. You know, tensing is
What's that little behavior right there?
Usually when a rhino tosses their head like that, they're kind of feeling playful. But yeah, tensing sleeps a lot, and you know, eats, and like a lot of adult rhinos, and being a calf, she probably wants to play a little bit more. But tensing will come up and they'll push their heads against each other, and they'll play fight. You know, they'll spar and stuff, and they both really like that. They both like to, the calf really likes to kind of mouth Tensing's head and ears and chin and things like that. So the calf she's pretty playful, pretty feisty. She takes a midday nap, which she is just waking up for, so this is perfect timing.
Yes.
She takes a midday nap from, I don't know, 11 to 1 or 2, and gets up right around now, so this is perfect.
Yeah, so she's just kind of stretching her legs, kind of waking up from her midday nap. She's already gone outside a little bit, not in the public area, but she's spent a little time in one of our private behind-the-scenes yards. Talk about why we can't just let her and mom out into the big yards quite yet.
Yeah, that's a good question that we get asked a lot. So, you know, where these guys live, where Tensing and her calf live, is called Toyota Elephant Passage, and it's home to greater one-horn rhinos like these guys, and also Asian elephants and Malayan tapirs, which have their own yard. But the yards are designed for animals that weigh 4,000 pounds to 11,000 pounds, and so you know, there is a lot of, like Carly, you mentioned earlier, the baby proofing over here. There's a lot of baby proofing that we need to set up in one of the yards in particular, and that needs to happen before the calf can come outside, just to make sure that the calf is nice and safe out there, and more so that Tensing is comfortable with the calf out there.
This is Tensing, for anyone wondering. This is Mama. We do have another male here. Mike talked about this earlier. His name is Bandu. He is a greater one-horn rhino. He is not baby's father. We actually used a semen sample from another rhino in Omaha. So here is baby. She's just playing with this disc right now.
You know, something a lot of folks might not know is rhinos like to climb. They're pretty much built to be the worst climbers in the world because they have kind of short legs and they don't have hands for grasping and they're kind of stiff. You can see how stiff they are, but for whatever reason, rhinos just have an instinct to try to climb things, and that's kind of why we put that disc in there, because we knew that they had that tendency.
Someone wants to know if her ears are soft and fuzzy.
They are, the fur is kind of bristly. I don't know if I would call it fuzzy. Not quite as bristly as like a pig's hair,
yeah,
but pretty bristly. But her skin is soft. You know, it's kind of like it's like her mom's, but softer.
Yeah.
And you know, the best comparison for a rhino, this is for an adult rhino. A rhino skin I've ever heard was they feel like a cantaloupe. Like if you imagine the kind of firmness of a cantaloupe and also that texture, that rough kind of bumpy texture, that's exactly what a rhino feels like.
That's a great activity. Parents, if you have kids at home and you have a cantaloupe on hand, have your kids feel that. That is what this skin feels like. So some people are wondering, are greater one-horned rhinos dangerous?
So Tensing weighs about 4,000 pounds, maybe a little bit more right now. But so that's about the weight of a four-door Toyota Tacoma, somewhere around there. But so Tensing is big, you know, and she's deceptively quick, and so any animal that big, you know, could be dangerous. But in general, Tensing is a really sweet girl, and she's so far been really, really great with us around the calf and really, really trusting. But yeah, just there of course is the inherent, we do need to be careful around her just due to her size.
Yeah, this is protected contact. This is, we don't go into these stalls with mom and baby. What you're hearing on the other side of the barn are our Malayan tapers. They're kind of whistling right now. It's a busy day back here. Everyone's a little stir crazy from the snow. Tensing showing us what the inside of a greater one-horned mouth looks like. What are the tips of their nose?
Yeah.
Talk about
that.
that.
So these guys have semi-prehensile lips. So the top lip, here, watch this, guys. This lip can grasp things and put it in her mouth. And the reason she needs that is because, you know, greater one-horned rhinos in the wild eat a lot of browse. And browse is just, if you think about like trimming a tree or a bush or a shrub, you know, those clippings, like the bark and the wood and the leaves and all, that's what a greater one-horned rhino eats. But they're also grazers. So greater one-horned rhinos also eat grass, which is hay, you know, for us. But that's what they use that prehensile lip for. The bottom lip is square. You can see the bottom is...
Looks a lot like a hippo's kind of.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason they have that square lip on the bottom is for grazing grass as close to the ground as they can get it, picking as much grass as they can.
Can baby use her prehensile?
Yes.
Yeah?
She can use it. She's not as coordinated with...
Just like all kids.
Yeah,
They don't have the coordination
but she's
yet.
Practicing. She definitely uses it. They use that lip not just for eating, but they also really like to investigate things with it. If there's a new material or something, that's always the first thing they do is come kind of mess with it with their lip and feel what's going on.
Someone's wondering why the baby has a little bit more pink in between her folds than an adult like Tensing.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we can see more pink. The only thing I can think is, you know, Tensing skin is rougher, and it's also the folds are more developed. So maybe Tensing skin might be a little more pink under her folds, but her folds cover up that pink part also. Also, it could be, you know, just exposure to the sun and like a tan.
Oh, here's a good question. When does her horn come in?
So her horn isn't going to come in for a few months. I think it was something like 6 months. And if you guys...
We're following baby.
We're following if you guys know much about if you guys know much about rhino horns, they're keratin. They're exclusively keratin, just like our hair and fingernails, and they grow over time. They grow throughout the rhino's entire life, and so Tensing's horn is growing as we speak, and as well as the calf. Hers just needs to pop through.
Since we've been posting pictures of the baby and mom since she was born, a lot of people have wondered why Tensing's horn is so much shorter than what they imagine a really long greater one-horn rhino looking like. We don't trim them.
Nope.
That is not any intervention from keepers. That is her just rubbing it down, isn't it?
Correct. You know, rhino horn, like I said, it's only keratin, and rhinos actually shape their own horns. Some of them choose a lower, kind of a lower horn shape like Tensing, and some of them choose like a longer, sharper point, like especially some of the African species. But all rhinos shape their own horns. If they just let them grow and don't, what they do is they find a place to rub them against and to kind of whittle them down into a point. And if they didn't do that, it would kind of just grow like a big column. And anyways, this is the shape of horn Tensing is currently.
She is expressing her individuality. This is how she prefers to have her horn. So no, we did not trim it or shave it down. This is all the work
we never
of Tensing. So we have raised $275 so far. Thank you so much, everyone. This is Carly McGuire checking in again. Keep raising those funds right now. We have a matching donor who says she will match up to $5,000 of donations today. So we could quickly raise $10,000 for Denver Zoo, which we could really use right now as our gates are closed to the public until further notice. Who you're looking at right now, this is Tensing, our female greater one-horn rhino, but everyone is really into the baby over here. I'm gonna kind of go over here. So a lot of people are asking, why doesn't baby have a name? Well, we do have an announcement for anyone who's sticking with us right now. We have a website live right now where you can vote for our baby's name. You can go to denverzoo.org for more information on that, and we'll put the link in the comments. But we have 3 names for you to choose from, and let me just say this. We are not naming this baby Corona. The Corona is not a name option, but the options are Tally, T-A-L-L-I, Joona, J-O-O-N-A, and Pemba, P-E-M-B-A. And information about what those names mean is on the website, but you can donate $1 for a vote, and you can choose your favorite name. And let's get this girl a name. A lot of people want to start calling her something other than baby, I'm sure. Over here in the team, Mike, do you have a favorite?
I like Tolly, I think, but I think I like it because it sounds so good with Tensing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these guys live with their moms for a really long time, years. But, you know, she obviously, they are solitary animals and they won't live together forever, but for now I think Tolly and Tensing sound good together.
I think so too. Hi, Leah. Mom Tensing is 12 and a half years old, and baby turns a month tomorrow. Where is she? She's really investigating this wall over here. Tensing's keeping a good eye on her when she's not getting some snacks from Sarah. So we've raised $739. Wow, thank you everyone. Keep donating, even if it's just the cost of 1 ticket. And if you can't donate here, you can go to the website and donate there, or you can vote for a name. Your support of the rhino baby naming supports our rhino care here and in the wild. So we really appreciate it. Again, those names are Tally or Tolly, Joona, J-O-O-N-A, and Pemba. So let us know in the comments, who do you like the best? Okay, Sarah wants to know how much does the baby weigh? We know 185 pounds. Mom Monster Blog, we covered about the horn. We don't intervene. That really is Tensing's preferred way. She can rub that horn down into the shape she prefers. So her horn is not damaged, don't worry. Baby will have a name once we raise the funds and people donate and vote for their favorite name. So there you go. Any more questions? Oh, does baby like any bedtime songs?
That's a good question. We do sometimes listen to the radio in here, but no, she's pretty happy to sleep, music or no music, or light or dark, anything.
How long do greater one-horn rhinos live?
So greater one-horn rhinos can live a long time. They can live into their 40s, which even for other rhinos is a pretty long time. So Tensing she's an adult, certainly, but she's a young adult. So this is a perfect time for her to, start having calves.
Are greater one-horn rhinos fast?
Yes, greater one-horn rhinos can run 35 miles an hour. So greater one-horn rhinos also do not have predators, though. Tensing is much too big for a tiger to be a threat or anything like that. The only time she would probably run that fast is, if she were to encounter another rhino in the wild.
All right. How many rhinos do we have here at Denver Zoo?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4 rhinos now.
Tell us the difference between a greater one-horned and a black rhino. A lot of people know Rudy.
Yep.
He is our black rhino who lives over by Sheep Mountain here at Denver Zoo, but he is a different species. What are the differences between the two?
So Rudy is one of 2 African species. He's a black rhino. Black rhinos are also very solitary. White rhinos are the ones that sometimes can hang out together. So Rudy is also very solitary. He lives in the Pachyderm building. They have 2 horns versus these guys with obviously have 1 horn. Rudy is a lot smaller. Rudy is an adult male and he weighs 3,000 pounds. Our adult male greater one-horn rhino weighs 5,000 pounds. So species-wise, it's a ton of difference. What else? Black rhinos have...
Following baby.
Of course. Black rhinos have fully prehensile lips. They don't, in general, eat grass much at all. They mostly browse. Hey, baby.
Okay, is she a Tally, a Pemba, or a Juno? You all will have to go to the website and vote and donate $1 for 1 vote. Seems like a lot of people are split. I'm seeing people like Pemba, they like Juno, they like Tally.
To get an idea of how tall she is, because we get asked a lot how big she is.
Yeah.
So the weight, and that weight, she's 185 pounds. She's, which sounds big, it's heavier than I am, but she's really dense. She's short and compact. She is probably higher, just a little bit taller than my knee. So, just, I don't know, what is that? Less than 2 feet tall, maybe? So she is 185 pounds, but she's still, pretty little.
How, there she is. Do they have good hearing? They have those big ears. Is their hearing very good?
Yes. I would say a greater one-horn rhino's most powerful sense is their hearing. I'd say they rely on hearing more than anything. And then right after that, I think sense of smell. And then, sight is kind of a distant third. Their eyesight, all rhinos, don't really rely on their eyesight very much at all. Things get blurry, objects get blurry pretty quickly, but, they do have hearing and a sense of smell that's far superior to us.
Baby is clearly very tired from her nap. It's really hard to be a baby rhino. How often does she nurse?
She nurses during the day that we're here several times. I'd say 3 or 4 times. But she nurses a lot at night too. These guys spend a lot of they're more active at the dawn, dusk kind of thing. So a lot of nursing does happen at night as well.
How long will baby stay at Denver Zoo, and why might she not stay long term?
We
hope.
So these guys, greater one-horn rhinos, are managed by a what's called a species survival plan. It's kind of like a central commission that decides Tensing would be a good genetic match for Bandu, and that's kind of why we have Tensing and Bandu here. And so eventually her mom, she will be weaned, and eventually after that she'll move on, and Tensing will want her space back as a solitary animal. At that time, she would most likely go to a zoo that has a good match for her, as in a male, another male of her species.
Here is a great question. What kind of enrichment are we giving the baby?
So the enrichment The baby is, like I said, is pretty playful, and the baby can, it's hard to describe unless we can see it a little better. The baby can slip through some bollards that,
Over here.
that her mom can't. And so we have to be careful with the enrichment because some of rhino enrichment is so big and so heavy. I was saying,
Yeah, you can see that ball over there.
I'll show you how big it is next to a person. So some,
for scale, here's Mike and here's a ball.
And I'm 8 feet tall, so that's. Anyway, some rhino enrichment, that ball weighs over 200 pounds. So some rhino enrichment is so big and heavy that we need to be careful to not give it to an adult rhino like Tensing with the calf in there, because Tensing could be having so much fun, she could, it could hit the baby and hurt her. So we give her smaller things like this. This is just a soft boat buoy, so boats don't crush against the dock. But we give them things like this that, even thrown around isn't going to hurt, isn't going to hurt a calf. The baby, her favorite piece of enrichment, you hang out here. I'll go
All
grab
right. Parents at home, if you have kids, if you can find small pieces like that, show us in the comments what your enrichment for our baby rhino would be. I'm sure you all have lots of toys. We'll show you one that probably looks familiar to pet owners. Yep.
This part attaches to a hose, obviously, and then it's like a little sprinkler, and it spins around, and the calf really, really loves it. Obviously, we can't put this in the stall with her mom because her mom would crush it, and there goes her toy. But
it's a fine line. Enrichment that is not too big that mom can hurt baby with it, but is not too small that mom can damage it.
Correct.
So baby is back there behind her mom, Tensing. They also have a little pink, like, bouncy ball in there.
Yep, and that
they
smells
really
like bubble gum.
It smells like bubble gum. Scent enrichment is very important. What, do we give other scents for enrichment for them?
Yeah, we've tried different spices and essential oils as well. And they're so scent focused that things like that are always super interesting for them.
How long will that until that point in time where Tensing will not want to be around baby because she's solitary? Like, how many years will they stay together as a pair?
So they're usually weaned around, they usually stop nursing sometime around a year and a half. But after that, oftentimes the calves will stay with their mom for up to 3 years, which is the sort of the general time in between calves for a mom. So 2 to 3 years, I think, is a pretty safe bet.
Is Tensing done growing? Is she full grown?
Yes, Tensing is full grown.
So this is a full grown greater one-horned rhino, everyone. There you go. This is Tensing, her mom. Bandu, our resident male greater one-horned rhino, he is not the father of this calf. Will they ever interact? Will Bandu meet this baby?
Yeah, he could. He's seen her already he's seen the calf through, a couple of doors, but he could see her, and he was pretty interested. I don't think he knew quite what to make of her. But they will, as she gets bigger, and they will certainly meet nose to nose. They'll never be in the same enclosure together or the same stall or anything like that. But yeah, they'll definitely get to meet each other face to face. Probably in months still.
I feel like we never realized how many little nooks and crannies were in Coyote Elephant Passage until we had a baby. So if you're wondering why this is our first and only greater one-horned rhino baby and why we don't have elephant babies, we only have male elephants here at Denver Zoo, so we won't be having any of the elephant calves. So we're really excited to have this little babe here. And thank you, everyone. We have raised now $1,600 since this live stream started. Thank you again. We have a very generous donor, Myra Fine, who is going to match up to $5,000 of donations. So keep donating. If you don't donate on Facebook, but you want to vote for this baby's name, you can do that by donating $1 for one vote to name her either Tali, T-A-L-L-I. Oh, she responded to that. Let's see, Juna.
Others, yeah.
J-O-O-N-A.
No response.
No response. And Pemba. No, I don't know. She might be a Tali. Who knows? We've really enjoyed letting people help us name our baby animals in the past. We had a lion this summer, and Tatu was the far and away clear winner, and Wookie before that, our sloth. So it's really fun, but I know keepers really enjoy having a part in that process. So that's why we select 3 names for you to choose from. And no, we will not name this baby Corona.
She's gonna push her mom around a little.
She's ready to play. Does she realize she's you know, like a tenth of her size?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you're seeing it. No, I don't think she realizes that. She thinks she's pretty strong and pretty tough.
Is mom very patient with her?
Yes, mom is always patient with her. Yeah, it's really amazing to see how gentle, you know, a 4,000-pound animal can be. When they sleep, they always sleep up against each other, you know, tensing keeps her extra warm and cozy, and yeah, she's a better mom than we could have, you know, hoped for even.
So we have some younger viewers wondering, their skin, is that just very, very thick skin, or is it made of bone or muscle?
Yep, it's very, very thick skin. So, you know, and it has that plate look. You know, it obviously looks like Tensing has a plate right there on her shoulder and kind of back there on her hip. They need those plates because, you know, like I said, rhinos are really pretty stiff animals, but they do need to articulate and
there's some rhino butt
move
for y'all.
in some parts, and those plates are kind of where their bodies can move, you know, helping them run that 35 miles an hour. To give you an idea, you know, a racehorse runs 45 miles an hour, so they're not much slower than that, and the fastest human can run about 27 miles an hour. So, you know, and that's Usain Bolt. So they're much faster than even the fastest of us.
Let's talk about something really important, the status of this animal in the wild, and why it is so important that we are conserving the species by breeding them here at Denver Zoo.
Yeah, so these guys are, they're from India and Nepal, are their home countries. Tensing was born in Ohio at a facility called the Wilds. But so they're from India and Nepal. Their populations are around, worldwide is around 3,300. They're considered threatened, and in their home countries, you know, they're not necessarily faced with poaching as much as some of the African species, but what they do deal with in their home countries is deforestation and loss of habitat, like a lot of Asian species. So what that means is, you know, with growing human populations, there can be less and less room for these guys to live and raise their young. You can imagine it takes a lot of room to grow enough food to feed a 4,000-pound animal, you know, let alone many of them. And so the best thing to do, guys, is be conscious of some of our purchases. Palm oil plantations, like are a problem that faces a lot of Asian animals, and what that means is these plantations, you know, to grow palm oil, which is a pretty ubiquitous ingredient in a lot of products, from food to skincare products. They need to clear a rhino's natural habitat, and when they do that, you know, that just obviously leaves less room for the rhinos. And so what we can do is we can, Cheyenne Mountain Zoo in Colorado Springs actually has a really cool app, and if you download the app, you can scan a product. You can scan a box of crackers or a bottle of lotion in the store, and it'll tell you if that palm oil, if palm oil is an ingredient, if that palm oil was harvested sustainably or not, and you can kind of make some informed decisions about the different products you like. It might just be as easy as buying one box of crackers versus another.
Yeah. So we've seen Baby kind of walk around. She's very curious. People are picking up on that. And Mom seems to follow. So Is it natural for her to be this independent already at just a month old? And is it natural for mom to be really protective and want to make sure where her calf goes, she goes?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty natural. Her calf does explore a little, but if you notice, they're rarely more than 10 or 15 feet apart, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, her, I would say they're pretty equal. The mom is equally protective, and the calf is equally as attached to the mom. It's not like the calf is trying to go off on its own and Tensing has to corral it around. No, they're pretty well attached.
Can we talk about the climbing behavior we're kind of seeing here in the disc, and why people might be surprised to learn rhinos like to climb?
Yeah, I don't know why rhinos would naturally have the instinct to climb, but her mom has it. Black rhinos have it. They just, if they see something that they can put their feet up on, they kind of instinctively do it. Tensing is, like I said, Tensing, her mom is the exact same way, and I don't know. I mean, you don't think of a rhino as a climber, but they love it.
Hi, Allie. This is Tensing's first calf. This is a really big milestone for her. Do you think we will try insemination again, or hope that she and Bandu will mate? And how long do we have to wait before we could start that process with Tensing all over again?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, and that decision is ultimately up to quite a few different people. But yeah, we would, depending on how Bandu is doing maturing wise, we would love to give Bandu the chance.
Tensing says hello. She wants you to see her prehensile lip there and how she uses them to eat.
So Tensing, guys, eats, she's eating romaine lettuce leaves right now. Tensing eats a lot. She eats about 75 pounds of food every single day. And she's eating more now because she's nursing a calf. So her diet did increase, and she nurses, like I said, she nurses the calf a lot. The calf's gaining 1 to 2 pounds a day, and so it's a lot of calories that her mom needs.
For those of you wondering, if you're just tuning in, we post these to our YouTube channel later in the afternoon, so you can watch the whole thing from the beginning. So is this baby about to try to nurse?
Yeah, that's kind of how it. And Tensing is really great about freezing wherever she is if the calf makes her way back to that area. I guess she wasn't interested.
She was just faking us out. Do rhinos eat carrots?
Yes, rhinos love carrots. Rudy, the black rhino, carrots are his favorite food. Tensing really likes them as well. So the produce that they eat root vegetables here at the zoo. They eat romaine, obviously. They eat apples. Let's see, what else do they eat? Bananas here.
Oh,
but the zoo has our own nutritionist, and he tells us what's best for the rhinos, and they're happy.
This is a fun question. I wish Lindsay were here to do an imitation of any rhino noises.
Oh. If we didn't have, yeah, that's not something I'm good at. Sorry.
Do rhinos make a noise though? People are wondering.
Yes, rhinos do make a noise. They moo like cattle sometimes. That mooing noise, I mean, it sounds just like think of a cow mooing. That mooing noise is usually they're telling us, well, these guys use it to tell us when they want to be fed, and then they'll make that noise. They also do kind of a what's called a whistle snort, and that's mostly the females make those noises, and that's one of the clues that we have for when Tensing is in estrus, which obviously she hasn't been in a long time, almost a year and a half, but yeah, it's kind of, I mean, you can imagine, so whistle followed by a quick snort.
I won't ask you to try it. We have a resident manager who can do it very, very well. So there she is. She's just kind of wandering around. So she can slip through this amount of space.
Yes.
Which is why we've had to baby-proof.
Yep.
Something we haven't had to do in the 8 years that Toyota Elephant Passage is open.
And the reason we use the materials for baby-proofing that we have are, you can see right here, like it almost looks like a shark bite, you know, where a shark is taking a bite out of a, I don't know,
It does.
a board or something. But what that is we have to use a material for baby proofing that TenSing can eat. And this is food grade straw. Our rhinos don't normally have straw as a part of their diets, but the elephants do sometimes. And so it's okay if TenSing eats this. But we also needed something big and heavy that 180, 190 pound calf couldn't push around. So
Oh, look, Lindsay has commented.
straw's what we...
She says all you have to do is go poo.
Yep, there, Carly just did it. You should do it again. Carly did it perfectly.
Poo.
Yep.
There we
you
go.
This is better than Lindsay's.
Oh no, you're throwing down here. So here's baby again. Some of you might have missed the announcement. We are doing, oh hi TenSing. Hi, I don't have any food for you. We are doing a naming voting contest. We are taking donations, $1, 1 vote to help us name this little gal. She's a very curious one. We have Tali, T-A-L-L-I, Juna, J-O-O-N-A, and Pemba, P-E-M-B-A. The meanings of those names are up on our website. And when you donate, you're helping support our animal care here and in the wild, and you're really helping support Denver Zoo at a very critical time. We have raised $2,100 now from this live stream, which is so amazing. Thank you to everyone who is donating. We know it's a tough time for many, but if you can support, we both need it and appreciate it here at Denver Zoo. We have a wonderful, generous donor who is matching $5,000 of donations made today to our emergency fund. Thank you to Myra Fine. That is such a wonderful, wonderful gesture at a time where we really need it. So help us name this baby. Help us continue our mission here of inspiring communities to save wildlife for future generations, and donate if possible. You can do it through Facebook, you can do it through our website, and you can donate to name our rhino baby. Here she is. Yes, she is very, very cute. Someone says, is this grapes that TenSing is getting now?
Yep, TenSing's also getting grapes. Grapes are more of a treat or enrichment item, I would say. It's not a part of her daily diet, but she loves them.
Yeah.
You know, and grapes are really good because we can toss them in there and they kind of, you know, what grapes do when if they hit the floor.
Yeah, we
they
spilled some, so that's
yeah,
what
they
it
roll
looks like.
everywhere. Yep, but that's perfect because then TenSing can, you know, walk around and not kind of just stand in one place and eat. She can walk around and pick up all the individual grapes, and she'll use her lip to even pick up a single grape.
Someone says, that is a weird looking dog. That's not very nice.
No.
We think rhinos are beautiful, especially this little gal here who's just kind of curious, trying to see if she got anywhere to...
Looking for a place to squeeze through.
Yep, she's a, if it fits, I squeeze through type gal. She is getting along so well with mom. Everyone's just having a great time on this live stream watching them. So how are these, are rhinos omnivores, carnivores, or herbivores?
All rhinos are herbivores. These guys are herbivores, but they do have a sharp incisor teeth, which is part of the reason they don't need a really long, sharp horn like we talked about earlier. So they have those sharp incisor teeth, and that's what they use for defense against, like I said, other rhinos. They don't need to worry about predators or anything like that. But yeah, all TenSing eats is plants.
Mike, tell me about bath time.
Yep.
How do we bathe this pair?
So we use warm water that's not too hot, and you kind of start slow just to make sure they realize it's bath time, and you kind of start by misting. The best way to bathe a rhino is to start misting their feet. If you start misting their feet, then they usually get pretty into it, and once they get pretty into it, they'll often lay on the ground and kind of wallow around and roll around in the water, but they really love it. You could probably hose them with warm water all day and they would love that. The floors in this barn are also heated. So the floors, it's hard to tell on the screen, but the floors are rubberized. Oh, now she's climbing on a drinker.
Oh, you can't really see. I'll try to
her.
zoom in, but
but they're rubberized and they're also heated. So
her little back feet are right there in the center of the screen, and her front feet are right below Mom's chin. So if you can draw the rest of the picture in your head, it's very cute.
So yeah, they're perfect for getting hosed on these floors.
Oh my gosh, she's so that's a water drinker back there, right?
Yeah.
They're getting some water. Oh, how big are the baby's feet? Some people are wondering, kind of for scale.
Small, I would say, maybe the size of a large orange.
Okay.
Or a medium orange. But yeah, they're pretty little so far.
Oh man, she is just too cute. Keep donating, everyone. We would really love to raise $5,000 today, because we do have a very generous donor who is going to match that, and we can get $10,000 to support animal care and operations here at Denver Zoo while we're closed. This is Zoo to You, our virtual safari, and we are focusing on our baby rhino today. She's almost a month old. That is Mama Tensing, but there's baby. And we are also taking donations to vote for the baby's name. A lot of people have been asking, what is this babe's name? We are opening it up to the public to vote on 3 pre-selected names: Tali, Juna, and Pemba. No, Corona is not something we're gonna name this baby. I just feel like it bears repeating. And it's not gonna be Rhino McRhino Face either. So
great suggestion.
These are, they are suggestions, Mike. They are. So this is Mama Tensing. We're kind of giving her some snacks and keeping her happy and fed while we talk to her and her baby. And there's her prehensile lip. Very cool. Any more questions? If you missed any of this, we are going to be posting it to the Denver Zoo YouTube channel later, so make sure you're subscribed to our channel over there. Parents, we have lots of activities you can do with your kids. You can show us how you would baby-proof a rhino barn. We have, oh yeah. So here, we're actually gonna scratch Tensing right now to give her a little bit of rub-in. Some people ask, oh, do keepers get to touch the rhino? Yes, we do, but through protected contact. It's not safe for us to be in there, but she loves chin rubs. They like to get behind those folds. Little baby. Some people are wondering, is the baby soft? Is her skin very like soft leather or scratchy?
Yeah, I would say it's like soft leather. I mean, it's a lot softer than her mom, that's for sure.
Earlier we told parents to go grab a cantaloupe if they have one at home. That really approximates the feeling of what rhinos feel like, what their skin feels like. So now everyone's very jealous of you, Mike. They all want to pet a rhino now too.
If you have a cantaloupe.
Yeah, if you have a pet, you can pet your cantaloupe. Come on, people.
Close your eyes.
So people are wondering about the baby's diet.
Yeah, the baby's diet consists exclusively of milk right now, and she gains up to 2 pounds a day just drinking milk. And we anticipate that she may start, eating food here, solid foods, pretty soon. She's turning a month old tomorrow, and she is very interested in tasting and testing her mom's diets. But for now, it's just milk.
All right, someone wants to know the name of the baby's dad. It is John II. He is a male greater one horn at the Omaha Henry Dorley Zoo and Aquarium. So they sent us a sample of his sperm, and we artificially inseminated Tensing. And now we have this beautiful gal who needs a name, so you can donate $1 for 1 vote for the name Tali, Juna, or Pemba. So let us know what you like. A lot of people are saying they have done the up-close encounter with our greater one-horn rhinos in the past and really enjoyed it and are really jealous they can't be here right now. So no, she'll stay at Denver Zoo for a pretty long time. Where did we get Tensing from?
She came from the wilds in Ohio.
Okay. And she got here in 2011?
Yep, late 2011, I think.
All right. Oh, there she is. She's so curious. Does she have a favorite keeper that she responds to best? Everyone always wants to know who a keeper's favorite animal is and who an animal's favorite keeper is.
Because she is so young, we keep her contact with people to a pretty, close group. And no, I'd say she's so curious. Anyone who walks up, she's going to investigate.
All right, you guys, we're so close. We're at $2,400. We're trying to get to $5,000 because we have a very generous donor, Myra Fine, who is going to match that and help us raise $10,000 here in one day. It is a really hard time for a lot of people and organizations, and we know that, but if you can support Denver Zoo and our mission and our animal care and operations, we appreciate it more than you know. So you can donate via Facebook, which goes to our emergency fund. You can donate online, or you can donate to vote for the baby's name on our website. That is a different function. That's not through Facebook, but you can still do that pretty easy. We're looking at names Tally, Juna, or Pemba. So we're really, really grateful for everyone tuning in. If you missed any of this, we are going to put this up. This will stay on Facebook, and it will be on our YouTube page, and it will be at denverzoo.org/zoo2u, ZOOTOYOU. So we appreciate this. We're gonna wrap this up here, but don't worry, we'll give you constant updates on which name is winning. Sometimes mama bumps baby, that happens. But we'll give you updates on her, how she's doing. Our animal care, we are committed to giving that world-class care our animals get every day, even if we're closed. So thank you, everyone. This has been really fun for us. Mike, Sarah, thank you both. This has been a real team effort. We love you. We'll leave you with either Tali, Juna, or Pemba. You let us know. Thanks, everyone.
Be responsible, you're exceptional. Never give up on yourself, the world deserves to know who you are, who you are, who you are.
The We Got This Summit really germinated about 3 years ago. We lost our 15-year-old son Jack to suicide. And after Jack died, about a dozen kids came over to our house and they said, "Mr. Padilla, we need to do something." I asked them, "What would you like to do?" They said, "We'd like to do a summit about kids, for kids."
We got this, everybody.
The We Got This Summit is really focused on youth mental health and suicide prevention.
One of the biggest motivations behind all this was Colorado's suicide rate. It is one of the highest in the country, unfortunately, and it's the leading cause of death for teenagers all the way up to ages 26.
When I say we got, you say this. We got.
We really want them to see that there's hope, that there are people fighting for them, and that there's a platform here for them to share their stories.
Right there is the power of community. These people are your community.
Bridging gaps, open doors, share my resources. Handle business, build genuine connection. We will save one another with our contribution. Yeah.
I definitely lost a couple friends. They lost their battle to depression. So we were visiting middle schools, high schools. We even took a trip to Brush, Colorado, where they had 7 suicides in 1 week. So hearing these stories is, heartbreaking, devastating, and, whatever we can do in our power to try to help and save some of these people's lives, we're willing to do that.
Events like this normalize the conversation. They give the kids the strength and the language they need to be able to speak and advocate. And then there's that education piece of, I know what to look for within myself. I know what to look for within my peers. It's not stigmatized. There's not a big deal. It's just come to school and hang out with your friends and go to some fun workshops and learn about stuff. This is exactly how we do it.
What I'm here today is to be able to inspire young people to live, dream, and succeed in a whole new paradigm of proactivity and possibility so they can see what's working instead of what isn't. Up toward all your greatest dreams coming true. And the tradition is I take the spark from my heart, and on the count of 3, you know what to do? 1, 2, 3, bing! Ha! May I get a hug? So that kids will know the value of who they are, what they do, and the difference they make. And I will be making sure everybody gets honored with a blue ribbon that says who I am makes a difference.
I'd like kids to come away with this sense of empowerment that sometimes the solution might be in their hands and their ability to finally open up and to speak what's on their mind, and or to take that opportunity to go look for that help that's out there, just waiting for you to walk in the door or make that phone call.
Let's make it rain and flood at the same time. Rain and flood.
This event was fun.
I wasn't expecting it to be like this at all. The people here were really engaging. They were really kind. I liked their vibes. They were really pretty cool.
I've realized that I'm not the only one, and it shows that there are now more people and more ways to get help.
I think it was very insightful, and I just feel more educated about how to approach the topic and how to converse with other people and help them if they ever need help.
I know personally for me it's been difficult, so to have something like this and to have our teachers just showing us that they care for our mental health and that we have someone there is good.
I lost my son to suicide in October 2018. He was a sophomore in high school, and I now run a nonprofit to bring the youth's voice to the table.
Most hands are up, yeah.
I want kids to know that it's okay to not be okay, that it's really important to ask for help, that they aren't alone, that their voice is heard.
I really like that one quote from Robbie's Foundation. It's like, hold on, pain ends. She also mentioned that suicide is like a permanent solution to a temporary problem, so I feel like that would really get people to open their mind up a little bit.
I want adults to ask the questions, and I always say 2 ears, 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you talk.
I truly believe these events need to happen more often. I think these should be a part of a curriculum, and not only just as a special event, but for all ages. And when schools and districts start to realize that these events are what is going to empower young people to walk away from the school and be equipped to deal with day-to-day, as well as they are with math, as well as they are with English, foreign language, this is important. Because to survive our society today, they first must be able to survive themselves.
We need to instill hope in them that they do have a future, that they're not the lost generation.
We're missing out if we can't talk about this. It's time. It's very, very much time. Don't wait until there is a death. Work on the side of prevention.
I'm 80 years young, and at any age we can change the world 1 minute at a time and give a chance for the kids to be able to make the world a healthier, happier place for all people.
1, 2, 3. You're exceptional. Never give up on yourself. The world deserves to know who you are, who you are, who you are.
Vorrebbe così dolcezza qui, c'è freddo fuori. E al ritorno dammi il braccio, mi appiccina. Chiamami.
Écoutez, messieurs. Voici les canons. Nous débarquerons et c'est des adieux.
Viens-tu? Pas encore. Je comprends, mais je veille sur toi.
Qu'entendez-vous, monsieur?
Que vous me donniez certaines clés que j'ai juré d'avoir.
Vous n'aurez cette clé qu'avec ma vie, monsieur.
J'aurai donc l'une et l'autre.
C'est ce qu'il faut voir. En garde, vous n'avez pas d'effet. Prenez-la bien.
Merci.
La musique est une mathématique mystérieuse dont les éléments participent de l'infini. Elle est responsable du mouvement des eaux, du jeu de courbes que décrivent les brises changeantes. Rien n'est plus musical qu'un coucher de soleil. Pour qui sait regarder avec émotion, c'est la plus belle leçon de développement écrite dans ce livre, pas assez fréquenté par les musiciens, je veux dire la nature.
It's difficult to know what really the turn of the last century was. There were so many different tendencies. If one thinks of Mahler in Vienna, and one thinks of Debussy in Paris, and one thinks even of Verdi at the very end, going to Falstaff, it was a very varied fin de siècle. Debussy, because he looked consciously, I think he was probably the first composer to look consciously for a new line, for a new direction, took the influences from the past that suited him, obviously the French, Rameau, Couperin, etc., Bach, Chopin, all that